Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Good morning, my fabulous friends. Welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's wonderful to have your company. It's Macadamia Nut Day. What more do you need? I'll tell you what more. Is also Eat an Extra Dessert Day. I think these days need to be taken seriously. Are you with me? Now let's start our day with a joyful start, our early bird. It's the best way to start the day, I feel. Our early bird today, super useful in so many different ways, and a great little bundle. Have a look. It is the Sewline fabric glue pen with one refill. And then you also get a pack of 6 more refills bundled together. So these are the 2 items you're getting. And here's what's in this pack right here. You've got your glue stick. If you've never used these before, they're an absolute boon. Brilliant for patchwork, amazing for applique, great for putting in zips. You can do temporary hems rather than use pins. Brilliant as well if you're doing something like adding binding to a quilt and you want to just machine it down really quickly. You can run a line of glue and stick it. So you get your glue stick in the glue, specially developed for fabric, for sewing. It goes on a colour. This one's blue, but it dries clear. So if it's clear, you know that the glue has dried. Perfectly fine, made to sew through as well, and washes away. Doesn't harm your fabric in any way. You've got your glue in there, but you've also got a refill to put in. So that's in that pack, but then you're also getting this pack, which includes 2 pink, 2 blue and 2 yellow glue sticks. They're working exactly the same way. They're different colours, so you can see your line of glue on different colours of fabric. Absolutely amazing little bundle, really useful. $14.98 is the price, but this is our early bird, so it isn't your price at all. This is your price. You're saving £3 today, which is a significant chunk of $14.98. £11.98. You're paying under £12 for this. Your Sewline glue pen with a glue stick in it and a refill, and then another 6. So you're getting 8 glue sticks and 1 pen. Absolutely brilliant. Morning to Pam. She says, good morning, gorgeous. Claire says, good morning, Stuart. And all smiley face with hearts. And Anne says, good morning, lovely Stuart. We're starting to get in autumn mood here, by the way. I don't know if you've noticed. I've got the autumn leaves. Hannah, our producer, was talking pumpkin spiced latte earlier on. She's getting her knitwear out. She buys new shoes. That's a hangover from school, surely. New shoes in September. Yeah. Everybody walking around with rubbed heels. New coat. Absolutely. You'll grow into it, Hannah. You'll grow into it. Are you doing anything autumny at the moment? Do you start to sort of change up your... I start to look at my home and start to bring out the autumny quilts and cushions, maybe a table runner, and also some things like maybe change the candles or change some of the ornaments or decorations. Do you have a favourite film you like to watch in the autumn? Are you ready for autumn? I quite like it when it's kind of crisp but sunny, blue sky, but you also need a scarf. I like that sort of weather. Maybe you just like it when it's sunny, I don't know. Let us know. Are you ready for autumn? Anyway, our early bird today is the Sewline glue pen with a refill and a pack of 6 refills. You're saving £3. Brilliant buy. Great thing to stock up on. Always good to have those refills in your stash. And you're saving £11. £3. 11.98. 11.98 is your price. Right, let's do the menu and quit while I'm ahead. All right. Oh, I love the description of the first hour. It really does what it says on the tin. It's red, orange, and purple fabrics. But I'm good with that. I'm happy with that. They're lovely. Now at 9 o'clock, Hayley West is here with a brand new dressmaking pattern. It's the easy, comfy jumpsuit. 3 words I love separately, but together, oh my goodness, what a party. Not even available on Hayley West's website at the moment. It is launching here. Beautiful fabrics to go with as well. Now, at 10 o'clock, Hayley's staying on with me. We're doing the Husqvarna Sewing Machines and Overlockers. We've got a fab deal on the Jade combo embroidery and sewing machine. Actually, an amazing price on that combi machine. I've also got an overlocker. That Jade, an embroidery machine and a sewing machine combined. How would you feel about paying low 4 figures? Okay. How would you feel about paying 3 figures for that machine? Better? Better? Be there at 10. At 11 o'clock, Hayley is here for a final hour, and we're doing an autumn version of her fabulous Shacket pattern, the fabled Shacket pattern. So many of you have made the Shacket. Gorgeous summery versions in denims and cottons. We're going to be using cord. We're going to be using tapestry. We've got some gorgeous fabrics. And then at 12 o'clock, one of the things I like to do in the autumn is to stock up my shelves. I like to make jams and chutneys. I like to stock up the freezer. And I also like to make sure that my sewing room stash is stocked up. That's the time to do at 12. Bulk buy savings. Hannah's stocked up on socks. Good to know, Hannah. Good to know. Morning to Jan. She says, morning, Stuart and everyone. Off to my embroidery group today, doing schwarm embroidery, whatever that is. I think that might be a typo. I don't know. I'm just suggesting schwarm embroidery. Schwarm. Maybe you're having shawarma for lunch. Kirsty says, good morning, Stuart. I found a frozen Yule log in our outside freezer today. It's for 8 to 10 people, only me and hubby, so it sounds perfect for extra dessert day. Kirsty, I'm coming round. Lorraine says, good morning, handsome. Good morning, my lovely. Ah, what a lovely start to the day. Yes, let's have an extra dessert. Now, I'm going to quickly grab one of my bundles because you're going to love this. Talk about autumn. This is just this is autumn leaf, little pumpkin. Tilda, creating memories. Love this kind of gingery, beautiful floral. Have a look at that. You've got 1/2 metre of that. You've also got 1/2 metre of natural seeded cotton. Now, I love making fabric pumpkins, and you get creamy white pumpkins and orange pumpkins, cinnamon sticks for the stalk, a little bit of a twisted pipe cleaner for the vine, a little leaf maybe in felt, decorate a bowl. How would you like to pay? Under £10, let's do it. Under £10, £9.99 for this. Brand new Tilda, creating memories, under £10. Now, be quick on this because I've got a little quantity of these, but not that many. Let me show you what you're getting. You get 1/2 metre of your creating memories. Really lovely fabric, this, isn't it? This is Tilda. Can you believe Tilda? Under £10. So you get your 1/2 metre, a lot of fabric there. You're also getting your 1/2 metre of seeded natural cotton. So absolutely beautiful, soft supple, flexible, Rose and Hubble, absolutely lovely. They go beautifully together. You could make some lovely table decorations maybe. It's almost like having a second early bird, isn't it? Hilary says, morning Stuart, I'm doing the pop-up shop today. Oh, have fun, have fun. June says, morning, I love autumn. Perfect weather for a cardi. For a cardi. Well, look, I thought it said candle because I think it is perfect weather to have a lovely candle. You know, scented, very nice, but also perfect for a cardi. To be honest with you, June, if I put a cardi on, I look like Father Ted. And I have done since I was about 17. Honestly, it's always been the way. I put a cardi on and you know, everyone expects me just to be more benevolent, more, you know, yeah. Lots of you coming in for this bundle. You're getting half a metre of Tilda, half a metre of seeded natural cotton for under £10. It's an absolutely fantastic deal. I'm thinking a bowl of pumpkins, some creamy white, some orange. I might throw in a couple of other fabrics from our bundle this morning. Some cushion covers, just a bit of an autumn vibe. Very nice. Maybe combine with some machine embroidery. If you've got one, or you're going to go for the jade today, there's some lovely autumn embroideries that you can get. Really nice. And also maybe some applique. Samantha says, coppicing for the goats ramps up in the autumn. Coppicing for the goats ramps up in the autumn. That's my frozen shoulder. Not getting better anytime soon. Oh, Samantha, I know when you've got animals, you just have to do it, don't you? Julie says, morning, Stuart. You're looking good as always. Thank you. My favourite time of the year is autumn. Maybe because I was born in October. Well, happy birthday soon. Delia says, morning, Stuart and team. Happy Wednesday. Yes, indeed. June says, I think cardis should only be worn by ladies. I mean, I think I'm glad that you're probably not a lawmaker, June. She says, I agree, men look a bit strange in them. I didn't say I looked strange. I just said I looked like Father Ted. Now, come on, don't put words in my mouth. Anne from Hampshire says, morning, Stuart. Looking forward to today's shows. Had a fab day with you yesterday. Oh, Annie, my rebellious student, Annie. I've been teaching the last 2 days down in Hampshire, celebrating Lewis and Irene's 10th birthday. Can I just say, if you were in my class over the last couple of days, I loved every single one of you. We had so much fun. Annie, you were brilliant. She said to me, I'm a bit of a rebel. She said, I'm a bit of a rebel. I like to break the rules. I said, I love that. I love that. Of course, there was a point when she was making a bag, when she got the pins out and the clips and was pinning like a very, very good student. And we all had a bit of a giggle. There's always a time and place to be rebellious and to follow the rules. Anyway, here we go. The rule is from now on, only women are allowed to wear cardigans. Men are not allowed. I love it. I love it. Do you know, June, you're tempting me now just to get a cardigan. I shall, no, I mean, I used to wear a cardigan when I was a primary school teacher because it was comfy and, you know, quite practical. And I worked with somebody who started this, calling me Father Ted, and before you knew it, the whole staff just referred to me as Father Ted. Val Doonican always looks dapper in a cardi. Karen, yeah, kind of. Didn't he always used to sit in a rocking chair? Yes. We've got a picture. Yes, we've got a picture. Hannah's had to look up a picture because she didn't know who Val Doonican was, but we all know, don't we? Those of us of a certain age. Keep going through for your Tilda bundle. You've got half a metre of that ginger floral. You've got half a metre of seeded natural cotton, under £10. It's fabulous. It's fabulous. Morning, Stuart, my fave presenter. I think you'd look lovely, cute and cuddly in a cardigan. Save a hug for me. Happy autumn. Oh, Elizabeth, that is a lovely message. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think cardigans should be banned. Do you, Elizabeth? Oh, go on. Oh, show the picture, Hannah, can't you? No, aren't you allowed? He wore a lot of lovely jumpers, roll necks and polar necks and all that sort of thing. Yeah, no, I used to like, well, to be honest, I don't think I ever really liked a cardigan, but I used to wear them because, you know, they were practical but I always just looked very, very, very middle-aged in them. Yeah. Anyway, Jill says, Tom Hardy looks great in a cardigan. Steady on, Jill, steady on. Carol says, morning, Stuart, lovely shades. Hello, camera in the top left. Oh, there is, isn't there? Yes. Here it is, look. I mean, yeah. Hello, camera. There it is. There it is. June says, no, don't get a cardi. You'd look fab in a jumper, though. All right, then. Right, a message. Hi, Stuart. Love these fabrics. You're right. They would make beautiful pumpkins. Is there a pumpkin pattern by any chance? Listen, honestly, Linda, it's so easy. All you do, long rectangle of fabric, right? Join it right sides together on the short end to make a round tube, basically. It's sort of this deep, probably this deep, and about this long, yeah? So join it into a circle, then line of gathering stitches around the top, line of gathering stitches around the bottom, draw the bottom one up, fill the centre with fibre fill, draw the top one up to create a round, kind of almost like a ball, and then you need embroidery floss in like an orange or a brown or a tan or something like that. You go up through the centre, around and up, around and up, and you do that to create 5 sections and kind of pull them, and it creates the sections of the pumpkin, and then just glue in cinnamon stick in the top, some curly pipe cleaners, and cut out some leaves from felt and glue them on, or stick, you know, sew them on, anything like that. Is that okay? Yeah, I think you could probably do that. Sorry, I'm a bit distracted, keep on looking back at this message. Tom Hardy looks great in a cardigan. Who's the diver guy? Jacques Cousteau? Right, come on, we've got lots of lovely fabric. Tom Daly looks lovely in a... Sorry, you see, you said the diver guy and I thought Jacques Cousteau, and you were thinking... Yes, sorry everyone, sorry Tom Daly. I've gone to my book. Well, because we're getting ready for autumn, and we've got lots of oranges, reds, purple fabrics in this hour, so I thought I'd get this quilt out. So Quilts from the Country is my brand new book. It doesn't actually come out until the 12th of September, which is next Thursday. However, we have got advance copies. They're all signed by me, and you're not paying £24.99. The actual cover price is £25. You're going to pay... £22.50. £22.50. You get 30 projects in the book, including, there's your pattern pack in the back, including a full-size pattern for a quilted jacket, a Japanese Haori jacket. I'm wearing it there. Alice is wearing it there. One size fits most. It's a nice relaxed fit, sort of kimono style, but the fact that it's wadded and quilted makes it a haori. You also get patterns for gorgeous patchwork slippers, which are so addictive to make. Lots and lots of big quilts, 12 big bed quilts. So things like this one here, Where the Wind Blows You, the Fisherman's Catch. This has all blue work embroideries that you work and then sew into a quilt. A Catch of the Day cushion. You've got your jacket, your slippers. There's another cushion there. There's also a lovely applique cushion. She sells seashells. And then let's just whiz forward to the autumn. You've got Christmas in there. You've got lovely placemats and table runner with appliques. You've got my little crosses patchwork. That's lovely and autumny as well. Log Cabin in the Woods. Beautiful. You've also got A Sky Full of Stars. This is the quilt that's hanging behind me. Really beautiful, cosy farmhouse style. You've got summery projects. You've got applique. all sorts in the book. 30 projects in total. And each one of them has full-size templates, full-size pattern pieces if you need them, or rotary cutting instructions. Beginner level, intermediate level, and more advanced level projects. This is one of my favourites. It's called Christmas at the Lake. And just loved making that quilt. I've wanted to make that quilt for years. I had it in my head. And this was just a lovely opportunity to make lots of cosy country style quilts. Laurie's got in touch. Morning, Laurie. She says, the app is freezing and no sound. Just thought I'd let you know. You and the team have a great day. Thank you, Laurie. We'll make sure IT know about that. Appreciate that. Thank you. Pastimes Christmas stockings. We're all starting to think about that time of year. Brand new, not even out in the shops. And also the rather difficult to share news is that the first print run of this book is actually completely sold out. So Sewing Street can't get any more, Amazon can't get any more, I can't get any more, shops can't get any more. So basically whatever stock people have got, that's it until the second print run is done. That's being done at the moment. It's being done in Europe, so it's quicker than it would be. But it still won't be in until the middle or the end of October. So if you want to get this book before the middle to end of October or November, grab it now. It's $22.50. You're making a 10% saving on the price. And I hope you'll enjoy it. Liz says, if you love your Tilda, there are lots of free patterns for fruit and veg on their website, including pumpkin and squash. Thank you, Liz. Perfect. That's Quilts from the Country. A message. This is from Karen. She says, just Google Tom Hardy in a cardi. Oh, yes. Thank you for that, fellow. Thank you for that, fellow Sewing Street fan. It's just the gift that keeps on giving, isn't it? Goodness me. Who else looks good in a cardi? Email in. Yes. Okay, I've got that. Yes. Yes. These ones here. Yeah. Now, these ones are last of stock and they are Liberty. They're from the Liberty Highland collection. I'll show you all of them to start with. I think, is it this one as well? Are there 5? Is it that? It is that, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it's that one as well. I'm also just going to quickly grab some other Lewis and Irene because look, these would all go, look how beautifully they all go together. Okay, we'll go to these next. We'll go to these next, but just thinking if you wanted to make a quilt, we've actually got enough variety there to do a lovely quilt. Anyway, this isn't a bundle. These are individual by the ½ metre. Let's start with this. They're all very, very limited. This ends for 2. Are those little blackberries? Sweet blackberries. I've only got 4 metres, 8 units left. Really pretty. It's only been on air twice before. Really, really lovely, isn't it? The quality's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. It's what we expect from Liberty. £8.99 ½ metre. But I do literally have 4 metres left. That's all. And these are the kind of fabrics we probably won't be getting. We won't be able to get it back in stock, will we, Hannah? No, we won't get it back. No. So again, though, if you wanted to make, you know, like a bowl of fruit out of gorgeous fabrics, sort of apples, things like that, they would look so pretty in this. This would also be gorgeous for a little girl's dress, wouldn't it? Or a shirt. The blackberry is so British, isn't it? It's so British. I don't even know if blackberries grow anywhere else. But certainly the tradition of blackberrying is one of those, it's a really old-fashioned thing to do, and a lot of old-fashioned things aren't fashionable with young people. But even young people, families still go out with their kids and go blackberry picking, don't they? I think it's lovely. I love that. Free food. We've always done a bit of foraging. The stock is dwindling. Well done if you've just checked out your basket on the sweet blackberries fabric. Go on. Australia, Chile, New Zealand, Pacific Northwest of America. Yeah. There are blackberries. Oh, different blackberry species, different to the ones we have. Interesting. I certainly wouldn't ever buy them from a shop. Always when I see them in a shop, I think, I couldn't bring myself to buy blackberries. But I suppose, you know, if you live in the middle of a city, I suppose you'd, I don't know. Anyway, lavender. Lavender. Well, I'm not buying them because the farm's absolutely covered in blackberries and the goats go wild for the leaves, the thorns, the stems. And their mouths are so soft. Their mouths are so soft, but they gobble them down. They love it. Anyway, right. This is called Marsh Orchids. Is it? I don't think this is the right, that's the same one. Is it? Oh, okay. Ending 4-5. Yeah, okay. Really looks like lavender to me. Pretty though, isn't it? So I would make things like lavender bags and things like padded coat hangers and little linen bags and gorgeous things for a bedroom. You know, if you want to do a little refresh, a little revamp, could you imagine a little bedroom all painted white or cream or just a soft, gentle lilac-y colour, and then with pretty bedroom accessories made in this, maybe a cushion or a pillow with a ruffle all the way around. Now, I've only got 2.5 metres of this left. We can't get it back in stock. It is Liberty. Oh, there it is, Marsh Orchids. Well, interesting. Didn't you look at that and think lavender? Yes. Oh, Fiona says, congratulations on the reprint. Thank you, Fiona. That's very, very kind. Yes, amazing, really, isn't it? Carol says, good morning. Morning, my love. Morning. Right, next up, this is Hillside Rhododendron. 4 metres left, that's all. If you wanted to make something like a dress, a shirt, it'd be lovely, wouldn't it? Yeah, what about half square triangles with a solid? You could use something like, something nicely contrasting, like that's seeded natural cotton. That looks lovely, doesn't it? Or you could use something like maybe a dreams. What about that? That's quite a nice combination, isn't it? Got this fabric in the show. Yeah, and what about the quilt that's hanging behind me? Now, I know when you look at this, there's a lot of kind of oranges and rust and things like that. This chain in this deep rusty orange, this kind of unifies, it gives a bit of a sense of uniformity to the whole quilt. But these are assorted different fabrics. So there's lots and lots of rusty orange and brown on the show that you could use for that quilt. And then all of the stars are made from scraps, but you need something to pull the whole thing together. So that's where those rusty oranges and also that sort of jade green comes into its own. They work really nicely together. Right, that's the Hillside Rhododendrons. I've also, this is a lovely, pretty fabric, ending 4-1. This one's called Sky Blooms. Oh, that's lovely. Now, I think I'd want to make quilted, like makeup bags and toiletry bags using this. It's very pretty. Very pretty. Marie says, morning, lovely boy. I just finished blackberries brought from Devon for me. Not many wild ones here in Islington. I mean, true. True. But nice that you got brought some. Maria says, morning, gorgeous. Thank you. Ooh. So make the Japanese haori, but in these Liberty prints. Very pretty. Very pretty. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, you've almost got a sort of Sashko style waves in the background, haven't you? What a nice idea. What a nice idea. I like that. Yeah, I do like that. That's lovely. I mean, the thing is, it's all about finding your own style, isn't it? And I know lots of quilters love purples and lilacs. They are beautiful. Last one in that Liberty range, this little floral, it's called Mountain Heather. And again, I think those pretty bedroom accessories or pillowcases or even just an end. We've only got 1.5 meters of this, so perhaps just a little panel either end of a cream or white pillowcase. Something really crisp. Actually, that would be nice mixed with that. That would be lovely. That would be lovely. Right, let me pop this to one side. Let's do Lewis and Irene. Small Things Celtic inspired. Is it these 4, Hannah? Right, so we'll do the plaid, the green and purple plaid on its own. Now, there's so little of this, we couldn't actually put it in a bundle. We've only got 1 metre of this left. Oh, beg your pardon, sorry. No, I haven't. That was the last thing. Right, 5.5 metres. 5.5 metres left. Georgina says, morning, Stuart and team, morning, lovely. Fiona says, we've got some thornless blackberries, so less dangerous when picking unless we get close to the tayberries. Howza, howza. You can get domesticated blackberries, can't you? I just like the idea that they're free, though. I like they're free. There's your plaid. That's gorgeous. Oh, stocks are dwindling. 4.5 metres left now. 9 units, that's all. It's gorgeous, that. Be nice for a little soft, subtle nod at Christmas, wouldn't it? Now then, the purple bundle, these 3 fabrics. So you've got, again, Lewis and Irene, Small Things, Celtic inspired. It was absolutely wonderful spending the last few days with the team from Lewis and Irene. So you've got little Scotty dogs, you've got little Highland coos, and you've got thistles, all on a bit of a plaid theme. Under £20, yes please. Yes please. Wow, £19.99 for that, that's brilliant. 3.5 metres for £19.99. That's lovely. That's lovely. One of the things, lots and lots of people were talking about the quality of Lewis and Irene fabric, about why does it feel so silky? You can really feel the difference. And Brian from Lewis and Irene was explaining it's all about the beautiful quality cotton that they use. It is like A+ quality cotton. And then there's a special process, a finish that's used to create that real, like almost silky feel to the fabric. And that finish lasts for the life of the fabric. It doesn't wash out or wear off. So when you feel your Lewis and Irene fabric and think, oh, that really does feel exceptional, that feeling will last for the life of the fabric. Yeah, it's a process. It's called something like shaving or something like that. It's almost sort of burnishing the fabric, and they use like a resin, but it creates this beautiful soft silky feel, but it does actually last the lifetime of the fabric. So gorgeous quality, absolutely beautiful. Now, 1/4 of the stock of this bundle has gone. Do check out your baskets, won't you? You get 1.5 meters in total. I've got the equivalent in reds as well. Let me pop that to one side. Absolutely love this colourway. So we've got the plaid this time. I am mad for plaid. Isn't that beautiful? That is absolutely stunning. So you get your plaid, 1/2 metre of that. Then you get your Scotty dogs, My mother-in-law, Diane, absolutely loves Scotty dogs. I mean, just that combination for a little bag, a clutch, beautiful. And then you also get your thistles on that beautiful, it's almost like, it's almost tomato soup red. Do you know what I mean? It's that orangey red. It's so vibrant and warm. Beautiful. 23.97. Not today. Not today. Nope. Nope. Under £20. 19.99. That's great. Now we haven't got as many of these bundles, so just be careful. These will sell out quite quickly. If you really fancy this, it's 1.5 meters of Lewis and Irene fabric for under £20. I've got a few other coordinates that would go beautifully with this. Maybe a little bit of bumbleberries. Something like your seeded natural cotton as well. Very nice. It all sort of spreads out. A little bit of maybe a pinky lilac as well. Gorgeous. Lots of you checking out on that already. My stock, actually, about a quarter of my stock's gone. About a quarter of my stock has already gone. Well done if you've checked out your basket. It's the only way to make sure you get it. Love that plaid. One, two, three, four, five, six. I think this is it here, isn't it? Right, so autumn leaves. I mean, if you look at the moment on something like Pinterest, it's absolutely full of autumn leaf quilts, pumpkins, and just that kind of pieced maple leaves and things like that. These are stunning, stunning fabrics. You've got a mixture of cotton solids. These are Rose and Hubble, of course, but also Lewis and Irene Dreams, which is a new blender range from Lewis and Irene, and it features this very soft sort of cloud effect. Red and orange. I've also got hot tomato, paprika, orange. Oh, I've got this as well. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's gorgeous. There should be 5 fabrics. Do you want to show me the picture? If you show me the picture, I'll take out the one that's wrong. Ooh. We'll just get the breakdown of that because we're a bit unsure whether it's 5 or 6. That would be beautiful. I'd love to work with that. Absolutely gorgeous. And you can make the maple leaf block with things like half square triangles. It is 6.5 meters, isn't it? You are getting 6.5 meters for £31.94. There they are. It's absolutely lush. Really beautiful. Really beautiful. Red, orange, hot tomato, paprika, red and orange. I'm just going to grab a fabric, a patterned fabric, because if you wanted something like maybe for a border or you wanted to just introduce a bit more colour, that's what I would do. I'd get this jade, this turquoisey. It's really what I've done in the quilt behind me, isn't it? I've used lots of these warm colours and then a little bit of this jade. That's gorgeous. You know, we said like it's 2.5 meters and it was wrong. How about, Hannah, if we just paid for 2.5 meters? How about that? Should we do that? There you go, £27.95. So now you are getting one of those half meters for free, getting one of the solids. Love that. £27.95. It's a great deal, isn't it? So you've got 4 different cotton solids. And then you've got 2 of these new fabrics from Lewis and Irene. They're called Dreams, and we're going to tilt them that way. You can see they've got an almost sort of cloud-like, or if you remember sort of sponge paint effects A lot of us were doing that in the 80s and 90s. It has that sort of look as well, doesn't it? Really lovely, soft and gentle, cuts really nicely, so you don't end up sort of really seeing a motif as such, but it just adds lovely texture and interest to a project. Very yummy. Third of the stock will have gone when everyone's checked out their baskets. You're getting 6 fabrics, 3 meters in total, 2 meters of solid, 1 meter of dream for £27.95. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, it's kind of autumn in a little bundle there, isn't it? Or in ombre. I tell you what, this would also look really nice, my new tangled quilt pattern. You could pick your favourite colour and do a whole quilt just in tangled knots of one colour palette. Nice. Very nice. Keep going through for that. I'll keep that handy. Let's do a bit of contrast now, a bit of purple. Right, so this is a 3.5 metre, so 1.5 metres in total bundle. You've got 2 solids, 2 cotton solids, and then 1 Dreams from Lewis and Irene. Work really nicely together. This purple is amazing. You've got right, which of my solids? Purple and light lilac, and then lavender in Dreams. We did a little crash. No, we did a crash on the other one, but that was 6.5 metres, Hannah. Are you really taking half a metre off for this? That's amazing. Wow, that is a good price. £11.98 for 1.5 metres. Now, don't forget that half a metre of Lewis and Irene Dreams, that's got to be, what, £7.99? Wow. So one of these solids is completely free. Completely free. Great opportunity to top up your stash. Loads and loads of you coming in for this. Lots of you are checking out on bundles that we've already seen. Just be aware, if that's sitting in your basket, it may drop out. If something gets to sell out and somebody checks out their basket on the last one, it's going to fall out of everyone's baskets. So if there's anything you've seen that you really want, check out. £4.95 postage, flat rate, all day. Just combine your orders as you go, and you only pay 1 P&P. It's worth checking out your baskets. Really, really popular bundle this. Almost down to single figures. Now, it's not just about fabric. We like a little embellishment here and there. We've got bits and bobs. I've got buttons, and these, I've got 2 different lots of buttons. I've got round, and I've got stars. Look, they're wee. Really cute. So these will be classed as doll buttons because you can use them on doll clothing. But also you can use them as little embellishments, centres of flowers. You could embroider a flower and then sew this in the centre. Mix that with some patchwork. Very Lynette Anderson to do that. £2.70 for these. Obviously, always be very, very careful with anything like this on the age of the child. If you're making something for a child, leave these off. For young children, don't add these on. You know your audience, you know who you're making for. I just think I would never ever put embellishments if it was for a young child. But you know, on decorated dolls, on quilts, wall hangings, they look gorgeous, don't they? And all those different shades of purples, lilacs, lavenders. Do we know how many we get? It's done by weight. You get loads. You get loads. The other, we'll count them later. I'm not counting them. Then the other, these are, look, little stars. Look, they're so small. Well, my quilt's called A Sky Full of Stars, and that was actually named after the Coldplay song. That was a different song you were singing, Hannah. Yeah. Barely recognisable. I know you thought it sounded really good, but sorry, that's very judgmental of me. I apologise. And these match up, by the way, colour-wise with the round. So if you want to do a mixture of the two. You get loads, though, don't you? You really do get a lot. 5 grams of buttons. Now, I've got some last of stocks. Are these right? Okay. Yes. Oh, now I love this. This is a Jason Yenter. This is absolutely beautiful. Oh. But look close up. It's almost like one of those, you know, those sequin walls that you can have for parties. I mean, this isn't reflective or metallic or gold, but it has an almost, and it's lovely, isn't it? Or this makes me think of like makeup palettes or colour charts or something like that. Yeah, binding would be gorgeous. Or a lining for a makeup bag, something like that, beautiful. 749 a half metre, but I have only got 2.5 metres of this left. So it's last of, really. We can't get these back in. Absolutely lovely, like that. I mean, I love everything Jason Yenter does. Now, next up, this is, I think, Anna Maria Horner. Oh, it's not. It's not. Ah. She works with Anna Maria Horner, I think. That's really beautiful. Love that. You're crushing it. Oh, wow. Excuse me. £5.99 a half metre. Now, can I just say that this would make an absolutely beautiful border for a quilt like this. And I didn't buy this border fabric specially for this quilt. I had it in my stash. If I see a fabric I think will make a good border fabric, I buy about 3 metres usually, and that gives me enough for a big border on a big quilt and maybe a little extra. This would be lovely because it's got that sort of, you could cut it widthways, you could cut it length, I mean 2 of those widthways would be beautiful. You can cut blocks out of it, and there's also some lovely colours in there that you could pull out for your stars, for your chain. It's got that gorgeous jade in there as well. I think this is an absolute winner. And look at that price. But you see, so many people say to me, gosh, where can I find that border fabric? And I say, look, the truth is, that was in my stash for years. When you see these fabrics, buy them. That's what I do. They come into their own. Now, I started with an under £10 Tilda bundle. It should be £12.48. You get half a metre of natural seeded cotton from Rose and Hubble. You also get half a metre of brand new Tilda Creating Memories. This is from the autumn colourways. And this is that beautiful sort of gingery floral. It's really pretty, isn't it? Love a bit of Tilda. The colour is officially called ginger, by the way. It is ginger, yeah. Now, let's do a bit of William Morris. Because equally, the quilt behind me from Quilts from the Country would look gorgeous with some William Morris fabrics in it. This is a bundle. It's £35.96. And for that, you're getting 4 half metres. This is from the Cotswold Holiday Collection. So this, I think, this was perhaps a bit geared towards Christmas, but actually the colours are, I would say, more autumnal, but it kind of takes you from autumn into Christmas. Yeah, it's really, look, that's gorgeous. 4.5 metres, all in these gorgeous terracotta bricks, rusty reds and golds. You've also got, look, some strawberry thief in there, but again, reimagined, reinterpreted in those bronze and rust and chestnut colours with a little bit of deep green as well. That's stunning. Something like this would work beautifully for some home furnishings. £35.96. Now, we do have Strawberry Thief on its own, and I'm just thinking, again, this would be a lovely border for this quilt. Really lovely, really lovely. This is the quilt that's hanging behind me is about 85 inches square. I would reckon to buy about 2.5 to 3 metres of fabric for a border like that. Yeah, it's a big quilt, and yeah, it kind of pulls all the colours together. It contains it. It's like a frame on a painting, and it just kind of completes it. It's a full stop at the end of a sentence. It's also a way of making all the colours make sense, especially when you've done a scrappy quilt where you've perhaps used lots of eclectic different fabrics. Now you see within this fabric here, you can always look at the selvage to help you pull colours from your stash. And you'll see there the obvious ones. We can see we've got terracotta brick red, you know, this deep green. But I perhaps wasn't so much seeing the soft blush pink or the oyster. I wasn't seeing so much the couple of shades of gold that are in there, or this really deep teal. Now, I could use this then to go to my stash. You could use this to go to your stash and pull out. And don't just think, okay, so it's a soft blush pink, so I just need to get the soft blush pink. Every shade of what you might consider blush pink, right from that sort of whisper of apple blossom, right through to the deepest camellia, all of those colours. You might find 8, 10, 12 different colours or fabrics just in that colour. Pull the teals, but again, not just the darkest teal, the softest, everything in between. And adding those, you don't have to use them all, but adding them into your quilt, the more you add, the less any individual fabric matters, the more interesting, sparkling the quilt becomes. Having a range of very light and very dark adds interest and contrast. Such a useful fabric to have in your stash. It would also make beautiful, beautiful Christmas stockings or gift bags. And I am starting to think about little makes that I can make and put away now, ready for gifting. I like to buy little toiletries at Christmas for people, and I put them into a handmade bag, little zip toiletry bag. Now, we're going to just nip back to my new book, Quilts from the Country. Quilts from the Country is published by Pavilion on the 12th of September, which is next Thursday. We have advance copies. I've signed them all. It's not a book plate. I've actually signed inside. It's a proper, actual signed copy. There it is. Actually signed. Yep. And you get 30 patterns, and it's for things as diverse as hanging Christmas tree decorations, Christmas stockings, wall hangings, bed quilts, big bed quilts. I like big beds and I cannot lie. Cushions, table mats, table runners, another big quilt there. Lovely wall hanging. I mean, I've done a wall hanging. You could do a big bed quilt. You could do a cushion like that. use the patterns and adapt them. There's a sky full of stars. Ah, Mo's messaged in. Not heard from you for ages, Mo. Morning. How are you, my love? And then you've got summary projects. Again, there's a runner, a lovely big quilt there. You've got a gorgeous embroidered cushion with some little button embellishments, hanging hearts, a crazy quilted cushion, Tea with Jane, big bed quilt there, another lovely wall hanging. This was very popular at Festival of Quilts. It's called Bloom Where You Are Planted. And then the coastal chapter, the spring chapter, has got lots of these lovely projects, a quilted jacket and slippers. You've also got cushions and there's that coat, more embroideries, an embroidered quilt and a mariner's compass. All of your basic information as well, your how-tos, it's all in there. It's all in there. Right, now I've got a spotty purple bundle. These are polka dots, micro dots. Now, you're already paying just £10.99 for 3.5 metres. However, we're going to make it even more special by taking off a little saving, £9.99, under £10 for 1.5 metres of fabric. That's amazing. Love those colours too. Great for in your stash. I mean, Kay Fassett does a polka dot fabric, doesn't he, to mix with his fabrics, but they are £8.99 a half metre. This is £9.99 for 3.5 metres. Imagine blending these with your Kay. That's amazing. Love that. That's a wild price, Hannah. Yeah. Is it ending 30? Yeah. So this is from Debbie Shaw. This is a panel from Debbie Shaw. Ooh. Well, this is lovely. It's called the Bobbins panel. Oh, it's lovely. Look, so you've got your main panel there, which has got a sewing machine. From the end, which is rather cool, isn't it? It looks different there. You've got your smaller square panels as well. You could make some lovely pin cushions. You know, have your 4 sides of a cube pin cushion, maybe a little polka dot on the top. Actually, these fabrics, these polka dots work really well with this, don't they? And then, look, you get all of this as well. This is all extra fabric. Very inspiring. £19.99 for that. Now, I've also got an Amber Makes. You get instructions, written instructions included. It's a quilt block keeper, and it's called October Flowers. I'll hold this up and show you. You add some wadding, but basically, apart from that, you get everything. Oh, that's beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Look, the flowers are in a pumpkin. We started with a pumpkin, we're ending with a pumpkin. Oh, it's lovely. And remember, you get your full instructions for the quilt block keeper, which you could make again and again. Gorgeous. Oh, what a lovely start to the day. Now, coming up after the break, Hayley West is joining me, and it's the launch of her easy, comfy jumpsuit. Don't go anywhere. We're going to jump right in straight after the break.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Do you love sewing and have a great imagination? Do you enjoy giving other crafters inspiration with your makes? We're looking for talented sewists to join the Sewing Street family and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers, live on air. To enter, create a video in landscape, maximum 3 minutes, introducing yourself and either demonstrate a make or show us how to master a challenging sewing technique. Send your video to star@sewingstreet.com with the subject line of searching for a sewing star. You may find your video is too large to send via email, so you can make it smaller by using wetransfer.com. You have until Friday the 6th of September 2024 to send your entries in. The Sewing Street team will then select the best entries to appear on Sewing Street. Keep your eyes peeled here for confirmation on dates. And good luck!
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Well, I need to start with a bit of a stock warning because you've already been shopping for the fabulous Hayley West's quick and comfy jumpsuit already. It's brand new today. It's a brand new pattern launch. Now, if this is anything like Hayley's Shacket pattern, this is going to sell out in a heartbeat. The fabled Shacket.
I love that.
Oh, my goodness. But we've all made one, Hayley, and we've all made several. We love our shackets. And now, straight away, quick, love that. Love quick make.
Yeah.
Comfy, yes, please.
Absolutely.
Jumpsuit, I'm in. I'm in. It's Hayley West, everybody. I think that teamed with a cardi. What do you think?
I think you could rock a card.
Or with a shacket, as you are wearing.
Well, to be fair, it's kind of like a version of, isn't it? So, yeah.
It really
Oh,
is.
hello.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Am I supposed to be standing over here? Is that where I'm meant to be? Oh, I do apologise.
We're just all getting to, yes, there we are. But
Very
you
laid back this morning.
standing there. You actually, now you look like a weather presenter.
In the north.
Thank you. What about around Redditch?
Well, Redditch at the moment, it's not looking too bad. It's still dry at the moment, but it could
Good.
change.
Excellent. Think of that as an audition if anybody's watching GMTV. You look amazing in that jumpsuit.
It's just so
So
comfortable.
stylish. Look at these pictures.
Welcome to my
Absolutely
world.
stunning.
Welcome to my world, because if you see me wandering around the supermarket or out into Lulu or our motorhome, I would be wearing pretty much what
I'd
you're
be
looking at here.
starstruck.
Oh, not at all.
I'd be starstruck.
You just got to be comfortable. You get to a point, don't you, and you think, do you know what? I just want to be comfortable, but I also want to have something that looks as if I've thought about it.
For sure,
Yeah,
for sure.
so-
And something you can wear if you're working from home, fabulous. If you're working in the office, fabulous. If you're going to an event, terrific. You could wear this outfit in so many different ways. And yeah, casual, dress it up, things like jewellery, a little belt. We'll look at some other samples, but I've just quickly looked. So this is navy jersey, but look then with the sparkly sleeves and a belt, your Christmas party ready.
Well, I am a big fan of kind of having almost like a capsule set of patterns.
Yep.
Patterns that I know that I've got confidence in, that I know I can sew, that I understand, that I can do.
Half the
so
stock's
many
gone,
different-
Hayley.
Oh my goodness,
Half
so
the
many
stock's gone. I told you. But Hayley as well, that usually, I said to Dan and I, our tech, our right hand in the studio, and I were talking earlier on, and I said to her, those kind of dressy events, I don't really like going to anymore because I like to be comfortable.
Yes.
And I don't want to feel all trussed up. And
yeah.
This Christmas dinner, balls, weddings, all these
Name it.
events, you're going to be comfy all day, feel relaxed. A cruise. Oh, a cruise.
Absolutely, and it's one of those ones that as long as you've got a good fabric, and I have to say the bamboo jersey that we've got today, oh my goodness, I'm going to order all of it.
So breathable,
Gorgeous.
so cool.
And you know what? It's not see-through, because I've bought jerseys in the past.
Is it clingy?
Hold it. No. I've got, this is probably the size 6, it's the large, so it's
like
like
the
16 to
dream.
18. But it's just really, really comfy. It's got a lovely drape to it as
Yeah.
well. Kind of grabs the bits that you want it to grab, and then kind of skates over the bits that you don't necessarily want
I
to
love
go too
that.
much.
I love that. It's sensitive fabric, isn't it? Absolutely fab. I do need to let you know, though, the stock is absolutely flying out. If you want to get Hayley's pattern, you'll need to be quick. I want to tell you the size range. It starts at a size 6. It goes right through to a size 26. I think it's fair to say as well, though, Hayley, that this is a skimming style.
Yeah.
This has got plenty of ease in it, hasn't
Absolutely.
it?
And I have to say, size-wise as well, because it comes up quite loose-fitting, I think you could be going towards a size 28 with this one.
I was thinking the same, to be fair.
You've got a lot of kind of freeway with regards to this one. You can
Yeah.
obviously do a larger seam if you wanted to. We suggest a 1 centimetre seam, but it is very loose. So here you can see I've got a good kind of stretch to this one. So it's kind of just, it just sits nicely.
You do need to use a jersey for this, though, don't you?
And there is a reason for this. I wanted to make it accomplishable.
Yeah.
So people who've shied away from jersey in the past, people who've thought, you know what, I can't sew with jersey, people who don't like fastenings, don't like zips, that is why this has been made. And partly because I wanted a pattern, because I wear this kind of jumpsuit all the time.
Yeah.
So the reason being the jersey is because it's the neck, which is a V front on the front as well as on the back. It's exactly the same pattern pieces for the front and the back. We'll talk more about the pattern in a few moments. But what it means is it's opening up a big area. So by having that stretch, you've got an even more area for you to literally step into your garment. Now, if you have got a certain amount of sewing know-how and you look at it and you think, well, I've got something that I'd love to create that style with, but it hasn't necessarily got a stretch, then you could add in a zip if you wanted to. But for the pattern itself, it doesn't talk about doing that. That would be down to your own sewing know-how.
Yeah.
We've kind of rated it as a confident beginner, mainly because of the binding which is around the neck, which doesn't have to be that complicated, to be fair. But what you've actually got is 2 pieces for the front, 2 pieces for the back, so you've got a centre seam joining them, 2 side seams, your shoulder seams, and then the finishing, and that's it.
Amazing.
Simple
Now,
as.
in terms of the fabric that you're going to need, remember it's jersey. For your, there's two views of this jumpsuit. You've got the sleeveless, and then you've got the with sleeves, and you've also got an optional belt. Now, if you're making the sleeveless, if you're making a size 16 or under, you'll need 3 meters of jersey. If you're making an 18 to 26, you'll need 3.5 meters. If you're making the version with the sleeves, you'll need 3.5 meters regardless of size. That's easy maths.
Pretty much so. Obviously, it's very adaptable because when you're actually wearing it, if you're taller, you might have the legs as a full length. If you're shorter, you might want to do them as an ankle grazer. You could actually do them more as a kind of play suit if you wanted to make it shorter.
I was going to say, could you do like a culotte style, kind of like mid-calf or something like that? Be nice.
I've got some fabric that's just waiting to be used in that particular way. And then you've got options because it's a case of you can put the pockets in, you can put the belt in, you can leave the pockets out, you can leave the belt out if you wanted to.
Oh, has it got pockets?
It's got pockets. This one hasn't. This one hasn't.
Lovely.
It's got pockets. It depends on whether you're wanting to actually go for that or not. And this is the key thing. You make it to whatever style you want. And I do talk about in the pattern how you can adapt it if you're wanting to. Because if you're having the belt and the pockets, then there are markings on the pattern for that. But obviously when you've got a belt, you're pulling it a little bit higher. So those pockets are going to sit more on your higher hip area.
You can sort of like zhuzh the top though, can't you? When
can,
you've got a belt, you're going to lift more fabric up and create a bit more sort of poof around your waist, which is rather flattering.
That's it, yeah, very comfortable again.
Gorgeous.
You could use a belt from your wardrobe. It doesn't have to be the tie belt if you don't want it to.
Or contrast like you've done here with the
Absolutely,
micro
yeah.
sequins. That's gorgeous. I do need to let you know though that more than 2/3 of the stock is checked out and gone. Okay. Once you've all checked out your baskets, I've literally got teens left. You'll need to be quick. Wow. A question for you, Hayley.
Okay.
We're talking sizing now. Pauline from Greater London says, I have a 42-inch bust. Which size would I make? One says 41-inch and the next one up 44-inch bust on the jumpsuit.
Okay, I would potentially go, well, it's a tricky one because it depends on the jersey that you're using. Some have got more of a kind of stretch than others, and it depends on how tight you want it to feel. So The answer is it could be either of them. Now I'm going to take my shirt off, and the reason I'm going to explain to you is, so yeah, there's a bit of a warning for you. So the reason being is I've gone for a size 16, but what I tend to find is that around the bust area, sometimes it is a case of the underarm can be a little bit gaping. And this is a size 16. I haven't adjusted it because I wanted it to be true for if you were making this yourself at home. So what you can do is if you've gone for a larger bust area, you can kind of pinch it in just underneath. And as long as you've got a flow with your actual seam and you're not kind of like coming in and then going down, as long as you've got that graduation,
smooth.
you can,
yes.
Exactly, smooth. You can take it from one side to the next. So what I tend to do, because I'm quite short in this area and I find that a lot of straps will fall off things if I'm wearing something that's quite strappy, I tend to go for the size 14 on the shoulders, but then I go 16 elsewhere. So it's very, very adaptable. The key thing is, as long as you've got a flow with it, and you're not kind of creating kind of jagged lines within your seams, then there's no rules regarding this one. But yeah, it depends on the fabric that you've got, to be fair, and how snug you want it to feel around. If you want it to pull tight, then go for the 41. If you want it to have more of a fluid feel, maybe if you're putting the sleeves in and you want to keep that fluidity going, maybe the 44.
Yeah.
That makes sense?
I think it does make sense, actually. It does make sense that we've all got sort of bits of our body that we like to emphasise,
yes,
and we've got bits of our bodies that we prefer to skim, and I think that's where the choice comes. All right, so now how many in baskets, please, Hannah? Right, so basically I've got 3 patterns up for grabs. Do check out your baskets. You're going to need to be really quick, please. Can you do some demo, please?
3 left.
Well, because, they're all in baskets, basically. I mean, I've got,
Wow.
you know...
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, there's about 28 of you with it in your basket.
Oh my goodness.
And
okay.
I've got 30 patterns left, which means there's 2 up for grabs.
Wow, fair
but
enough.
I mean, if you jump in and check out your basket quickly, we'll see now I've only got 26 patterns left, but still got
Fair
over
enough.
30 in baskets. 25 patterns left now. This is heading towards sellout. 24 left. Should we just count down? It's like an advent calendar, isn't it? But jumpsuit based.
Right. Shall I talk you around what we've actually got here?
Yes, please.
We've got 2 pattern pieces, which are your predominant pattern pieces. The only choice you need to make really is whether you want sleeves in or whether you don't, because the front and the back are exactly the same. So you're going to cut your main body 4 times, 2 for the front, 2 for the back, and then it's a case of it's either sleeveless or it's not.
Lovely.
It's got the sleeves in it, so nice and easy. This time round, what we've actually done is we've incorporated colour with regards to the actual cut lines as well. So in the past, with the Shacket, it's just a solid colour. What we've actually got as well is you've got different kind of dot and broken lines. So if you aren't able to read the colours for whatever reason, then you have still got that kind of differential between the different colours, the different lines. But I quite like the idea of having the different colours, because in my head, I don't have to keep going back to the key to figure out which one it is. If I know in my head I'm following the purple line, then I can follow the purple line. That's not an issue.
Cool.
So you've got your 2 pieces. The patterning itself is in the same weight paper as the Shacket. So if you've shopped for that one previously, you know you've got a brilliant quality pattern that's going to see you through for a long, long time to come. And you've got lots of different features on there. As I say, you've got the different lines. You've got the ability, if you want to lengthen or shorten in your body, because the crotch area, if you prefer to have that a little bit higher up, then you can alter that there if you're wanting to. The only alteration I tend to make is to the actual leg at the bottom. And that is something that was very key to me, because if you've ever turned trousers up before and they are tapered, then it can be a little bit of a tricky one, or flared out. So with this one, you've literally got a straight kind of ankle. You can see here, I folded my pattern over because on this particular one, I didn't need it to be the full length. And you just literally fold it across and then cut straight across. It's nice and easy. And you see it's quite angular because the fabric is doing the work for you. The only other thing that you need to consider is, are you going to be putting pockets in or not? So your pocket will have a couple of little notches in, and they will usually sit between those particular notches that you've got there. So on your outside edge, like so, it would sit there when you come in to do your pocket. Now, if you're working with the belt, then that is where it would need to go, and that's the position for your belt loop as well. Now, if you're deciding not to have the belt, so basically it's going to drape, it's going to drop a little bit longer, or further, should I say, because you haven't got the belt ruching it up, as Stuart was talking about, then I would suggest you consider moving your pocket and using that point for your belt as your central point for your pocket. Now, it might seem quite high, but it will actually sit kind of on your waist, upper hip area. If you like to have almost like that cargo pant look where your pockets are right the way down, then you can leave it in the original position. But anywhere where you've got that, really, there's no right or wrong. You're just going to insert it in the same way as the instructions mentioned to you. Also, there is a video on its way. It's literally on the final edit. I was busy making a shacket yesterday.
Oh, fantastic,
So
yeah.
it didn't manage to get uploaded, but within the week that will be uploaded, and it's nearly 2 hours long.
Oh, amazing. So that's literally like a step-by-step guide to making the jumpsuit. If you've never worked with jersey before, you'll give all those tips.
Absolutely. And I'll give you a few hints and tips today as well, because we've got an overlocker as well as a sewing machine. So if you've got an overlocker like I have, then I tend to go to that because it's kind of designed for stretch fabrics. But equally so, you don't have to invest in an overlocker if you don't have one.
Fab.
If you
Can I
find
just
yourself
mention-
making loads, you probably will do.
Yes, can I just mention now, we are down to single figures of the pattern. We started with really good stocks. We don't think we can get any more patterns. We're just asking and finding out, but we are literally single figures. I've got 6 left. I've got 6 patterns. Everything else is checked out. There are 6 patterns left. If you check out your basket right now, you'll get the pattern if you're really quick. But it is literally down to the last 6. Judith says, morning, you lovely people. Was determined not to buy anything today, but this pattern's too fabulous to miss. Thank you, Hayley. That's from Jude. And also as well, Fiona says, morning to the best presenter ever. And the gorgeous Hayley. Oh, bought the pattern as soon as I woke up. Is it just jersey? I bought the scarlet jersey. Or can I use other fabric with a stretch?
Again, it just depends on the amount of stretch that's in there. The one that you've got is actually like a stretch crepe. So
Yes,
I have made that one.
This one's stretch crepe. It's lovely.
And that one has kind of been created with a cut line in it, so you could do like a contrast. Colour blocking, I think.
Oh,
you
colour
mentioned
blocking,
earlier on.
gorgeous, yeah. I'll just show you here in terms of the amount of stretch. So, yeah, lovely 4-way stretch.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So really comfy, you get that lovely drape. Moya missed the start of the show. She's from Derbyshire, but doesn't know how much fabric's required. Can we just give a quick recap,
Absolutely.
please?
If you're looking at going for the sleeve option, whatever size, you're looking at 3.5 metres. If you're looking at the 6 through to 16, then you are without the sleeves. Then you are looking. I think, did we say 3?
3.
3, and then it was 3.5 if you're looking for the larger size, but without the sleeves.
That's without sleeves, absolutely.
Can I
now,
just take the crepe one from you? Just
oh,
you're doing
absolutely,
your bit.
absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm just going to grab a bit of fabric actually because we have got some beautiful fabrics. Navy jersey. This ends 2.5. So this is a navy jersey. Nice sort of really dark. Oh, and do you know? I tell you what I love about it.
Feels gorgeous, doesn't it?
When I say the weight, I don't mean the weight, but do you know when you put something on and it's got like a kind of it almost has a bit of a spring,
almost like
a bounce. It's that bounce, and it comes from the weight and the stretch, and it's just like, oh, this is lovely, this is gorgeous. 95% bamboo, so hypoallergenic, comfy, breathable, feels gorgeous and cool on your skin. 155 centimetres wide, beautifully washable, isn't it?
Absolutely, and so affordable.
This is by the half metre, so £5.99 for a half metre. So if you were doing with sleeves, any size, you want 7 units,
That's
3.5 metres. So 6 sevens, 42 minus the pennies.
Absolutely.
So yeah, less than £42 for all your fabric. And easy to jazz up with jewellery, for example. Pauline, did you say there'll be a video tutorial on the jumpsuit? 2 hours long, nearly.
Absolutely, there is. There's a QR code already on the pattern, so when you receive your pattern, that'll take you to the YouTube channel. It's just been edited. It's all filmed. I've just got to make sure that the words kind of follow what I'm actually doing. It makes sense. So yeah, it should be on. I would imagine in probably by the weekend, but we'll say a week just to give me a chance.
Yeah, perfect, great. Really lovely, isn't it, having that sort of video tutorial? That's your navy. I've also got this fabulous soft purple grape. I think grape's a good description.
Yeah.
Again, this is that, is it 85% bamboo, 95% bamboo? You know, bamboo is a wonderfully sustainable fibre as well. It requires a lot less pesticides, a lot less fertilizers and a lot less water than things like cotton do. It's very breathable, naturally hypoallergenic. You've got a wonderful amount of four-way stretch, so it's not going to cling. It's got a wonderful drape. 7 units to make the largest size, any size, in the sleeved version. If you're doing sleeveless, 3 meters, 6 units if you're a size 16 or under. If you're an 18 to a 26, you'll need 3.5 meters for the sleeveless version. But just bear in mind, if you order thinking, I'm going to make the sleeve less, you could still make the sleeved version in any size if you get 3.5 meters.
The thing is as well, you can actually come back and get an extra ½ metre at a later stage, because I know this is a stock item, so if you do need to, then yeah, you can get that extra. And also you can alter the ankle length as well. Sometimes I found that fabrics from my stash I hadn't quite got enough, so I actually made it more of an ankle grazer and made it without the sleeves, and then it was fine. So you can kind of adapt it. And as I said, colour blocking, maybe use 2 fabrics together, a different a different style, same weight, maybe for the sleeves.
Yeah, I like that, And I really like how you've used the micro sequins for the sleeves and belt, that's cool. Or even just a belt, and then you could have like a plain red, and you could have just a plain red belt, but you could equally have maybe a bit of, would you put a little bit of gold with it maybe?
Yeah, gold or silver works with red, but yeah, it tends to be gold for me.
Talking of red, here's that, this is the fabulous red that our Hayley is wearing her jumpsuit. That is just gorgeous. Now don't forget as well, whether you're making the jumpsuit or not, this is a fantastic opportunity to stock up your stash of wonderful dressmaking jersey. This is really beautiful quality, 95% bamboo, 5% elastane, so it's got really good stretch, no clinging.
Bounce to it is lovely,
Yeah.
I have to say. It's just got a lovely feel to it. You kind of feel it moving with you. It doesn't cling. You know, sometimes you can get like a staticky cling.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
But not with this at all.
No, it's that sort of drape, that sort of skim. And like you say, it kind of clings to the bits you want it to and skims over the bits. I love that. I wish there was a male equivalent.
The thing is, I mean, we're in, as I say, I know you well, I know you guys at home as well. If you are a larger bust lady, then quite often you will buy garments to fit your bust. And what happens is then it almost hangs.
Yeah.
And it can give the illusion that you're larger than you are because you've got a bigger bust, and maybe it doesn't come in at the waist and things like that. But this will literally come in and out where you need it.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm just looking across the studio, and it's exactly as Hayley says. You know, it does actually come in rather than just being sort of like a tent that just hangs sort of from your widest point of view, just hangs straight to the floor. It doesn't do that. It's really nicely shaped, but not at all clinging to your body.
Yeah, and without the need to put darts and things like that in there, which can be terrifying if you're not used to them. So yeah,
not see-through, nicely opaque. The colours, delicious, very glamorous. Now teal, love this dark teal. This is, I know, that is gorgeous. Now that definitely, maybe some like rose gold jewellery or a rose gold belt.
Nice, yeah.
Like a chunky belt around the waist on that would be amazing. Or gold jewellery, tan accessories. This is the teal. It's been really, really popular. And as well, I think it's really flatters a lot of skin tones. Actually, I've never thought, but I like teal against my skin.
It looks good,
yeah.
I have to say, our mannequin, bless her, she's got a swimming costume on and a bit of padding. She was very, very skinny. It's a size 16 that she's wearing, so it's quite tricky to actually get it to drape properly, but I think you get a feel for it.
She's definitely had some enhancements.
She's got my swimming costume on. And
she's been touched by an angel.
Some wadding.
She's like, wait.
It looks like she's on her way somewhere, doesn't she?
She really does. Purposeful. That teal is gorgeous. £5.99 metre. Remember, you need either 6 units for sleeveless, size 16 and under, or 3.5 metres for a size 18 to 26 in the sleeveless, or if you're doing the sleeved version, 3.5 metres or 7 units, whatever your size. That is the teal. Now, the original pattern, Hayley, has sold out. But, Hayley, you've been very kind and said that tomorrow you will make a special journey and drop off 40 more patterns.
That's it.
Tomorrow.
I've got no more then. That's it. That's your
That is
lot.
it.
So, yeah.
Right. Already, 10% of that restock is gone. Already. All right? 10%
Just as well I'm
already
local.
gone. Yeah, it is just as well. I couldn't be nipping home, but that is literally it. Over 10% has gone. That's of the restock. There's no extended delivery. You'll still get it in the usual 3 to 5 working days, but Hayley's going to pop over especially tomorrow and drop off 40 extra patterns. But that is it. That is it. Okay, keep checking out your baskets. Susan says, morning, Hayley and Stuart. Lovely to start my birthday with both of you. Happy birthday, Susan.
Happy birthday.
But I had a lie-in and I missed out on the pattern. Will you be getting more? Susan, we've got just 30 patterns left though. Anyway, I couldn't wish to start my day with 2 nicer people. Oh, and my husband. Oh, have a lovely birthday.
Did he come right at the bottom of that list? I'm not sure. Maybe.
Oh, no. Right, can you show it?
Yes, right.
Thank you.
Let me show you. We had the conversation about just using it with jersey. As long as you've got a stretch in there, and the reason being is I'll show you, this is the neckline of one that has got sleeves in there. So you've got a good amount of stretch there and also a good amount of stretch that way as well. So as long as you can actually get your body in through that kind of gap, then that is okay. It does vary depending on the size. So the opening isn't the same on size 6 as it is on the size 26. So it's all kind of relatable to the size that you are making. So that is probably not quite as stretchy, but there's still a certain amount of stretch there, so you shouldn't have an issue at all. Now also as well, let's talk about sewing it together, because you've got a few ways you can stitch it. Here I have used an overlocker. So an overlocker has got that stretch stitch in it straight away, and it means that what it's actually doing is cutting the fabric, so cutting away the seam allowance. You've got a 1 centimetre seam allowance, so as long as your stitches, your inner stitches, don't fall further than that, because you'll be making it too small, then you are okay. It will cut off that excess dependent on how wide you choose to have that. So you can see you've got the stretch there. That is also making the seam at the same time. I have an overlocker. That is the way that I tend to make most of my jersey style garments, and it will automatically give me a lovely seam on the outside as well. So it's kind of one job does all. Now you can use an overlocker if you're wanting to, just for kind of finishing your fabric. So if I can find a leg, let me find a leg. There
so you
is
could
a leg.
construct with your sewing machine and then overlock.
So yes, if you prefer to actually do it a different way, you can use your overlock to actually, again, cut your fabrics or neaten your seams, and then just use it like so. So you can have the traditional open sleeve, and then you can obviously press it flat if you want to. Put a little bit of top stitch in there if you want to. It's your jumpsuit, you create it how you like. But I also appreciate that not everybody has an overlocker. So I'm going to go onto my sewing machine and show you the way that many sewing machines will have kind of features in them that will help you work with your stretch fabrics. Now, this particular one, the J35, we're looking at this in the next hour. So I'll take you around all the machine and everything. So
that's a combi machine, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sort of part embroidery machine, part sewing machine. It's good to see them, though, as a sewing machine, because we often emphasise the embroidery side,
yes,
and this is a terrific sewing machine
absolutely.
too.
And what it's also got inbuilt is something that is unique to, or that they patented it originally. Husqvarna Viking have got the Sewing Advisor built into this. So the Sewing Advisor will help you with regards to fabrics that maybe you're not familiar with, but also fabrics that you revisit or stitches that you revisit. And sometimes you think, oh, now hang on a minute, what are the settings for that? So this is a brilliant feature that I love. And it is something that I actually used with this when I was actually getting ready for the show. So here we have got your kind of like your quick shortcut panel, that's the word, shortcut panel. So the Sewing Advisor gives you a variety of different styles of fabrics. It's all detailed in the manual, and these ones down at the bottom, D through to F, are your stretch fabrics. So what I would actually say is that it's a light, a medium, light or a medium, should I say, or a heavyweight. Well, I'm going to go for the medium. So E. So I would press that, and then I would also choose which of the seams that I'm wanting to work with. It could be any of the decorative stitches as well if you wanted to, so it's whatever you are creating with it. So let's go for a medium weight, and then I've got my choices with regards to my overcasting. Now on a sewing machine, because you haven't got the cut edge, it is an overcast rather than an overlock. So if we just press that like so, and then we do our choice, and I press that, it will automatically in the window tell me which foot I need, and it will automatically set the length and the width of the stitch that it is recommending for that combination. So that's a stretch fabric. Say if it was just a regular cotton fabric and I wanted to do the same, so I'd go for A, and I think it was that one, wasn't it? It would show a different foot and a different stitch.
Oh, interesting.
So it shows you. So
it really is a sewing advisor.
Well, this is like having somebody, a little sewing expert there.
Yeah.
So I've used this myself, and I've done a lot of sewing, but not necessarily in a particular type of fabric.
Susan sent a lovely message, actually. She says, I bought this machine from Sewing Street earlier this year, and it's absolutely my preferred machine for ordinary sewing. I would highly recommend it. This is the thing. I've done the same. I've got a Combi sewing and embroidery machine, and I thought I was really just buying an embroidery machine, and I'd never used the sewing. But as Susan says, it becomes your preferred machine.
Yes, yeah.
They're great sewing machines.
Absolutely, I love it.
Just let you know, less than half of that restock of the pattern left now. Teens, that's all I've got left. Jill says, a little bit confused. She says, I'm a larger lady, a size 12 to 14. Would the jumpsuit suit me?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I beg to differ on the first part.
I know, yeah, absolutely. I think size 12 to 14 is quite petite, isn't it? I would say. But I suppose it all depends, because we all carry our, I don't want to say weight, but we all carry our muscle, our body, our curves in different places.
Yeah.
So I suppose perhaps let's broaden the question and say what... I mean, I was going to say, what body types does a jumpsuit suit? I think if you look and say, I want to wear a jumpsuit and I feel lovely in this jumpsuit, then it suits you and you should wear it,
100%.
frankly.
Absolutely.
But
Yeah.
Is there a body type that suits a jumpsuit better?
Particularly.
Not really.
You get to a certain point, and I'm certainly at that point, where I'm like, you know what, I'm not bothered about
what's in fashion
what's inside my clothes.
Yeah,
It's kind of, do I feel comfortable in it?
Yeah, do
and
I
I
feel
have to
good?
say, you will find yourself getting compliments when you are wearing your jumpsuit, because I have, and it's lovely because you can kind of say, oh, well, I made it myself.
Hayley, don't they call this dopamine dressing?
Oh,
Have you heard that phrase? Have you heard that phrase,
like
Hannah?
that phrase,
Dopamine
though.
dressing. And it's and basically it's that sort of, you wear something that makes you feel fabulous.
Do you know what? I think it
and
has...
it gives you that buzz.
It has a psychological effect in it, and when you say that, and I can understand.
You know when you said about, oh, this kind of
hold yourself
bounces on me and I feel a bit
Yeah.
kind of woo.
You have a
Or
bit of a
sometimes
glow.
when you put sparkles on and
Absolutely.
it kind of lifts your mood. It's dopamine dressing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, what was I saying? Oh, yes, so now, sorry, it sounds like I cut you short then. I didn't mean it to sound that way. So, now I've chosen my stitch. Now, as I say, if you're not familiar with stretch stitches, check out your machine. If it's not a Husqvarna Viking, then you won't have the Sewing Advisor, but you will, I'm sure, have a manual that will give you some ideas and settings for stretch fabrics. So now, my J35 has suggested that I use this particular stitch, which needs a J foot. So I've gone to my accessories and I've got the J footer, and this is one that is specific for this particular type of stitch. So I'm going to pop that in like so. And don't forget, we will be chatting about this a little bit later on in closer detail. And I'm just going to pop that threads under there. So there's a couple of ways you can do it.
Going to a fabulous price as well, of course.
Yeah, oh, absolutely, yeah. Now, it comes up with some kind of suggested settings, but then you can play around with those. I've lost my glasses somewhere. I don't know what I've done with them, but not to worry. So it might be a bit wobbly. But on the J foot, you've kind of got an edge on the foot, and that's where I'm lining up my fabric at the moment. I'm just going to drop the foot down, and then I'm going to start sewing. And what I've actually got is a single layer here. So if you were choosing to use this as an overcasting and then go back and do your main seams, then that would potentially be my suggestion suggestion with regards to this one. So what it's doing is it's stitching forward and then it's stitching over the edge of the fabric. Now this makes the fabric, in my opinion, mimic a regular fabric because you've got more of a kind of sturdy edge to it, so to speak. So it's doing a little overcast, as you can see there. I'll take it off the machine in just a few moments.
So you do that to your pattern pieces before you made the garment
Well,
up?
you can do.
Yeah.
You can do. The reason being is because with this, it's a 6mm long stitch. Now that is too long in my opinion. In fact, when you're making a seam construction, I'm going to fold the fabric in half to illustrate what I mean. So if I was to use that as it is and then continue onto a double layer, just make sure that I feed that underneath nice and neatly. Hold on, I might have to lift it up a little bit. There we go. There we go. I've gone on a bit of a wobble there, but you'll get an idea. Let me just, it's all right, I'm doing this at a bit of a funny angle. Let me just jump it down a little bit there so I've got them lined up. There we go. This has kind of gone a bit impromptu now because this wasn't...
Yeah, we just sometimes forget that you're sewing with your machine at a completely wrong angle.
Right, there we go. Let me just pull that forward like so. Okay, so what I've got here is the that overcast stitch that I started with. So let me show you. This is why sometimes I will go back and stitch it a different way. So at the beginning here, that is where I used it. I'd probably play around with the tension a little bit because it has pulled in a little bit, but just for the purposes of kind of explanation, hopefully that will show. So I have got an overcast stitch that is going to stretch.
Awesome. Because if you don't use a stretchy stitch, it'll just snap, won't it? The threads will snap.
And I think we've all been there where we've bought a garment and you've kind of put it on and you've heard that pop, pop, pop.
Yeah.
As the threads break as your head goes through. Or maybe I've just got a big head, I don't know. But yeah, I experienced that. Now I've used the same stitch a little bit further on. Now let me just cut the end of the fabric so you can actually see the results of that. So what I then did was I doubled over the fabric and continued with the same stitch, same settings and everything. But because it's a 6mm stitch, what I have found is, oh, actually it's not too bad. Oh, it does a double stitch, okay. I thought it might be a little bit gappy there. So it's actually not too bad there. Sometimes when you've got a longer stitch, you end up with those stitches being further apart and it's kind of a little bit gappy. But I would actually be quite happy using that as a one-stitch process to actually put the garment together now that I've
construct
it.
and
So do both,
neaten.
yeah,
Wow,
that if you want to.
awesome.
If you want a little bit of reassurance, then you could do that and then just come down with a stretch stitch, not a straight stitch, a stretch stitch inside of that, but make sure that you're keeping within that 1 centimetre seam allowance.
Something
so,
maybe like a lightning stitch.
Absolutely, yes.
See, I like a lightning stitch for stretch because it's narrow enough that if you want to press your seam open, you still can.
Yes, that's
so
true.
It sort of
Very
mimics
true.
a straight stitch, but it's got the stretch in it. Pat's got in touch to say, I'm an older lady, size 18, and a bit short and pear-shaped. Would the jumpsuit suit my shape? Yeah.
The answer is
potentially,
yes.
yes.
Everybody, to be honest, everybody.
I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
it is incredibly easy to wear.
But if you are petite,
yes.
for example, say 5'3" or under, I don't know why I'm defining petite as that, because, well, anyway,
Well,
it just came to my head.
I'm 5'4".
Yeah.
I'm 5'4", so not,
yeah.
I'm not, yeah. Some people would say vertically challenged, I don't know, but yeah, 5'4", so not far off there.
How do we shorten?
There you go. This is one that I'm actually working on at the moment. So all I've done is literally folded over the pattern. So it will give you some ideas with regards to the length, as you can see there. But because you haven't got any shaping to the bottom of the leg, you can take it as short as you're wanting to. Now, if you do want to kind of make an alteration to the crotch area, then you can do that because obviously the crotch area is going to sit at the same point. Again, I'm more than happy to show you where it sits on the one that I'm wearing. But if you're wanting to shorten it in the body, then you can shorten it by literally doing it at that kind of point.
Cool.
That's very crudely, but you know how to do that. So you can actually do that as well if you're wanting to.
Dawn, I hope the demo's demonstrating the kind of paper as well, by the way. It's not tissue, it's
gosh,
that kind of lovely, thick, durable, almost like a cartridge paper, isn't it?
I can't remember the last time I bought a tissue paper pattern because they just, it's the they do me head in.
Yeah, absolutely.
They really do.
Absolutely. Well, you said earlier on you make these patterns to be like a capsule wardrobe. Absolutely, in other words, you'll be making them again and again and again and again. Because you can get different weights of jersey as well, can't you? So you can get a lovely, like, light spring weight of
yeah.
jersey. You can get sort of thicker, heavier jerseys as well.
I mean, you could potentially make it almost in a sweatshirt fabric if you wanted
Just
to.
about to ask you, could you make, is there a type of jersey that has like, you know, like the fluff, flocky finish
Kind of has it on one
inside?
side, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh, cozy.
Ooh,
I
can
suppose
you
it's almost like a
imagine?
onesie, isn't it? I suppose,
Yeah. Pauline from Greater London says, sorry, did you say 7 units for with sleeves in all sizes? Red bamboo jersey, absolutely. 3.5 metres, 7 units, with sleeves, all sizes. Spot on. Also, the machine that we've been talking about, the Husqvarna Jade Combi machine. It is part embroidery machine, part sewing machine, all fabulous, is coming up in the next hour at an amazing price. I hinted earlier on that we would be going to 3 figures instead of 4. It's definitely worth tuning in. Oh yes, oh yes.
Now, I'm very quick. I've just realised the time I've been chatting away and I haven't stitched anything of this garment. So what I'm actually doing is the front part. So if you're wanting to put pockets in, then at this stage you will have put the pocket bags into each of the 4 pieces. If you are wanting to put your belt loops in, then you'll put those and attach those to 2 of the pieces. And then the next thing to do is to do the front seam. Now, this is the one that runs from the kind of the peak of the V right the way down to the crotch area. And all I'm doing is literally just pinning that in place, right sides together. So loosely pin it. What you can do if you're wanting to, if you don't want to pin it, you could actually use some of your tape, you know, the like your quilting tape, your double-sided tape. So you could use that if you're wanting to as well. So yeah, if you're wanting to do that, you can do. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to use this. Now, this is a 6mm wide stitch. So my seam allowance is actually a centimetre. So what I would have to do on this occasion is do the overcasting and then come in with another stitch to actually take it to the 1 centimetre from the raw edge. If I was on my overlocker, then I could actually trim off that excess. So you just need to bear that in mind because you may end up making it slightly larger than you intended. But as I say, it's very, very forgiving. So yeah, don't stress too much about it. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to take the suggested stitch and use this one. And this is mimicking now what you would do with an overlocker because it's actually going, or a 4-thread overlocker, because it's going to do the kind of the overcasting. It's not going to do the, in fact, can I turn that a bit closer to me? I'm sorry.
Of course.
Because otherwise I'll go off on the wonk. And we don't want that to happen because it will spoil everything.
Don't go off on
so,
wonk.
there we go. So now I'm just neatening it. I could, if I wanted to, make it a bit of a wider foot with this one if I wanted a wider stitch. But if you go too wide, then you might find that it's going to gather up the jersey too much. So all I'm doing is running down. This could create the seam, but because it's only 6mm wide, then, as I say, it's going to come up a little bit bigger than anticipated. So just literally running this down.
Is that one way that we could make a very slight adjustment, though?
Absolutely.
I'm just thinking back to our earlier viewer who messaged in about the 41-inch bust, was it? Do I go 42 or... Yeah, thinking maybe if you did a very slightly smaller seam allowance.
Well, this is it. I mean, obviously,
on the smaller side.
Whenever you make a pattern, you have to incorporate sizing. If you go off and look at sizes, though, from a variety of different websites, they can vary a lot. So on one
really
size,
can.
one website a 14 might be a 16 on another site, and so on. So, yeah, there is a certain amount of leeway. And this is one of the easy ways for you to actually gain a little bit of extra give if you're needing to by using this stitch, because it's a very satisfactory stitch. It's overcasting the edges, it's creating the seam at the same time, but it's only 6mm. So those few millimetres on each of the seams do make a little bit of a difference when it comes to the overall fit.
Now, don't forget, in the next hour, we've also got the Husqvarna Overlocker, which is a fab overlocker, really fantastic price as well. It's on pre-order now. If you haven't got an overlocker and you want to get yourself one, especially if you're going to be doing a lot of dressmaking, particularly I think they come into their own for stretch fabrics, don't they?
Absolutely.
They're just superb for constructing and neatening in one step.
And what I will do is I've come to the end of that seam there, so I will show you how that looks. Bear in mind, if I was following the seam allowance, and I know I've said it over and over again, but just to appreciate. I would go back down with a 1 centimetre seam allowance and my lightning stitch, which is your straight stitch equivalent for stretch fabric. But if I was using that one on its own, I would be more than happy with that. So if you have a little look, you can see that there it's very much, you can hardly see it, can you? So
I was just going to say, is that where's the seam?
So there you go. So that's your
Wow.
overcast,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that's how. So that's on a regular sewing machine. What I am going to do though is switch out and bring in the overlocker to show you how it would be different if you were doing it on the overlocker. So bear with me just a
Excellent.
second.
You know, even if we go over a little bit, Hayley, I don't mind about the
I'm
next
sure the next
guest.
guest won't mind.
She
I know
won't
she's not up
mind.
to that.
She's nice.
Yeah.
She's nice. I've got 2 other solid jerseys. Can we do the grey? I love this grey marl. As well, if you make things like T-shirts, vest tops, things like that, this fabric's perfect. Also for, you know, something that you can wear around the house just as lovely, comfy loungewear. Absolutely gorgeous. It's 95% bamboo, 5% elastane. I love that charcoal grey marl. It's just really flattering, isn't it? 155 centimetres wide. You've got glorious 4-way stretch. You know, I'm thinking like sort of leggings as well, and loose pants and vest tops, T-shirts, even active wear actually. This would be really good for active wear if you run, if you do yoga, calisthenics,
Oh my goodness, that's such a...
weight training, golf, all of that. Perfect. Or as well, just as like undergarments, you know, I quite like a little T-shirt under a shirt and stuff like that, this kind of thing. It's all because it's really cool, it's really breathable, feels cool on your skin, you know, but it's a thin extra layer. Then I've also got black, solid black, good old basic black. I mean, you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong. It's what's...
Very easy way of making a classy looking jumpsuit.
Oh, completely, completely. Or something that could be completely casual or super dressy. Yeah, $5.99 a half metre. Remember, sleeveless, size 16 and under, you need 6 units, 3 metres. Sleeveless, size 18 to 26, 3.5 metres or 7 units. If you're going for the sleeved version of the jumpsuit, you'll need 3.5 metres or 7 units regardless of your size. Does that also give me enough fabric to do a belt?
Yes.
Yeah. Black with sparkle on the arms would be nice.
Well, that nearly happened, but it was just a case that the sequins were a bit more navy, which is I raided my stash for the navy.
Got you, but lovely. And the sleeves don't need to be a stretch fabric, do they?
No, not as much. A little bit because they're kind of joining a stretch fabric, but they don't need to be as much. I mean, you could have something like a nice organza might be nice.
That'd be lovely.
Yeah.
Really pretty.
Right. Okay.
So you've switched out. You've now got the Husqvarna overlocker.
I have. Love this overlocker. We'll have a proper good look at it in the next hour. But I just wanted to show you why it's worth having an overlocker in your kind of sewing arsenal, especially if you are looking at doing more with your jersey fabrics, but not just limited to your jersey. If you've got any fabrics that kind of fray, we've got some jacquard fabrics coming up in the Shacket show later on, and they fray a lot because they're woven fabric.
Sorry to interrupt you, but the $3.99, is that a special offer price on this overlocker?
You're getting a bonus pack of thread.
As well, so that's the regular price for the overlocker, $3.99.
So.
That's amazing, isn't it? It's a really fantastic price. That's a fantastic price. And you're also getting a load of overlocker threads as well.
And can I show you what the deal breaker is with this? Because I've an overlocker that I have a love-hate relationship. We get on really well until I need to change the threads.
Right.
And then we kind of have a few words.
Okay.
With this one...
Not this model.
Not this model.
Not this model.
Now I'm using this one. You ready for this? So you press that button. And take that off first. Sorry, getting too excited. Press that button. And you can access your upper and your lower loopers.
Normally it's just the side compartment. You get both that open out.
That's why I have a love-hate relationship, because my lower looper is kind of in that bit there, and it's really tricky for me actually to thread that up. Now that that opens up, Not just for that, but a bit of maintenance, cleaning
Yeah,
it, getting all of the kind of fluff out as well.
I like that a lot.
And you can see there's solid construction throughout, and it's a 4-thread machine, so you can use it in loads and loads of different ways. Stretch fabrics, organza fabrics, do your little rolled hems and all that. Well, we'll chat about that in the next hour. So let me just turn that back round again, and we'll get it set up for sewing. This overlocker as well has actually got a seam guide on it, so that means that when it comes to actually stitching with my stretch fabrics, I can actually set it up for the seam guide with regards to actually how much I need to cut off as well. So you can alter the cutting off of your threads here, not your threads, your fabric. You've got a dial that will go up to 7, I think it is, with
Can we
regards
take
to
the blade out completely as well?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yep,
awesome.
you can do. You've got this little guide on the top here. Closest to me, I have got inches. So you've got your 1/4 inch increments there. On the far side, I've got my centimetres and my 1/2 centimetres. So all you need to do is basically move that in and out to whatever you want your seam allowance to be. So if I want it to stitch at 1 centimetre, then I will have that set up like so. And then I put my pins in. Now, my pins, when I'm overlocking, I do tend to put them in quite a distance from the actual seam line. That way, if I do accidentally miss any, then the machine isn't actually stitching over the top of them. But I do try
Don't
to
want that
catch...
blade coming anywhere near a pin.
Exactly, yes. And I tend to do them lengthways as well, rather than going across. And basically, all you do is you set it up. Same way as a sewing machine, you can alter the stitch length if you're wanting to as well. I've got it set up with the 4 threads, and all I'm going to do is just going to press down on my pedal and let it feed in, and it will automatically cut off the fabric and stitch at the same time. So bear in mind the length of time that it took us with the sewing machine. Then this is the overlocker, and the overlocker is doing that cutting. It's sewing the seam at the same time. I'm going to move that one out because that's a little bit close. The threads are cutting away, so I've got the loose threads falling into the basket.
That is an immaculate finish, isn't it?
There you go. Now, what I've actually got with this as well, it's a 4 thread, but it doesn't mean that all 4 threads have to be exactly the same colour as your fabric. So what I tend to do is the first 2 threads, which are the ones that go through your needle, if anything, if you've only got 1 spool of thread, put it on needle number 1, because that's the one that's creating the seam that you would see. It's got a little thread cutter on the side as well, which is useful. So there we go. So I've done it now. I don't have to go back and do an extra
Amazing.
thing.
That's it?
That's it.
Constructed, finished.
Ready to go, and finished there. So I have got
Wow.
there you go, my V.
So your jumpsuit, this could be a day make.
Absolutely. You can actually do it in a couple of hours. But I've still got that stretch there. The thread that is closest to the left-hand side, that's the only one that I've actually got as a similar sort of thread. Oh no, I'm fibbing the next one in as well. So the 2 straight stitches have got that kind of purpley thread. But there you go. So that is that seam done.
Amazing. Hannah, can I just ask, have we got any of the jumpsuit restock pattern left? Right, I've just got a handful, single figures. If you want the jumpsuit pattern, we completely sold out. Hayley said that she can hand deliver 40 more tomorrow, but I've got single figures left of those. So if you want the last few, please be quick. Yeah, I can see now. So $19.99 for the pattern. It covers your sizes from a size 6 to a size 26, but you were saying, Hayley, that with the ease, with the comfort fit of this garment, it's probably going to go up comfortably to a size 28.
I think so, personally. I mean, I've not tried it, but I think, yeah, if you've got a decent fabric, especially like the bamboo that we've got on the show today.
Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. You do need to make this with a jersey because you need that stretch for getting it on and off, for comfort, for drape, for the actual style. But it is a quick, it is an easy pattern, confident beginner.
Absolutely.
Confident beginner. If you've made even the most simple garments or done simple sewing generally, I think you could definitely make this jumpsuit. And so adaptable as well, with and without sleeves. A nice quick make. I've got 4 patterns left, that's all. So once those are gone, that will be it for certainly this week, next week, you know, well, until you come back on with it, basically.
Well, it's a special print because the actual patterns themselves, it's about 2 metres long, the fabric, that, the paper that it's printed on. So, yeah, in the hot weather, it's not easy for my printers to actually
Do I have
get
to join
those.
pattern pieces
No.
together? No, it's all joined.
It's all joined.
So it's like a special big long pattern.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, amazing.
That's
3
another thing
left.
I don't like. If you're paying for a
I'm
pattern,
the same.
then I don't think that we should be having to trace it off and join pieces and things like that. So,
Yeah, no, I do agree.
That's the way that I
agree.
shop. Right, very, very quickly, can I just show you, you know the piece that I did earlier on, which I just did on the sewing machine with the overcast stitch? This is kind of one of the reasons why I would go back and do another seam, because with the overcast stitch, when you're kind of looking at what you're doing, sometimes you miss the lining up of the fabric. So that one kind of rolled back a little bit. So that has resulted in a little bit of a hole appearing
Oh, I can see
in the
that.
seam there. So I would need to go, well, I would do it anyway usually. Sew again to make sure that it comes the other side of that, and that way it has overcast and it's got a straight seam in there as well. So next thing that you would do is you've got your 2 pieces, so your front pieces and your back pieces, right sides together. I'm just going to marry up the shoulder, and the shoulder's very, very short seam that you've got there. So literally just a pin or 2 will hold those in place, and we're just going to go across there.
Yep.
And then you go on to put the actual binding around the neck. So I've just got 1 pin there, so I'm just going to literally just take that to the overlocker. Obviously in between, do your pressing, all the things that we kind of tell you to do. Take that off there so as I don't catch the pin. That's why I love an overlock. It's just so quick. So there we go. So now I have done the shoulder, and this is where you go on to add the binding. Now the binding can be done in a few different ways. In the actual pattern, the way that I detail it is that you take the oops-a-daisy, pop that there like so. Take the binding piece, and you almost make it into a piece of, like you would a seam binding for, quilt binding. So folding the 2 pieces into the middle, and then I would take that and I would use that around the edge like so.
Do you press it, or
I do, yes.
you do? You
yeah.
press it.
So just for speed, I'm kind of showing you there. So I would press that, potentially use the little binding square, the Handmade by Hayley binding square, but I don't think we've got it in stock at the moment.
Okay.
And then I would top stitch through all of those layers, again with a lightning stitch potentially, because you're going to still need that give. So you know I was talking about the give and actually getting into your garment. Let's just do a quick measurement. I've not done this actually. So this one, technically you would stitch the other shoulder together, so it would be a complete piece, but let me just...
You know, for the neckline, can you use a like ready-made binding fabric?
If you wanted to, yeah. As long
Would
as
it need to be stretchy?
Yes, it needs to complement the fabric that you're working with, because
Got
it needs
you.
to kind of stretch it.
Yeah.
I'll show you an alternative way with an overlocker as well. So
Okay.
if I take that and I'm going to stretch out the fabric, so if I take it to there, so the first point we're looking at 14.5 inches. So I'm that's 29 inches. Double that up, you're looking at what, 58 inches. So if those 2 were stitched together, those shoulders, technically you have got 58 inches there to step into your garment. And that is the large size. So if you're going for one of the other sizes larger, then obviously you'll have more of a space. Smaller, then obviously you'd have smaller space. So just to show you, with the right fabric, you have got a great amount of stretch. One of the other ways you can do your binding is to actually do it as one go if you are working with your overlocker. So again, I would take my binding tape, and not my binding tape, my binding from the pattern, and just give it a little bit of a press to get it started. Like so. Okay. And then what I would do is I would offer this up. Now, this is a bit like the V-neck that you've got on the navy blue version that you've got. So what I would do then is, where we've got the V, I would take it a little bit extra, a little bit beyond the shoulder, and I would pin it in the same way. I mean, I'm doing this very, very crudely, so please forgive me. I'll need to kind of unpick this. Let me just pop that in like so. And I'm just going to pin that like so. And then I'm going to pin that a bit further down. So we'll do it a little bit of the way. Whoops. As I say...
Yeah, because you've overlocked this one, haven't you, on
yes,
navy?
and it sits differently.
Yes.
So it is my preferred way of doing it, but it's not that you can't do, I mean, you could do this technique on a sewing machine as well if you wanted to as well. We've got a V there, so do bear in mind, and usually, and you'll see it on the video, I do actually space it out better. I'm not taking it the full length and kind of finding the halfway point and things like that, because usually I would do that to make sure that you're kind of drawing it in a little bit. But for the purposes of television, as the phrase goes,
I suppose it's quite easy to divide up because the front and the back of the garment are exactly the same.
This is it.
So you've got your shoulders, which are halfway.
Exactly.
You've got your centre of your V, which is halfway. So there's your 1, 2, 3, 4 quarters.
Absolutely, and just a little bit overhanging because you stitch the last shoulder seam together. Right, so bearing in mind this is a different way of you actually doing your binding. So I've pinned it in place in the same way. And all I'm going to do is just keep an eye on, if I can, make sure you can still see what I'm doing. I'm just going to stitch through like so. So now what I'm actually doing is I'm allowing it to stitch the binding and attach it to the garment all in one pass. So it's cutting off my seam allowance again. So I've only folded it in half. I've not folded it in the traditional way for a binding. Well, I say traditional.
This is another of those reasons to buy an overlocker, though, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's this being able to do 2 jobs at once.
That's it.
So you're halving your time, but it's not just halving the time, it's the finish you get. If you crave handmade garments that look like they've been made professionally, that are professionally made, it really is one of those key pieces of equipment, isn't it, that can make all the difference.
Right, so there we go. So very quickly, if I show you where we're up to. So I would then just press that, and you can see there I've got a very neat finish there. As you can see there, I'm going to give it a press. Have I got time to give it a quick press?
Yeah, of course you can.
Do you want to show the one that you've got there?
Yeah,
where
yeah,
it's
definitely.
finished?
Yeah, you can go as long as you like. We're, you know, we don't mind about upsetting the next guest.
She's a proper diva.
So here we go. Look, here's that version. So I think it's a really lovely, neat version, actually.
I must
Can you
admit, it
see
is my
this?
preferred choice now because I have an overlocker. And to be honest, that's such a deal price that, yeah.
Yeah, it's really neat. And would be nice and comfy as well against your skin, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. And there's the one that I've just done very crudely. Obviously, when you're at home, you'll have the luxury of time and you get yourself comfortable. And you can see there that I've literally just taken that binding now. And then with the natural stretch, if you're finding the halfway and the quarter points, then you'll find it sitting beautifully. And it just gives a really nice finish, I think, if you can do it with an overlocker.
Yeah, it's very professional. The overlocker, the Husqvarna overlocker that Hayley's using is proving very popular. Now, we haven't got very big quantities of this overlocker at all. We can get some more, but they'll be on extended delivery. So we found that out before the show. But if you want delivery, you know, in the next week, then I would be quick because we haven't got very many. We've got low single figures of the Husqvarna overlocker. And remember, this is the one where you've got that fabric catching box at the front. Then you can also open out the whole front. It's like double doors opening out into the garden, which means that when you're threading your lower loopers on the left-hand side, you've actually got full access to them. You're not trying to do it from behind a sort of closed door, which just makes the whole process much, much easier. Color-coded for easy threading. You're also getting that big pack of 12 overlocker thread spools in white, grey and black, really useful. And that's £49 worth, isn't it, for that thread?
Absolutely, and it's gorgeous thread, Madeira threads.
We love Madeira. We love Madeira. Aero lock thread is fantastic. Soft, easy to use. Brilliant buy. I thought £399 for the overlocker was a special price. That is the regular price. Superb, but you are also getting £49 worth of overlocker thread added in as well. Lots of you have already checked out your baskets. The last few that another one's just checked out. Way more in baskets than we've got available, I'm afraid. Way more. We will have some more that we'll 4 left now. We have got some more that we can do, but they are on extended delivery, and so you would have to wait for them. But we can still get them for you with the overlocker threads. Do we still get the overlocker threads?
Yep.
Okay, brill.
Same deal.
But there are only 4 left now of the overlocker. If you want to get it, grab it now. Okay, I think we're going to say a little break now. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Well, thanks for designing such a gorgeous, wearable pattern, easy, beautiful, and also for showing us the overlocker and the Husqvarna Jade. Now, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to have a bit of a deep dive, aren't we?
We are.
Into the Jade Combi and also the overlocker and see some more amazing features. So don't go anywhere, because after the break, you're going to pay 3 figures, not 4, for that Combi machine. Stick around.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. Do you love sewing and have a great imagination? Do you enjoy giving other crafters inspiration with your makes? We're looking for talented sewists to join the Sewing Street family and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers, live on air. To enter, create a video in landscape, maximum 3 minutes, introducing yourself and either demonstrate a make or show us how to master a challenging sewing technique. Send your video to star@sewingstreet.com with the subject line of searching for a sewing star. You may find your video is too large to send via email, so you can make it smaller by using wetransfer.com. You have until Friday the 6th of September 2024 to send your entries in. The Sewing Street team will then select the best entries to appear on Sewing Street. Keep your eyes peeled here for confirmation on dates. And good luck!
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you ready, my love?
Ish. We're having a very laid-back morning, really, aren't we?
I mean, well, I always think, you know, I love those shows where we're doing great sewing and great work, but it's all chilled and relaxed, because it is meant to be fun, isn't it?
Absolutely, that's why
It
we
is
do
meant
it.
to be fun. And if at home, if you can see we're having fun, then, I mean, like now, we're doing some machine embroidery, we're just sort of standing around having a bit of a
This could be
chat.
the scenario if you've popped round to my house and it's like, oh shit, I'm just stitching something out. Come in the kitchen, we'll have a cup of coffee.
Oh, get the
You could be
kettle on.
stitching out while we're having a conversation, so it doesn't stop you doing other things.
Now, we're about to make a lot of you very, very happy, are we not?
I think so.
Because we've got the Husqvarna combing machine. It should be £1,249, which is 4 figures. And I've already told you earlier on, you're going to pay 3 figures. We can't repeat this. It's 5 split pays. Now, at the moment, these are the split pays. 0% interest, £249.80. Let's call it £250, just for the sake of ease. £250, 5 split pays. That's an amazing price for a combination embroidery and sewing machine.
And you've got software, so you can actually design on your computer too.
You can digitise all of the fonts on your computer and turn them into embroideries. How cool is that? Including like Gothic.
Anything that you download that is a font, true type font on your computer.
Comic Sans?
Yeah.
Papyrus?
We love a Comic Sans.
We love a
and
Comic
also as well,
Sans.
you can actually go to all sorts of different websites where you can download some really funky fonts.
Yeah, you really
and
can.
And actually have them that look all maybe ghostly for Halloween and that kind of like drippy fonts and things like that. All of those you can convert into.
So clever, so clever. Well, you get all of that, and you could be paying £249.80 monthly for 5 months. You get the machine straight away, of course. However, last time that we're going to drop the price. Till stocks last, this is it. Under £1,000, £999 for a combi machine. I cannot believe that.
Is phenomenal. Especially when you consider that the sewing machine kind of aspect of it, you're probably going to be paying in the region of about £600 for that.
Is the fact that the hoop size is this big. This is the thing I can't. This is the size of hoop I'm expecting to get, 10 centimetres, 4 inches. This is the size of embroidery area you actually get.
And that's an A4 sheet, so it kind of puts things into perspective.
Amazing. It's amazing.
Shows you nice and easy, doesn't it?
It's amazing. £999. You really will need to be very, very quick with this. And I'll tell you why, because this is the only time we're doing this price drop. It's 3 figures instead of 4. Look at your split pay now. It was £249.80. You're still paying no interest. You've still got 5, but it's now under £200 on your split pay, £199.80. I am looking at the screen and I am seeing these numbers dwindling over.
So excited for you guys to get this at that price.
It's great. And of course, remember that we're always talking about the embroidery function, how fabulous it is, the size of the hoop, the scope, the software, but we have already seen this amazing machine as a sewing machine as well.
Wonderful when you're working with your stretch fabrics, as we saw in the last hour as well.
Yeah.
Can I add a couple of things? Well, a couple of things. The stock that we've got is it, as you mentioned.
Yeah, it really
you can't
is.
get any more of these at this price. And also, as well, 5-year warranty.
5-year warranty, what, no extra charge?
Nothing.
So 1 year is mandatory. Everything comes with a 1-year warranty. I always think 2 years, and that shows real confidence in the build, but 5 years is normally, well, normally you'd pay what, £100, £150?
Nope.
If you've ever extended a warranty on a freezer or a computer or a washing machine.
Well, anything that you're paying £1,000 for, it's going to cost you a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. No extra charge for a 5-year warranty, under £1,000. Split pays available if you'd like them. No credit checks, no forms to fill in. You don't even have to phone the call centre. Just choose the option and you pay £199.80. Perhaps this is the first time you've ever bought an embroidery machine. This is a chance to upgrade, update your sewing machine at the same time. You get that exclusive software. You also, remember, get a hoop which is going to take you way beyond your expectations. Normally a machine around this price, you're going to get a 4-inch hoop.
That's what you were looking for.
You're going to get a 4-inch hoop, which is this sort of size embroideries. So lovely to do those little motifs, kind of pocket motifs, or something that you build up. Not this. You get this size hoop with your machine.
And you don't have to be, I know it sounds a bit of a daft thing to say, but you don't have to be a sewer doing garments and things like that if you don't want to. You can actually adapt and stitch directly onto garments that are already out there. Now, this is a shirt that I bought. I have to be careful of covering up the label. I think it's a supermarket shirt, to be honest. So this one here, now, I did unpick the pocket because of the size. It's difficult to, well, you can't really kind of embroider a pocket without unpicking it. So I unpicked the pocket and I actually put it into the hoop and stitched directly onto the pocket and then stitched it back in place. So a little bit of sewing if you're wanting to do that. But if you didn't want to put it onto a pocket and you just wanted to put it onto the side of the shirt,
Look at that.
have a look at that. And that is one of the inbuilt designs that you are
Is it
getting.
really?
Yeah.
That's not one you had to buy extra.
No, that's already there.
And that fits inside the hoop
Yep.
for under £1,000. I've got to tell you, I've got a stock warning for you. We are this far away from single figures.
Wow. Shall I show you some of the other things you can do?
Yes, please.
So you can do personalisation, as we touched on. If you are garment making, then why not add your own features? This is actually a cuff.
This is a shacket, isn't it?
This is from the shacket, a cuff.
Yeah.
So when you actually come to cut out your fabric pieces, then why not embroider them before you actually construct them and put them onto your garment? So that is designed to be the cuff. So the sleeve would go into that, and you would have your little fastenings on there, and that would be a decorative detail that you would have on your
That's
cuff.
really nice.
So a
That's
designer
almost
look.
sort of Appalachian or Tyrolean, isn't it? It's got that kind of
Yeah.
mountain look.
And it depends on the colours. You can change
Yeah,
out
I
those
like
colours if you're
that.
wanting to. This one now is the same one that you showed on the shirt a few moments ago. But on this particular piece, what I've done is I've traced out the back yoke and stitched it into the middle. So again, that's another feature to go on the back of the
That's
shirt.
lovely. So if I just put that here, look, how cool does that look?
Have I brushed the back of my hair, Stuart? I
You
forgot to-
certainly have. You look immaculate. You look fabulous. That is terrific, though, isn't it? And like you say, you could work that on a ready-made garment, but if you are a dressmaker or a bag maker, imagine that across something like the flap on a messenger bag or on a pocket.
And you can make and sell what you've made with these designs as well, so there's no issue if you did want to make a bag and actually
Love that.
stitch it. This one is a motif that, again, you're going to get included. It's all part of that kind of range for the one that we just saw. And you can just literally spot these wherever you like on your fabric. So this is a sleeve that's been made to go, again, on that garment. So
Yeah,
you can
I like
do
that.
things like that. So you can use it in all sorts of different ways. Quite often we'll kind of hoop up some fabric and stitch out a design which is lovely, but not necessarily show you in a scenario of how you can use it. So what about a quilt? Now this is a very...
A quilt?
Excuse my quilting on this one. It's up against Stuart and I brought out a quilt.
Don't be daft.
So
That
this
is
one, all of
lovely.
these designs are featuring within the actual designs that you're going to get automatically. So what you can do is you can create them just as a motif, so you don't have to quilt it if you don't want to. So it's just a piece of fabric, so it could go onto a garment. But what you could actually do is hoop it up with your wadding, with your backing.
So the
and
wadding
make-
can go through the machine as well?
Absolutely, all of those, right the way through.
So quilt as you go.
Absolutely, yeah.
But equally, could I hoop an actual quilt? Like if I've laid it up and I've basted it all together and I had, say, like a 6-inch blank block, could I hoop that area and actually quilt that area?
Absolutely, as long as it will go into the hoop. Could you pass me one of the hoops
Yeah,
over
yeah,
as well?
of course.
Because what you've actually got, you've got a spring clip on there, so it will accommodate for if you are working with the lightest of fabric. So I've got a little bit of stabiliser here because I'm working on a piece that's too small to go into a hoop. So all you need to do is you alter the screw fixing that you've got and you'd loosen it off if you've got something that's got kind of like a bulkier feel to it. So if you have got your wadding, that's all that you need to do is loosen that off to accommodate. And you've got a 2-part hoop, so that will release that and you can alter that dependent on how kind of bulky the contents are. But then you've kind of got an innie and an outie that will sit together, and as long as your fabric sits securely between the two of those, then you can stitch them.
That
Whatever
is
size. You probably have to
really
roll your
clever.
quilt up.
Yeah, I was going to say, obviously, you want to support the weight of your quilt, everything would be on your table. But that is so cool. That is so cool.
Embroideries that you might download. These are actually some designs that I brought to the channel in the summer. Fun-loving, summer-loving gnomes. So these are designs that you could actually
these are cute.
use. So they're quite reasonable size, even larger if
No
you wanted to as
way!
well.
Is that
So-
an embroidery?
Yeah.
That's incredible.
So just done onto a little bit of calico, so you can do all sorts of
I love
fabulous
the
things with
flip-flops.
these. You like those?
That's brilliant.
So those are designs that you can kind of purchase from elsewhere and actually put them onto onto your USB and stitch them out in the same way. In the software that you've got, because some people might be thinking about upgrading from another brand machine, well, in the software that you get, which is free alongside it, you can actually take a design in and convert it and save it. So say if you've got a Pez file, a Brother style file, or another brand embroidery file, take it into the software on your computer, and that could be on your PC or on your Mac. You can then convert it into a VP3, which is the kind of the language that the Husqvarna Viking will understand. And then it will take those designs that you've already got, and you're not wasting those, you're not losing those as well. So yeah.
Now that is worth its weight in gold, isn't it? Because it might be that you've had a previous embroidery machine and you've bought designs that are in a particular language, as you call it, which you thought, well, it's incompatible, I can't use them again. You can convert them. You might have friends who've got different embroidery machines. You can share their designs.
Well, as long as it's all within the copyright, then that's not an issue at all.
Cool.
Freestanding lace as well. Use your water-soluble stabiliser and make little lace doilies. There's that design that we looked at a few moments ago. In fact, shall I show you the designs that you get included?
Yes, please.
They're all in this fabulous folder that I've put together here. So,
remember, it's not just an embroidery machine. It's an embroidery machine with a huge hoop, but it's also a sewing machine. It converts into a sewing machine in a matter of moments.
absolutely.
And we'll talk about its sewing capability as well, because I think that's really important.
Now, with regards to this as well, you're going to get a comprehensive guide. So everything that Stuart's mentioned there is absolutely spot on. The hoop is the largest hoop that it will take. Now, what can often happen is, and Husqvarna Viking could have done this, they could have said, oh yeah, it will take a large hoop, but we're going to include the cheaper alternative, which is a 4-inch hoop, and then you've got to buy the others. No, they've given you the largest hoop, but you can purchase additional hoops. So if you want a specifically small hoop for whatever reason, then you can get the smaller ones. But with a little bit of stabilise, you can kind of get around that as well. They're brilliant with regards to their support as well. On YouTube, there's a series of about 7 different videos on the Husqvarna Viking channel, which will take you from everything from a complete novice, never embroidered on a machine before, right the way through to creating all sorts of fabulous things. So I usually have a link for that on my Facebook page.
And that's useful to have, although I must admit that I thought I would have to learn a whole new set of skills in order to use an embroidery machine, and I really didn't. There are a few things that are really fun and cool to learn, but basically, you know, they're transferable skills.
Easy.
Yeah.
Now the guidebook, and it is a book because it's just in one language. So everything that we've got here, things like your regular sewing, we were talking about seaming and overcasting, we were talking about the sewing advisor, basting, all of these things are featured in here, and you can go back and kind of revisit these at any time that you like, and also those kind of like if anything pops up on the screen and you're not too sure about it, how to do a little bit of maintenance, cleaning your machine, and general problems I've mentioned in the back there. I'm also regularly here at Sewing Street and Hobby Maker, and I'm out there on social media, so if you've got any questions, just message me and I will try and help you. If I'm not available or I don't know the answer, then do contact the Husqvarna Viking team. They're UK based and they'll be able to help you. But designs.
Oh yeah.
Feast your eyes on these, because you will get a little USB stick. Now I don't know if I've got one handy to show you because it's actually plugged in the machine, so I don't want to take it out. Oh, and those are my roots. So you've got the book. Now in the book you have got a whole range of different styles of embroideries. So what you've actually got is a variety of different kind of styles, so some larger styles, smaller styles. Everything is detailed size-wise, and also it's giving you some suggestions of what threads that you use. The machine itself will tell you when you need to change threads, but you don't have to have those colour options. You could do like a blue version or a yellow version.
Yeah, it'd be lovely.
Loads of projects also on the Husqvarna Viking website that you can have a little look at. This one here has been stitched out on a little bit of water-soluble stabiliser. So when you actually wash that away, you end up with a lovely lace doily.
But equally, that would look gorgeous stitched on a quilt as like an alternate block in plain fabric, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and when it actually stitches out, if you do it as a stabiliser, in fact, I think it's the one in the little
Yeah,
bit,
you've got this one
it's
here.
almost like a little crochet type feel to it.
Isn't that cool? Haha.
Is that
Isn't
sweet?
that fab?
I love that, and that's just stitched out and washed away, that stabiliser.
Absolutely beautiful.
So you've got in excess of 70 designs. Now this is something that's called stitched in the hoop. So this little purse...
So is that like a applique in the
I
hoop?
don't know if you've got it over there.
I don't think I have got the purse.
Little pink
oh, wait a minute,
purse.
wait a minute.
Oh, no, it's not that one. I don't know what I've done. There's a lot of... Oh, I've got one. I've got one here. So this... It's all here just somewhere. So this is actually that project that I've just shown you. So this is what's called in the hoop. So everything is done with regards to the final kind of stitching around to make it into a purse is done in the hoop. So here you will literally create that piece, including putting the zip in place. You would fold it in half, right sides together, and then stitch it, and then you finish. And that's all done in the hoop. So the first stage is you would hoop it up. You've got all your instructions. Tells you about how to put the zip in place. It will put down some little marking stitches to show you where your zip needs to go. Then you place your zip. It will stitch your zip, does all the four sides of your zip, and then it will tell you to fold, put your fabric over on one side, and it's all there.
That's really clever. I love that.
And in the hoop designs are brilliant. You can get loads of those when you go shopping for them.
Oh, they're useful.
Now there, look at those.
Oh, really cute.
They
really
could go
cute.
on little kind of, I think these are embroidery hoops, cushions, things
Will you
like
show
that.
some of the endless designs? Because I love
now
these.
the endless designs. You've
These
got.
are so clever.
So these are done. You can get a different hoop, which is called an endless hoop, and it almost opens up like a book would open, and you move your fabric through. So that means you could literally make meters and meters of these as lace. And in fact, where is it?
They're
you
really
carry on
clever.
talking, Stuart. I'll be back in a second.
There's also as well, do you remember seeing this at the front? The cathedral window. Well, this is also, this one here, this is also an endless design. So, this right here, so it actually sews it in, doesn't it?
Right at the front, I
Is
think,
it right
yeah.
at the very front? I thought it was. It's ever so clever. Look at these. Oh, there it is.
There you go. So you make your own lace.
That is so cute.
Jewellery. Did you see the earrings?
Though, oh my goodness, wow, look at that. Like, almost like lace jewellery.
That's it. So again, the wash away stabiliser, which I'm sure
But then
we'll
you
have
can
on the
add
website.
beads and...
Absolutely.
It's so
There's
clever.
applique designs in there, quilt block designs, thread velvet designs, little designs and larger designs. So that's the one that's stitching out in the hoop at the moment, but then you've got complementary ones to work with that.
Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, the ways you can use these in conjunction with quilting and with patchwork, I mean, it's just endless. Here's almost cross-stitch-like designs.
Got a very Nordic feel, hasn't it?
Yeah,
that one?
and I love, Hayley, I love doing applique in the hoop, where you're actually using a combination of fabric and embroidery stitches, not just to hold the appliques down, but also to add things like faces, details, features, but everything is done in the hoop. So it just, I mean, it looks so professional.
Absolutely.
Absolutely delightful. And then do we also get fonts
Now
and
you have
alphabets?
actually got alphabets in 3 different sizes built into the machine,
Yeah.
so you can literally access these without the need for a computer at all. But what you can do is convert fonts. So where we've got the little pencil case that said Molly.
Yeah.
So that is
Excuse me,
where
I do
you're
just need
making
to
your
let
own
you know
designs.
that way oversubscribed.
Oh.
The machine's way oversubscribed. There's loads of you have been checking out, but we've got way more in baskets than we've actually got stock of. We can't get more stock. What we have is it. It's £999. We've never done it at 3 figures before. This is your one chance. We shouldn't really be doing this. It's a 5-year warranty, no extra money involved in that. 5-year extended warranty. We offer 5 split pays if you'd like. Each split pay is under £200. Honestly, Hayley, you are spoiling us rotten.
Well, I'm a little bit envious of you with getting that price because not everybody's been able to take advantage of it, to be fair. So, yeah, grab it while you can because it literally is your last opportunity to do
Yeah,
so.
it is.
Now, I'm just trying to fire up my computer. I think it's doing its thing. So, I'm going to show you the software that is included. I just need to make sure that I don't bash the hoop at the same time because this opens up the opportunity. So, while it's stitching out a design, you could have... Oh, look away while I put my password.
Oh, okay. Look away, look away.
Oh, no, it's not there yet. Hold on. There we go.
I'll try and distract you.
Right. So what you
We're
actually
in,
have,
we're in.
we're in. Now let's get rid of all of these. There we go. So when you actually load this on, I'm working on a Windows PC, but you can put it onto a Mac as well. But a lot of people are using Windows, which is why I'm showing you this way. You'll have everything on a Mac if you are working with a Mac. It just might be in a different place as well. And this is free.
Software's free. It's all included.
Now let me just make
Now, at the moment, yeah,
Absolutely.
it's a bit of a special, isn't it?
That's right. So I have got my hoop area and I've got it set up for the hoop that comes with this machine. So I've got a nice open area there. If I want to do something that was landscape, then I could actually do that as well. So I can rotate that so it puts it that way around if we're wanting to as well. So you can play around with that. And you've got, no, I'm not giving you any passwords. Go away, we're not talking about that today. We've got different size hoops. So just check, because some hoops are larger than the one that you're getting. They aren't compatible. So you can actually do a little bit of research and get some smaller hoops if you're wanting to. So you can bring in designs. So I just need to go in and make sure I've got the, let's bring in a design that we've got from, maybe from the actual USB. So let's go back to the desktop and let's go for the Jade USB. So when you actually put the USB into the machine, it will have two different sections, designs and fonts. So the machine itself, the embroidery machine, can read those itself, but what we can do is actually incorporate the designs that you've got that I just showed you in that book. So let's go to design number 43, and this is the one that's actually stitching out at the moment. So I can bring that into my embroidery hoop, and you can see there, I've got it sitting there ready to stitch out. Now I can resize this if I want to. You can resize on pretty much any embroidery machine, but quite often what will happen is you will find that it's the same number of stitches when you're actually working with it. So for instance, this particular design has got roughly 20,500 stitches. If I was to resize that and make it smaller, you will see it's still got 20,500 stitches, exactly the same number of stitches. Well, you can imagine if they're actually put into a smaller area, they're going to be condensed down. So you're going to have lots of stitches in the same quantity in a much smaller area.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a bad thing, because you'll end up that you'll find that it's over-stitching and it's going too much into the same area. Now, where's my favourite button? Undo. So let's go back to the same size. Now, if I did want to resize it and I want it to kind of accommodate for the resizing, and I just change, it's been persistent, isn't it, that cloud? All I need to do is click on resize, and what this will do is actually accommodate for the size and the quantity of stitches. So if I bring it down to a similar sort of size, so say about that big, which is roughly where it was, and then I look at the stitch content, it's half the number of stitches.
Ah, how
because
clever.
It's made it much smaller. So go away. So it is literally accommodating for that.
Yeah, not me go away.
Not you go away,
No.
Stuart. Now, what you can also do with this as well, I've not used this for a little while, which is why it's trying to give me all the different updates. As Stuart said, you can incorporate your own fonts.
Hayley,
Now,
can I just ask, you just sort of picked that up and moved that embroidery around just by picking up with your mouse and moving. Is that how easy it is to reposition the design on the hoop?
Absolutely.
Isn't this software user-friendly? For somebody like me, who's an absolute technophobe, and you only have to mention software, and I'm like, oh, thank you. You mentioned software, and I need a hard drink. That is so user-friendly. That looks so easy.
well, you can use loads of different features. So there's a little kind of wheel on the side. You can use that to rotate your design. If you're wanting to, you've got little triangles that will allow you to flip the design as well. So if I wanted to do, say, a mirror version of this, then I could do. So I can just literally get that back to where it was, pretty much so. I can just right-click, and then I can duplicate that. Drag that one over. And I know I'm doing this at a rate of knots. Don't be frightened by it, because you'll have all the time in the world.
Yeah.
Click on that little arrow on the side. I'll put them a bit close together, so let me just move that one out of the way. Click on that little arrow, and you'll see it kind of gives you a double-headed arrow. Click on there, and it will flip it over. So now I could have that at the top there. I could have that at the top there.
Oh, no way. Could we do 4?
Absolutely.
Oh, my
So what you can do is you
goodness.
can actually select everything. So if I select both of those, I'm sorry about these pop-ups that keep going on. You can tell I usually use my Mac, can't you? So I've got 2 designs. So I can do like I think it's Alt and A. Is it Alt and A? No, I can't remember. So basically, if I just draw a box around everything, let me select all. There we go, let's use that there. I use alignment. Now, what I can actually do is, where am I? Well, I can't remember how to do it now, but let's just eyeball it. We'll just do it roughly at the same size there. Now, it might be very slightly too big for the hoop, but we'll say, you can see a little bit of vibration because of the stitching out, but yeah, that's the machine, that's not me. So we've got both of those. So now I could duplicate those. So select all, then I can right click, duplicate, and that will give me another 2. And then the exact same button that I used earlier, I can flip those. You can actually group it together so they'd all kind of flip in one rotation, or one go, should I say. But there you go. So now I have created my own design that wasn't there before.
Wow, that, and imagine that for something like, I don't know, like a tray cloth or the centre of a quilt even, or a pillow. That's absolutely fantastic. I really like that.
So let's take a couple of those designs out, because
What
it's
a
just
cool feature.
Just as simple as selecting and then pressing delete on your keypad. So let's have a look at the fonts, because what you can actually do is turn your fonts into embroidery designs. So for instance, there's loads that you'll see that are greyed out, and you can upgrade the software to get all these different features, but the ones that are in colour are ones that are available to you. Now these ones that I've got here are created using fonts on my computer. Last time we worked together, we did the Stuart's font. We've done a John font. Let's do a completely new one.
Oh, okay,
so
cool.
if we go into Font Manager, get rid of that again, go away. I have got all the different fonts that are inbuilt here. So what I can do is actually use Quick Font. Now Quick Font is this little Q and F button. Click on there and it will go off and it will find all of the fonts that I've got installed on my computer. So if I click on the drop down here, it will show all the different fonts that I've got. Now this will be different on your computer to mine because you'll have downloaded different ones, but these are all available. Now some of them digitize better than others, depends on how bulky they are, how skinny they are, but one of my favourites to go for is VAG Rounded. And VAG Rounded is a nice one, especially if you're doing schoolwork, because of the style of the letter A, which is very good for the younger children. You've got different variations, so you could make it bold, you could make it italic, you could make it bold and italic if you wanted to. And you basically get a little bit of a preview as you're working through these to give you an idea of what they look like. Now, I don't know whether you'll be able to pick up, but at the moment, you've kind of got like a diagonal
It's all like a
design.
diagonal line. Is that the direction of the stitches?
It is, and it's actually putting almost like a corduroy effect to that.
Yeah.
So I know Bruce, bless him, oh, he's good. Look at that.
He's really good, isn't he?
He's
That
got
looks
right in there to
fab.
show you. But you can actually change that, because just next to the donut, you've got your pattern fill,
Oh, it
which
says
is what we've
pattern
got.
fill, yeah.
We could make that into a pattern fill with a satin border if we wanted to. So it will change it. So now I've got a satin border.
Could we do that 2 different colours?
Yes, if you wanted
Nice.
to. It could be that I want to make it applique. So now it will convert it into an applique.
So that would be like where you've done this here.
Yeah.
I'll just bring that into screen for a second. Where it actually, this is what I was talking about, applique in the hoop. It'll stitch the fabric down and then stitch around the outside edge.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So you can do it as that. You can also, as well, change that fill stitch that is there. So you could just do it as an outline if you wanted to. Maybe you want to do a bit of raw edge applique or something like that. Then you could do with that too. But one of my favourite features is when you go for pattern fill, which is where we were to start with. Obviously, it was set up with that diagonal line in there, but we've got loads of different options. So if we go into our stitch options, here we have got a wealth of different fills. Now, you ready for this?
Yeah. Oh,
All
wow.
of these are
Oh,
fills.
wow.
So if I didn't want it to be the kind of the stripes, it might be that I want it to be like a basket weave. So I can click on there, click on OK, and then the diagonal will become a basket weave.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
And
So you get that real textured look.
See, that price I think is worth it for the software,
So
to be
do
fair.
I.
Again, it could be that I wanted to change it, and because we've got a nice open font, which is why I like this particular font.
Oh
it might
wow,
be that
these are really
I'd
cool,
put smiley
Hayley.
faces in there, or hearts, or there's all sorts you could choose. I've got little dogs, I've got little cats, there could be fish in there. There's all sorts. Absolutely loads and loads of different designs, dependent on the result that you're wanting to get.
It's almost like a knitting pattern, like
It
knitting
is,
stitches,
yes,
aren't they?
absolutely,
Very, very cool.
There you go. So all of these you've got in there. You've got your traditional fill stitch as well. So if you are doing a character,
Yeah.
and it's just gone boring.
Balloons.
And it is when you're looking at all of these
Balloons.
decorative ones, yeah. So it could be that you wanted, I don't know, hot air balloons. So if you click on hot air balloons, we can actually change the angle and the size of these as well. So if we wanted it to be at more of an angle, then you can change the angle of those as well, and that will kind of affect the way that it's appearing.
Yeah.
It doesn't change your preview there, but when you click on OK, then the design in there will be on the diagonal.
I see. That's actually a really nice feature, isn't it?
Especially if you've got like a hot air balloon fabric.
Yeah.
Because it's complementing it.
Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous. Remember that the software that comes with your Jade Combi machine is very special, very exclusive, and actually very, very limited to these machines that we have available right now. That price as well, under £1,000. Let's remember that the original price is £1,249. We're on single figures. You're paying three figures, £999. Your split pay goes from £249.80 to £199.80. That's a whopping saving on your price. £49 per split pay. It's incredible. It's a sewing machine and an embroidery machine, and let's not forget the size of the hoop. It's basically sort of just about A4, isn't it?
Absolutely,
Yeah. More in baskets than I've got, way more. If I've got other embroidery machines, say from my brother, if I've got something for a different embroidery machine, what do I do? I can't use them anymore.
So you'll take your design and you need to get it onto your computer. So sometimes you can do it wirelessly. I use a good old-fashioned USB stick. So just pop the USB stick in the side, and then it will allow you to locate the designs that you're wanting to convert. Open them up in the software, because it will read all the different kind of variations, multi-brand. And then when you export it, which is just up in the top left-hand corner, you'll come to File and Export, and then it is a case of that you just literally will just save it as a VP3, which you're going to be working with. I haven't got a design in the area, which is why it's not showing you how to convert it. But yes, so...
but you just say save it as a VP3 instead.
Yeah, export it as a VP3. It needs to be exported. So anything you're working on and you're not finished with it, it's your kind of working title, if you were, then use it as a save as. But then when it is a case of that you're finished and you are ready to load it on your machine, you export it, and it kind of ties it into a design and locks everything in.
That's really fab though, isn't it? Because it means that if you have got designs that you've bought in the past that you think are redundant, they're not redundant anymore. I also love the fact that you can realistically use almost any computer font that you've got, convert it into a form that you can embroider, and I mean the sky's the limit. I personally, for me, the real power of an embroidery machine is lettering,
Absolutely.
words, personalisation.
Exactly that. And then it's going back to school, maybe you're wanting to personalise pencil cases and things like that. So I've now got an empty hoop, so I'm ready to put a little design in there.
Oh, ace.
So I've actually gone into the fonts at the top there. So I've chosen one of the inbuilt fonts, and you've got a box here where you would literally just type in whatever it is that you want your design to say. So I've just put Stuart's in there because I'm going to put something else to go in an opposite direction. So you can either have it going in a straightforward left to right formation, you can have it vertical.
Are we going to ask for suggestions? Is it Stuart's as in Stuart is, and then you send in a suggestion for the next word?
We'll go fastest finger first. So if you want to send a message in, we'll pop that into the design. Keep it clean. So we've got two arcs now. So we've got the arc where it's going across the top, and we've got the arc that is going underneath. So I'm going to go on the overhead arc to start with. So click on there and then just click on apply. Now I can alter the size of the lettering as well if I'm wanting to as well. So just put that like so, and I can just literally just open it up and close it down if I'm wanting to. So you can make it into smaller than you can do. then you can just literally just rotate it round. So you could have that starting on the side there. It could be going round onto the side there like so. It could be just sitting in the middle if you're wanting it to. So that's where we're going to go for Stuart's. It could be that I'm making it a larger letter if I'm wanting to, but not on this occasion. Go away. So we've created our Stuart's, and rather than it being on a straight line, it's on an arc. Now I might want to put Stuart's. What are we putting in there then, Stuart? I was going to say pencil case or pencils or something like that, but it could be anything.
Stuart's pens.
Pens, there we go. So there we go, pens.
Stuart's pens.
We're going to have that going the other way around. So again, you've got Stuart's on the top, we've got apply, and then it's literally a case that we can pop that and change that circle to whatever size we want it to be.
Oh, that's
and again,
cool.
move it round like so, and move it round like so. Now we've actually got... That's just reminding me, in the actual design folder, Stuart, there is a design that has got pencils on it.
Let me find it.
See if you can
have a little
find it
flick.
for me. Let me
Yep.
just pull this out, because our design...
This is all built, remember.
Sorry,
You're not having to buy anything extra in order to do this. You've so many different designs to play
towards
with.
the back, I think.
Is
was,
it?
with
Okay.
the little motifs in there. So now I've actually put... Actually, I didn't need to put the USB in because I've got them already loaded. So I'm going to put that back into the machine, actually, while I think about it. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to retrieve a design. So let me put my mouse back in.
Is it this one here with the...
There we go, yeah, that'll
Yeah,
do.
that's
That'll
really
do.
nice. I like that.
I knew there was some sort of pencils or something along those lines. Right, so let's go rid of that. So
Design
if we go up to
69.
the top, we can go to insert, and this is where we can bring designs in. So this is where you'd go and find your design if it was a different brand. So you find out wherever it is stored. Now this is design number 69, did you say? So
Yep.
let's go back in to the designs. Find number 69, which is going to be between 61 and 70. Design number 69. And then I'm going to click on open. So that will allow me to actually bring it into my work area. She says, I've probably got 3 of them now because I've pressed it. I'm a bit of a multi-clicker when it comes to bringing a design in. Cancel, go away. Right, I think that will have brought it in. There it is.
There it is.
Patience is a virtue, Hayley. Now, we're going to resize it. I automatically try to... Well, in fact, no, we'll resize the lettering, I think, in fact, because it's a nice size. So we've got Stuart's there, so I can position that wherever I want to, and I can bring that down. It might be that I think that design is a little bit too big. So if you can't actually select the design, just press the tab, and the tab will take you through the series of the different designs that you've got till you get to the one that you're wanting to alter. I'm going to resize it.
Because you've got layers of design there now, haven't you?
You have. You can lock off that design so the dimensions are correct, and then you can literally just work your way through and find the different elements. So that's the pens. So there you go. So that could be something that I'm actually stitching out. I would save that, export
Could be your
it.
will.
Yeah, and then put it onto the machine.
That looks really nice. Hayley, I would love that to put on a pencil case.
You can have that if you want to.
Can we? I'd love to do that. That's great. It's really clever, isn't it?
But
Lots of
equally-
kids did go back to school today, didn't
Absolutely.
they?
But equally so, I don't want that to bamboozle you.
No, quite.
Because I know some people were looking at it and thinking, oh my goodness, that's so much to take in. This is further down that route.
Yeah.
If you have just got started with your embroidery, then you can do lots of things just using the designs on that USB stick and selecting them on the machine, bringing them up and stitching them out.
Well, I was going to say, the school bag with the pencils is lovely. Just stitch that out, you know. When you feel confident just stitching a design out, then you can start bringing in other elements, can't you? That's your next step.
That's it. Don't go as far as you want to start with.
If the Husqvarna Jade combi machine is your next step, don't leave it too late. I would hate you to miss out. Remember, you're getting a lot of versatility here. It's a combination embroidery machine and a sewing machine all in one from that great name of Husqvarna. You've got a huge hoop, normally with these budget-friendly machines, we would expect a 4-inch square. That would be our embroidery size, this 4-inch square hoop, and that would be the maximum size for your embroidery. This is the maximum size for your embroidery. It is absolutely huge. 6 inches by 9.5 inches. That's your embroidery area. Instead of 4 inches by 4 inches, 6 by 9.5. Huge. Now, you're also getting a huge number of embroidery designs included on your machine, including some beautiful quilting motifs, applique motifs. You've got those endless motifs as well. The lace, the cathedral window, you've got florals, you've got seasonals, but also, of course, there are thousands and thousands of designs that you can buy or get for free on the internet, stick on a USB stick and pop it into your machine and away you go. Now you've also got 3 fonts in your machine, but you've got software that allows you to convert literally just about any font that you can either have on your computer or download.
Absolutely.
'Cause you can buy fonts, can't you?
Can indeed, yeah.
I love the idea of doing one with drippy letters.
Well, things like Halloween and stuff like that. We could
Yeah.
change it. You could have it in red for Halloween and drippy blood, but then it could be brown for chocolate. if you wanted to.
I
There's
like
loads of
that,
different ways.
yeah.
I've just flipped the hoop over. That is the telltale sign of a good stitch out when you look at the reverse. Because look at that, that is beautifully stitched. Okay, I hadn't positioned my stabiliser particularly well, but that is a beautiful stitch out on the back, which obviously is going to support those gorgeous stitches.
It looks amazing done in variegated thread. I mean, the chances of just taking one design, you know, you stitch it in a solid colour, almost a tone on tone, so a slight different shade of blue, or even the same shade of blue on that blue background fabric is one look. A contrast colour is a different look. A could we embroider with metallic?
yeah.
That's a different look. Variegated. This is just one design in different ways. If you do dressmaking, bag making, personalisation, memory bears, I mean, just think of how you can expand your possibilities with a machine that's going to sew your projects and embroider your projects and personalise them, all for under £1,000. Wow.
Amazing.
Wow.
Shall I show you
And
how
gobsmacked.
quickly you can pack it away at the end of the day as well?
Yes, please.
So at the moment we've got it set up as in embroidery mode. So you've got the arm attached. So the arm is where you would attach the hoop, and you saw the machine stitching out earlier on. Now if I want to change it and take it back to sewing mode, couldn't be simpler. All you need to do is you lean forward and let me bring it in a little bit closer. Underneath you've got like a little catch. So you just literally hold onto the catch and you slide that off. Now, as I slide it off, you will notice that the screen will change because the machine will automatically recognise that you're coming out of embroidery mode and you're going into sewing mode. So that is where you would potentially just have your little accessory box.
Is it as simple as that?
As simple as that. So now we are in sewing mode. So I've not got it set up because I've actually got my embroidery foot on there as well. So when you finish sewing all together, you have got your big accessory box. Now this accessory box is where you put all sorts. You can put your pedal in there, you can put your cable in there. You can be a bit more organised than me. I've just literally thrown everything in.
Well, that's more realistic, I
But
think.
that's how we do it, isn't it?
That's how I live.
And then it is literally a case of that you would slide that in.
Look.
You've got a locking system on the other side, which I can show you in just a few moments. And there you go. That, actually, you do it the other way around. You pull that down, there you go, and then lock it off. So even if you
That's
don't have a
amazing.
dedicated space for sewing, then that could be literally in the corner of your dining room, and it's not too intrusive.
This is a hard case, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Isn't that clever? I mean, that blows me away.
Genius, isn't it?
Out of all the, you know, I mean, I love different things about different brands and machines, but that is just a knockout. It's an absolute
so easy.
knockout.
Plenty of room in there. That's that locking switch there. So you just basically put that so as it goes into locking mode. When you're ready to do your embroidery again, you just literally dismantle it. You have got these areas.
You've got a carry handle.
The carry handle's built in.
Oh, amazing.
Built into the machine. Good solid one as well.
The other thing as
and-
well is you're not carrying extra weight.
Yeah.
Normally with a hard case, it's extra weight that you're putting on your machine that you don't need for anything other than the fact that it is the cover. But your hard case is also your accessory box. I can't believe you can get the foot pedal in there and your cable.
And also as well, it's not what I call one of the grippy handles, you know, where you've got like a
Right.
recess and
Your
you feel as
fingers
if
could
it's sliding
slip
out
off.
of. So let's turn this off and let's show you. If I'd finished my sewing for the day, I would take the power cable.
Does that ever happen, Hayley?
Not really, no.
Have you ever got up out of bed and gone back and finished something?
Oh,
I
yeah.
have.
Yeah. So I've got my power cable, so that is going to go in. I haven't got my foot pedal because it's over on the other machine, but it will actually fit in there as well. And then literally just pop that in there. You've got everything relating to the machine all in there. You're not going to lose anything. Lock it in and off you go.
Yeah, fabulous. Now, for those that want to know this information, what's the weight of the jade combi?
Oh my goodness, I have
Oh,
no
we'll
idea.
find out. We'll find
It
out.
might be in the
Because it's
book.
one of those important things, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll have a look for you.
And also as well, we'll talk about the sort of foot package that you get, because this is a fabulous sewing machine as well as a fabulous, fabulous embroidery machine with a 6 by 9.5 inch. Yes, 6 inch by 9.5 inch hoop. That really is knocking my socks off. We're single figures on this machine. Remember, you should be paying almost £1,250, £1,249. Your split pays should be £249.80. You get a 5-year warranty on this machine. You get embroidery and sewing function, and amazing at both, for under £1,000. Your split pay now, £199.80. Weight-wise, we're at 9 kilograms.
That's it. I didn't even know that information was in there. So it shows how comprehensive that they are. So I've gone into the brochure that comes with it. Well, it's not a brochure, it's a book, literally, with everything in there. So this is where you will be able to see kind of all the feet that are included and what the different feet do. So you've got all of that detailed there. You've also got all of the kind of stitches, and which is a recommendation, what they look like, because it is comprehensive sewing machine as well. But on the back page there, you have got your technical data there. So the weight, 9 kilograms, the length, the height, you can see there, not too big, it's less than 50 centimetres, which I think is brilliant for the amount of capability that you've got of this. So,
yeah, for sure.
There you go. So you need
and
that
also as
information
well,
there.
Hayley, the weight of it, that is equivalent to, you know, a sewing machine of its size, another sewing. But the fact that this is also your embroidery machine, I think that's absolutely amazing. And obviously, you do need to, if you are taking it for embroidery, you will have this carriage to take with you as
Yes,
well.
yeah.
But I mean, I just think
The
that's
actual
fantastic.
picking up the machine itself,
Yeah.
9 kilograms.
Yeah,
And as I say, it's just a brilliant machine. I was involved with the launch of this when I used to work with Husqvarna Viking as one of their sales educators. So my job was then to go around the country to all the sewing machine shops and explain how to use the machine, explain to end users, customers just like you, how to get the most out of it. And also, this is my preferred embroidery machine, and I have the opportunity.
Really? But why?
Because it's just so easy, and the style of stitch is just brilliant. The quality is incredible, as you saw with that design that we just stitched out. What's not to love about that?
I know, that's lovely.
There are other machines, embroidery machines that I could go to that have got a larger hoop, but to be honest, they need a larger footprint as well. Space is a premium in
Well, I was
my
going to say,
crafting hobby.
they'd be dedicated, you can't take it anywhere machine.
Exactly.
Wouldn't they? You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
if you want a machine that does embroidery and sewing, and that you can take to workshops and classes, take round to friends, do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Then you want something that has the kind of perfect combination.
Absolutely, and I mean, you saw this was stitched out during the course of the show. A variegated thread, a single colour design in theory, but the variegated thread gives it interest, and then literally you can just set it up and let it go. Or you can get creative. Get your applique fonts in place with these. Using that, creating that design yourself, then you can go on and sell it. Or then it could be a case that you're incorporating some of the designs that are on the
gorgeous.
USB. This is a project, I think it's
That's
still available
gorgeous.
on the Husqvarna Viking website, where you're making your own lace that you're then making into the little owl's chest. Maybe for the first time ever, you'll have a go at created in the hoop projects.
I can't believe that. I can't believe that the
Gorgeous,
zip
isn't it?
is sewn in by the embroidery machine while it's in the hoop. It's wild.
And then you've got things like your quilt blocks you could be creating, adding decorative detail to clothing that you've already made, adding decorative detail to fabrics that you've got as well. I don't know where the fabric pieces work. There you go. So there you go. We've got the shacket coming up in the next show. That is the cuff. So the cuff piece, I've created that. It's larger than the actual cuff piece, so as I can cut the pattern piece out of it, but I've added a little bit of embroidery. It could be that the poppet sits in the centre there.
Yeah. Well, like this as well, where you've turned a piece of regular denim into a piece of embroidered denim, which, remember, is going to be completely unique. So if you want to make your brand instantly recognisable. It might be that you specialise in bags made out of embroidered denim, each one unique, each one kind of seasonal with colours, or matching sets so you can get like a messenger bag, a clutch bag, a makeup bag and a purse, all with the same colours and embroideries. I mean, imagine if you make and sell how the impact of having that USP, that unique selling point.
Absolutely, and think about the logistics as well.
Yeah.
Stuart said there, if you're making bags and you want to do a purple one, a pink one, a blue one, you have got 3 different types of fabric that you have to keep in stock. If you can use something that's uniform across all 3 with that denim and then just change the colour of the threads, that means that you've not got to invest as much, you're just changing
That's
your
a really
threads.
good point.
And people can order those depending on the colour of the flower that they want.
Of course, that
Things
little
like that.
drop-down menu. Which colour would you like? It's really clever. We've got a slide actually showing you all the different sort of accessories that come with your Husqvarna Jade Combi machine. It really is one machine that does it all.
Honestly, just you'll need to get somebody to do your housework, to get your ironing done for you as well, because literally you will be having so much fun with this machine, but not just now, for the future as well. And don't forget, it has got a 5-year warranty with this as well. So yeah, brilliant. And that price that we've got, phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal.
I was just going to say, Hayley, I would encourage you at home. We're way, way, way oversubscribed, excuse me, on the remaining stock that we have now. I would encourage you, I'm sure, Hayley, you would agree with this, have a look elsewhere.
Absolutely.
Compare the prices. Remember, you're getting your combi machine, a 5-year warranty, £999, 3 figures from us today. 5 split pays available as well. £199.80 is your first split pay. You don't have to make all the payments before you get the machine. You make the first one. You're still only paying £4.95 postage. It's a flat rate all day, and you can get the machine out. But do compare the prices. We're confident. We are confident.
Absolutely. And if you go off and have a look to see what kind of embroidery machine you can get for that price, let's call it £1,000, you potentially will find an embroidery only machine. You might have some change out of that £1,000, to be fair, but you'll only be able to stitch out a 4-inch square. It's 100 mil square, that particular area. But the lighter area is the area that you can actually stitch out. For perspective, that is an A4 sheet of paper. So you can see not far off, an A4 sheet is the area that you are able to actually stitch out in. So what that means is you can create large designs like so, which could go into a quilt. Equally so, it could go onto the back of a garment, like the yoke piece that
I was
going to
say, and when you see the piece of paper, you think, well, that's pretty large, but on a garment. But then when I actually place this on Hayley, it sort of really puts it into perspective, the sort of impact that you're getting there. I think it's superb. Lovely message from Yvonne in West Midlands. She says, hello both. I'm so excited to have bought this lovely machine. But I'm now wondering about the best cottons or the best threads to use. Do you have any suggestions, please? It's a great question.
Depends on the kind of results that you want to get, because the Jade 35 will cope with all of them. Well, all the ones I've tried, should I say. I haven't tried every single thread that's out there. But what kind of result do you want to get? Things like rayon threads are beautiful if you want to get that sheen. If you want to get a little bit of a shine to your results, then those are gorgeous. And I know there's loads of rayon threads on the website.
Can you use like a matte cotton?
You can indeed, yeah. You can use cotton. Quite often people, when they're doing things like their
Quilting, yes.
Will just use that because that's very in keeping with the style. So if you wanted to just use a matte thread, then you can do.
So if it was something like an Egyptian cotton, because I've got some lovely Egyptian cottons, like King Tut, something like that, that's going to... Yeah, so I think often the misconception is if it's an embroidery machine, you have to use those kind of, mini king cones of embroidery thread, but you don't.
You don't. You can use any thread that you like. What I would always say, and that's for whatever type of sewing machine that you're going to be doing, you can literally just use any thread that you like. Just make sure that you've got the right needle to accommodate. So
and what needle do we need?
If you're going down the metallic route, then obviously a metallic needle because of the construction of metallic. It's going to be one of those situations that, just make sure that is the right way. You can still play around with things things like your tension. So if you're finding that your combination of your fabrics and your threads isn't what you would like, then you can play around with the tensions. Nothing is set in stone. That's the beauty of it.
And what's going on underneath? What about that bobbin thread? Do we
Oh,
match
yes.
the threads, or
Yeah.
is it something special?
Depends. I don't tend to, unless I'm doing something like the freestanding lace. So again, if it's something that you're going to be creating that you're going to see the underside of it, like something like a freestanding lace piece, then you could do. This one hasn't. This has just got another bobbin fillet in there. But to be honest, if it was something that was freestanding, maybe a decoration on a tree or something like that, then I would use the same thread top and bottom. Otherwise, I would use just a regular bobbin fill with regards to that. Stabiliser is something that you need to consider as well, because that's going to stabilise the stitch content. Tearaway is a really good one to go for. You've got your specialist ones like your water soluble that I spoke of. I vaguely remember there being a multi-pack on the website.
We have got a multi-pack, and I think it's got maybe 12 or 14 different stabilisers in it.
Yeah.
So it's a really nice sort of, it's a bit of a kind of education pack, because you get an information card in there as well about what each kind of interfacing is for, kind of demystifies everything. So have a little look for that on the website.
I made a bit of a mess, Stuart, I'm not going to lie.
Do you know what? I do not care, because you have given us so much information, so much food for thought. But here's a thought. There are way over 20 of you with this fabulous machine in your baskets. I've got a handful left. I've got low single figures. Please check out your baskets during the break, and don't miss out on this once only opportunity to get this machine for under £1,000. You're sticking around, aren't you?
I
'Cause
am,
we're gonna
yeah.
do an autumn shacket.
I love it.
I can't wait. I'll see you after this. We'll see you after this.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Do you love sewing and have a great imagination? Do you enjoy giving other crafters inspiration with your makes? We're looking for talented sewists to join the Sewing Street family and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers, live on air. To enter, create a video in landscape, maximum 3 minutes, introducing yourself and either demonstrate a make or show us how to master a challenging sewing technique. Send your video to star@sewingstreet.com with the subject line of searching for a sewing star. You may find your video is too large to send via email, so you can make it smaller by using wetransfer.com. You have until Friday the 6th of September 2024 to send your entries in. The Sewing Street team will then select the best entries to appear on Sewing Street. Keep your eyes peeled here for confirmation on dates. And good luck!
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Wow. You know what we were talking about earlier on dopamine dressing? Well, I'm just sky high. I've just put on this fabulous Tim Holtz style shacket from Hayley West. Oh, I love your shacket.
You're rocking it.
Thank you. I'm going to pop that collar and suddenly I'm a bad boy, you know.
You couldn't be a bad boy if you tried,
happens so
Stuart.
fast. Met a boy, cute as can be. See, I'm singing the girls' part, aren't I?
Go for it.
Yeah. Stick with what you know. Now, this is the Tallulah Shacket. I couldn't be a bad boy if I tried.
You couldn't. You just,
I really
there's
couldn't.
no way you could.
I couldn't. I love this pattern. You love this pattern. If you've missed out on this pattern in the past, now's your chance. Oh my goodness. We've already sold out twice over today of your brand new jumpsuit pattern. But if you want to get involved, the Tallulah Shacket. What is a shacket?
It's a cross between a shirt and a jacket.
Oh,
And
I
it
get
sees you through all seasons. So earlier on, I think this was launched around March time, something like that. So we were doing it in a lighter weight denim, a bit like the denim that you've got in front of you. But now we're kind of getting ourselves ready for autumn. So we're making it into more of a jacket.
Well, it's about layering, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Steph's message, she says, Hayley's lovely, very down-to-earth friendly. She's really relatable, isn't she? Wonderful. I love it. And also very talented. I adore the shacket. It suits you, Stuart. Why, thank you very much.
That I have to say as well, this is just something that's, I just, again, welcome to my world. That's how this pattern kind of evolved, because I'd got a shirt that I liked, but it was a case of I wanted more of them, and it wasn't quite what I wanted. It was lovely on a certain occasion, but then I wanted something that I could literally just throw on with a jumpsuit, with jeans and a t-shirt, with whatever I was wearing, because quite often, as we get to autumn and certainly into winter as well, you don't necessarily want a big, bulky jacket.
Totally.
Because you're in and out of the car. It might be that the only time that you're out of the car is to go from the car park into work or the car park into shops. And you don't necessarily want to have anything that's too bulky.
Right,
and that's where it
absolutely.
came about.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was saying earlier on, we were having a little bit of a laugh about it, but I look a bit of a mess in a cardigan.
Okay, fair enough.
It's really aging.
Oh,
on
okay,
me.
fair enough,
Some
yeah.
people put a cardigan on, it looks really trendy and cool. I put it on and I look like your granddad. And I did when I was 17, you know.
Oh,
it's not
okay,
about
fair
age.
enough.
But this has not suddenly made me look middle-aged or like a member of the priesthood. Which, well, that was the other thing at school. Everyone used to call me Father Ted if I wore it, because I did look like a vicar.
Oh, bless you.
But this, I do feel kind of trendy, and it's my dopamine dressing jacket. So I love it, and I think it's a great alternative. It's been hugely popular. We've got loads of lovely pictures of your makes, actually, which you love to see.
I love it. I love it because sometimes people come up with so many amazing ideas, things that I never even thought of. So you lovely viewers have been creating your shackets in all sorts of different styles. Some of you following the pattern as it is. Some of you thinking, well, what if I leave out the vertical stripes? What about if I make it all in the same colour fabric? What about if I do this? What about if I do that? And that makes me so happy.
Fab, isn't it?
When I used to do classes and workshops, I would have people that would literally take a ruler and measure things to see that they're going to go in the exactly the same place. The biggest compliment I can get from anybody is taking the basis of a pattern but then making it their own, because it kind of gets your creative juices flowing, means that you're enjoying the pattern as much as I am, and that's why I love seeing your pictures. So if yours hasn't already featured on the show, send it in.
Oh, yes, please. Sewing Street, our email address rather is www.studio@sewingstreet.com.
That's it, Sewing Street, that's the one, yeah.
That's it, studio@sewingstreet.com. Send the email in, and yeah, if you've made the Tallulah Shacket.
You know somebody who's made this? You know Sandra, Santangle Sandra?
Oh, yeah.
She's made it with her own fabrics as well. And she has made the most amazing. If you're watching, Sandra, send your pictures in.
Oh, they are. They're really cool. And also as well, I hope I'm illustrating that they are unisex as well.
I think, yeah, it wasn't originally designed that way, but to be fair, the only thing that kind of makes it different is you're wearing the size, the large.
Yeah.
So there's large, there's extra large, and there's double XL.
Yeah.
So personally, I think that it does go through. I know a couple of guys have messaged and said, can we have a male version of it? And that might be on the cards. But I think in the interim period, if you were to go for the XL or the double XL, then it could be a case that you're already accommodated for. It's just the button placket, isn't it, which way round?
Yeah, well, that's right. And you can swap that around.
We're the only country that does that as well, aren't we, I think?
Well.
I think in the European, a lot of ladies' tops are kind of buttoned in the same way as guys' tops. But anyway.
Yeah. Julie's messaging, she said, I made one for my 83-year-old uncle in denim with extra pockets on the front. He loves it.
I love that. That is
Stunner as
brilliant.
well. That's fab. I love the fact that your uncle needs all those extra pockets. You see, it's things, isn't it? One likes to have one's things with us, one's stuff.
You need pockets for stuff. I mean, you can play around. You could be putting like a little, without putting the pocket flap on there, you could be putting just the standard pocket on there, maybe putting little channels if you've got pens and things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're working in the workshop or, I mean, I think it's a fab pattern. I just want to show you this. I know we've already seen this morning, but this is a yoke from a denim version that Hayley's added some machine embroidery to. It could be a plique, just beautifully stylish. You could really, really personalise and individualise all of these designs. Absolutely wonderful. You do give 3 different suggestions within the pattern as well, don't you?
I do. So there's different variations, and it comes in a little wallet as well. So this is a storage wallet for you to keep all your pieces in there as well.
Now, Patricia's asked, I'm currently making the shacket. Could Hayley give me a bit of advice, please? What weight of interfacing should I use?
Oh, okay.
Iron on, absolutely. What weight?
And I think you've sent this message through to me, which I replied to, which I don't know if it hasn't come through, or it might be a different person asking, so apologies if you think I've not responded. Depends a lot on the fabric that you're working with, to be honest. Interfacing has a variety of different kind of reasons for being there. If you go for a heavy weight, then it is going to be very kind of upright. If you want something a bit more fluid, I tend to use something like a medium weight, but equally so, if you're working with a very heavyweight fabric, then the medium's probably not going to do an awful lot, so you might want to up it to a more sturdy one. But 9 times out of 10, I will use a medium iron-on. That's the one that I tend to find is okay.
Bit of a go-to, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice. Goldilocks one. Not too hard, not too soft.
I like that. Christine's got in touch. Morning, darling. How are you? She says, I think I might get this shacket pattern for a friend's husband who does a lot of dog walking and beating.
Pheasants.
Yes, with their 3 gorgeous Cocker Spaniel.
Lovely.
Oh, shiny, smooth heads.
Somebody did send, I don't know whether it's one of those pictures that was on the slide that you showed earlier on. Somebody did do a dog walking version.
Lovely.
If you are that viewer, do message in.
Lovely.
And they said that they got lots of compliments when they were out. And I suppose they put extra pockets in there for the things you have to take.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, like balls.
Exactly. I was going down the other route. Sorry.
I know.
Snacks too.
The stocks are dwindling. The stocks are dwindling. It's 19.99. If you missed out on the jumpsuit earlier on, we can't get it back today, but we will get it back in the future.
We will, yes.
But if you haven't tried Hayley's patterns before, give the Shacket a go. It's absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to say it is unisex. It is unisex.
I think so,
I feel great in this. You could, if you want to, swap the plackets around so that you've got your left and
Literally,
right.
it's the last stage, so it depends on, you put your popper and your cover on the opposite sides, I guess.
That's all your buttons and buttonholes.
Yeah.
Easy. Well, you don't even have to have a fastening, do you, at all?
Well, it's up to you. I mean, the pattern itself says that you can put buttonholes in place if you wanted to. I'm a massive fan of the green machine, so I've got poppers on all of them.
But you don't need anything, do you? You could just have it worn to wear
easy.
open.
Yeah.
So, you know, but yeah, Christine says, yep, that's what I'm thinking. I'm hopping on to get one.
Absolutely. Do check out those gorgeous cords as well, because they're beautiful to work with. Yeah, now, when we start talking about the pattern, you've got everything that you need to know within the actual booklet, but there is a full tutorial as well. So there's a full tutorial as well, so you can kind of shop with confidence. And I've had people from all levels of sewing abilities. I say an advanced beginner purely because of the construction. Areas that sometimes people do have problems with, but not when they've seen the video, it's like everything is explained. The collar and the cuffs, and I'm going to have a little look at the cuffs during the course of the show.
Fabulous. And how do we access the video?
There's a QR code which you will find within, is it in the booklet or it might be on the pattern? I think it's on the pattern.
Cool. How much fabric do I need? The patterns go from a size 6 to a size 24.
Depends on which way you're making it. Now, if you're going to be making it in its entirety all in one fabric, then yes, literally it's a case that you'll take all of the fabrics and it will end up, you're looking at, where am I, 2.5 meters. 2.5 meters if it's all the same. If you're splitting it half and half, then you're talking a metre and a half in each of them. And that's purely because you've got some long runs of fabric. So what you can do is be quite canny. So if you haven't got enough fabric, you don't have to put the stripy bits on the back. You could just put it on the front. And also as well, you don't have to have it going all the way behind the pockets if you don't want to.
Fair enough, great. But about 2.5 meters for one fabric.
That's it.
Now, let me show you, I've got this gorgeous selection of fabrics to make an autumn version. I've got corduroys and I've got these wonderful wovens. We're going to start with the blue cord. Okay. I just wanted to show you all of them together so you kind of know what's coming up. All right, look at all these fabulous fabrics. So we'll start with this royal blue corduroy. And the sample behind me is made in a combination of that with this. So what would I need to buy then of this? 3 units?
3 units of each, yeah.
3 of the cord and 3 of this. Let's do the cord then. So details are on screen. That's a great price, £4.99.
Wow.
So £9.98 for a metre, so less than £15 for your 3 units. It's 100% cotton, 144 centimetres wide. Fab, great. Love that colour too. Got a gorgeous brightness to it, hasn't it?
Like an
Looks
electric
really
blue.
good. Just show you how much you get in half a metre. So this is a nice wide fabric. And it's not a massive chunky corduroy, and it's not micro cord either. It's sort of somewhere between the two. It's fab. Is that a 54, 56?
I think it's 54.
54 wide, yeah. It feels really wide. Gorgeous.
Also as well, mentioning 1.5 metres, that will mean, because obviously with corduroy you have to think about the brush of the fabric.
Yes, the
because
nap.
you need to have all of your pattern pieces, the nap, that's it, I couldn't think what the word was. That you need to have all of your pattern pieces going in the same direction so as it all looks the same colour when the garment's been made.
Yeah. So you have it all going the same way, don't you? So with nap or without nap, same amount of fabric?
Yes. Yeah.
Great, awesome. It's lovely, great colour. Great colour.
I love that blue.
Do you want to do all the cords now, or do you want to do that toning fabric in case anyone's making... Yeah, if you're going to reproduce the sample, you'll want 3 units of this as well. This is absolutely delicious.
Now, I
Look,
believe...
ends in 75, XM.
I believe with the jacquard, once it's gone, because this has been bought in for the Shacket
I can believe
shows,
that.
and I don't think there was a bountiful supply when they ordered it in.
This, I absolutely love this fabric. I absolutely love it. It is pretty much double-sided. Well, it is double-sided,
It's
isn't it?
woven, isn't it? So, yeah, you decide which you deem to be the right and wrong side, I suppose.
It's gorgeous. 80% polyester, 20% cotton. Really lovely. 146 centimetres wide, 650 a half metre. Now, of course, you can use this to make the shacket. You could do the whole shacket in this. You could also use this to do things like a poncho, like a kind of almost like an artist's smock style. I've made some of those with this. They look great. You could do something like, you know, even like an apron, a gardening apron, or
Bags as well.
Yeah, bags. It's great for
Home decor cushions as
yeah,
well.
really nice for a throw as well. Really nice for a throw. It's wide. It's sturdy. I would put navy tassels on the corners. It is absolutely gorgeous fabric. This £6.50 for a half metre, 3 units. You're still looking at £18 and change, aren't you? £19.50, I think. Really lovely, less than £20 for a metre and a half. I think that's absolutely gorgeous. And that's your half metre. Look at that. Actually, that would be really, really nice to do something like a table covering with.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, a half a metre would make rather an attractive table runner, wouldn't it?
Just down the centre.
Just down the centre of your table. If you want to, you can sew straight across the top and turn it through, and what you end up with then is a pointed end.
Nice, yeah.
A pointed end to your table runner, that, and with a tassel on the end. That would look great. Just easy things that you can do, even with just half a metre, or something like a wrap cushion.
I'm getting a spaghetti western feel to
I'm getting a bit of a spaghetti western. I'd use that edge. Do you see it's got like
Isn't it lovely?
like almost like a fringing on it?
Yeah.
You could use that on an envelope back cushion and actually keep that 3 buttons across the middle, and there's a cushion as well.
See, I'd
just
like
from
that as
half
a
a
laptop
metre.
case as well. It looks amazing.
Nice, yeah, it's gorgeous, gorgeous fabric. Grab this while you can though, because we can't get it back, I don't think.
No,
it's
from
gone.
what I believe, because it was kind of, it was just an end of line almost,
Yeah,
I think, when
yeah.
we did it, yeah.
And that teamed with that sky blue, or that sort of, what would you call it? Royal blue.
Yeah,
Royal blue, thank you.
gorgeous.
Corduroy, yeah, absolutely gorgeous. Loving that, loving that. So that's our sort of, well, it's not a tapestry, is it? It's a jacquard.
Jacquard, woven jacquard.
Very nice, very nice. Right, let's do more of the corduroys. So those 2 options were used on this gorgeous shacket next to me. Let's have a look at the rest of the corduroys. Now, these are all the same fibre content, same width as that royal blue. Black. If you want to make the whole shacket in a black corduroy, I mean, what a useful garment going into autumn that would be. You're going to need 2.5 metres.
2.5 metres. I was distracted because I was thinking the shirt that you've got on, you could actually do with the black denim, couldn't you? Make
That would
it
be
into
really
more of an
nice.
autumn feel.
Yeah, that would be lovely. That would be lovely.
It is corduroy.
Really,
You can't.
it
It's not an easy one to show on screen. Black fabric.
There we go. There we go. Yeah, love corduroy.
It's got a lovely feel to it, I have to say.
Absolutely gorgeous. It's great quality as well, and under £10 a metre. I think it's phenomenal.
Absolutely.
Absolutely brilliant value. It's a good staple fabric, isn't it?
Yeah.
Diane's messaged in. She says, morning, love the dressmaking patterns. Congratulations, Hayley. I'm looking forward to making the jumpsuit and love your jacket, Stuart. Feel great,
Do share your pictures. I love it. Well, I know I'm nosy anyway at the best of times, but I do love to see what you've made.
Fabulous. Next colour. What should we do, Hannah? Next colour. Let's do the stone. Because I think, again, this is a really useful neutral colour.
And also, as well, you could actually make the shacket up of 2 colours of corduroy. It doesn't have to be a mix. So that, alongside the chocolate brown that we've got as well, I think it would look fabulous.
Yeah, that would be yummy. That would be really nice. Yeah, this is, we've called this one cream. I called it stone, but really lovely. That would be really nice, actually. Look,
Ooh,
I've got a pink jacquard, or this one. I think either of those would look stunning. But actually, the one we've originally seen in the first place, that also looks really lovely. Gosh, aren't they versatile? There's your cream corduroy. Let's do those 2 jacquards while we're about it, because they are rather fabulous, aren't they? Should we do the one that we call, is it Utopia?
Now, I've got the Utopia one with a bit of chambray.
Yeah, that looks gorgeous. Absolutely lovely. This is one of my favourite fabrics that we do on Sewing Street.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Absolutely
it's nice because it's kind of spring through to summer through to autumn.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, although we are heading into autumn, it doesn't mean that we've all got to walk around in oranges.
Suddenly change.
Yeah, I mean, if you love that kind of freshness, that springness, then do it. Yeah, yeah. I think these colours really lift every skin tone.
Absolutely,
don't they? They just brighten your skin tone.
It's a joy to work with this fabric. I love it. I'll be quite sad when we can't get any more.
I know, I agree with you. I agree. We shouldn't ever really run out, but we do. We do. It's lush. Looks really good with the denim as well, doesn't it? Really nice with denim. And really like how you've added that lace trimming as well.
Well, this is the shacket I actually have done on the video, because there's a few different kind of little designer features in there where we've almost got like these open areas on the shoulder to show through the fabrics as well. So adding in, love a bit of pom-pom. Love a bit of pom-pom, a bit of crocheted lace, fraying as well, the denim. So you can really make it your own.
It's a brilliant, brilliant base pattern. Like you said earlier on in your first show, you're all about creating capsule pieces.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's when you get real value out of a pattern, isn't it? When you make it again and again and again. Right, let's do the other. This was the lighter. I've just bought a big chunk of this.
I didn't know whether to say, because I couldn't remember if it was this one.
Yeah. Isn't this lovely? Yeah, sorry, we are a bit limited stock on this one. Stars. But isn't that gorgeous?
See, I kind of like the idea of using this as a feature on the edge of a bag pocket as well, maybe.
Yeah,
not use it in its
lovely.
entirety, but it's beautiful.
Now, these are woven. These do have like a right and a wrong side. I'm inclined to use this as the right side. This is the wrong side.
One's a bit brighter than the other, isn't it? Yeah.
But mix and match. Remember, with your shacket, you've got those different panels that you could actually pick out. There's also no reason why you couldn't add maybe things like some very slender covered piping cord.
Oh, yes. Nice.
Cross, or some embroidery, a little bit of trim. What about a little bit of fringing?
Oh, I say.
Yeah?
And the one that you've got, I've actually used some of the selvage edges.
Can you see that?
So you could utilise those. So it's kind of like the,
on the pocket. Can you see that
just let
there?
it fray. So yeah, there's loads you can do.
Great, isn't it? Just love it. Just love it. Right, should we do the last of the corduroy? Okay, so we've got like a claret, a wine.
This colour, I believe, is going to be very hot for autumn. I've had quite a few kind of mail shots come through. As soon as you get to the end of the summer holidays, they start coming through, don't they?
They do.
And this colour, burgundy, wine, whatever you wanting to call it, I'm seeing everywhere. Yeah. So many different variations, and also as corduroy as well, little pinafore dresses and things like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's beautiful, rich, warm, and it's a really flattering colour too. Lovely, £4.99.5 metre. Remember, if you're making the shacket in its entirety in one fabric, you need 2.5 metres or 5 units. If you're doing a mix and match, 3 units, 1.5 metres. All right, next one, we've got the chocolate brown, the dark brown. And again, you could mix and match. I think this would also look really, really nice with that first jacquard that we looked at. I really like that combination as well. What do you think, Hayley?
Oh, yes. It's funny because whichever colour you put it with, the jacquard seems to change personality, if you know what I mean.
I think this would be really, really nice. I would wear this combination. I think that would be lovely. Anyway, the brown corduroy, £4.99.5 metre. And then I've got a couple more jacquards. This is a new one for me anyway. Loving it. Absolutely loving it.
Got that one from a demo. It's nice. I like it.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? That feels really autumny as well. Just love it. And last of all, this is absolutely delightful. This reminds me of tulip fields in Holland.
Oh, okay.
If you ever see aerial pictures
yes, yeah.
of the long rows, yeah, do you know? And the colours too. So they are rich and quite autumny, but I also think they're quite spring-like as well.
Very much so, and I see exactly what you're talking about with the kind of the vertical stripes in there.
Yeah.
But I love this because you've got quite a bright pink in there, but you don't necessarily notice it because of all the other colours that are around it. So if there was too much of it, it might be, oh gosh, that's a bit too loud. But you've got some lovely combinations of colours in there. Nice one if you're trying to kind of match it up with other things that you've got in your wardrobe, because you've got a lot of choice there.
Absolutely, I totally agree. Question from Christine. She says, I've got the pattern and the black cord. What size are you wearing, please, Stuart Hillard? And what contrast fabric goes best with black for a man?
Oh,
so
now,
the size
you're wearing
I'm wearing,
the large.
I'm wearing
now,
the large.
The large is technically on the pattern as a size 16 to 18. So yeah, you've got two sizes that are larger.
I've never felt more svelte. I love that. Right.
You've got 4 sizes smaller because it goes from an extra small, medium, large, extra large and double XL. So there's a good range of different sizes.
Yeah.
I mean, to go with black, anything, to be fair.
For a man.
For a man, yeah, again. I mean, there's so many different variations. Are you going completely cord with it, or do you want to bring in a different... I mean, you've got some of the Tim Holtz fabrics there, which I think look amazing.
Yeah, I do really, really like a sort of rich tan brown with black.
Yeah, nice.
Almost like a chestnut with black.
Yeah.
I think that's very classy. It's still very masculine combo as well, but it gives a little bit of contrast. Yeah, if you want to add contrast. But yeah, like you said, you could put any colour, really. But I like that personally.
What are you going to be wearing it with? That's the other thing. So have you got a certain type of trousers that you wear with it?
I think it's dog walking, for beating and walking with the Cocker Spaniels.
So you might want something that's got a bit of warmth to it then.
I'm thinking the chestnut brown, Christine.
Yeah, go for the 2 cords
Almost
together.
like a mahogany colour, or a tiki colour.
Yeah,
nice.
Good one.
Yeah, lovely.
Lovely. Colours of the countryside, really, aren't they, those?
Yeah, they are.
Beautiful. Right, so shall I give you some little kind of snippets of information
Yes,
with regards
please.
to the Shacket? Because there's a video tutorial, so please don't worry about the fact that we've not covered a lot of the construction during this show. I think there have been 3 live shows with the Shacket, so you can go on to Sewing Street's YouTube channel and see a variety of different, the collars was made up previously on a video for the channel. But yeah, if you go to Handmade by Hayley on YouTube, you will actually find it step by step. So the thing that I would suggest, if you have gone for the jacquard fabric, quality of the pattern, that's the other thing. I've used the same pattern piece for probably about 4 or 5 of these as I folded it up then. So yeah, the quality of the pattern, I think it's a 90 GSM paper. I don't like tissue patterns.
No,
I don't like tracing. I just think if I've bought a pattern, I want to be able to just literally cut it out and get going. So you'll never find tracing on any of my patterns or joining, because it's something that's quite true to my heart. So I've got the jacquard fabric. Now the first thing I would suggest is, if you have the opportunity, then do overlock the edges. We've got the fabulous overlocker that I've been using throughout the course of the shows. So I'm going to bring that in. The only reason I would do that is because you can see you've kind of got, with woven fabrics, you kind of can lose your fabrics quite easily. So whether you're overcasting it on a sewing machine, if you've got an overlocker, even better. You can use your overlocker for construction, but quite often when you're handling jacquard fabrics or woven fabrics, then they can kind of start disintegrating before your very eyes.
Really good tip that, yeah. There's certain fabrics that benefit, same for bag making, overlock or zigzag the
Absolutely.
edges.
And you don't have to actually take anything off the kind of the seam allowance.
No, you were saying with your Husqvarna overlocker, you can take the blade out, can't you? Or
Yes.
you can
You can do it, yeah. I mean, I tend to just leave it in and just go for it because I'm lazy, basically. So all I'm doing is I'm literally just skimming the edge of the fabrics. I've got the tiniest bit of fluff that's coming off as I'm kind of neatening the edge here, but you have got the guide on this so you can push it in. And all I'm doing with that is just literally just overlocking the edge, just so as I've kind of got a nice, neat fabric to work with then, and then you're kind of minimising the actual fraying. So I'm just going to do that on the other side as well. And it doesn't take long, but it just makes it so much easier when it comes to lining up your fabrics at a later stage. So just quickly going to go down there.
Oh, pedal to the metal there, Hayley West.
Yeah, obviously, if you're not confident and you have got the blade in there, do take your time. You don't win any prizes for doing it quickly.
Well, unless you're on shopping television, and then we do quite like to see yours.
So that's my fabric prepared now, so I don't have to worry how much handling I'm doing, because it's not going to fray as time goes on. It's not going to end up being smaller. But what I'm actually going to show you is the placard, she says. Where's the placket? Where's my other bit of fabric? Where's it gone?
Ooh.
Is it still in my box?
Oh.
Hold on. Sure, I saw it there a moment ago. Oh, there it is.
There it is.
There it is, in a safe place. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take this off the mannequin to show you what I'm going to be doing, because there's a couple of areas that, especially as a novice sewer, you might be a little bit nervous about, and it might be that when you're actually reading the instructions, it doesn't quite make sense. So this is the sleeve, and in the course of making the sleeve, you're going to make this what we call a placket. And the placket is the denim piece that you've got, and obviously you've got your jacquard there, and then you've got your cuff, and we've got a popper attached to it. So this is the bit that kind of opens up if you're wanting to kind of fold your sleeve.
Like a vent, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It just gives you a little bit more kind of freedom, and so you can get your hands and your wrist in nice and easy. So that's that. So that's the bit that we're going to be working on. So that's done using this particular piece, which I've cut out of my my cord, and I'm giving it a stroke because when you're working with anything that's got a nap to it, like cord, you need to make sure that you've got the kind of the smoothness all going in one direction. So it is a case of that you can literally just brush it and it'll feel smooth. Push it in the opposite way, and I mean, this is a good quality, well, it's a brilliant quality cord, to be fair. So it does feel relatively smooth going in the opposite direction, but you can feel there's a little bit more of a drag, and you can kind of see where you're lifting those fibres up. So when it goes in one direction, it sits beautifully flat, but in the opposite direction, then it does peak up a little bit. So this is a piece that we're working with. So what I would do is, you've got a little kind of point there. You can see how often I've made this. That hole's getting larger and larger. I've got a little hole there. So I would come in with, where's my pen gone? I had that a second ago as well. And that was there, it just literally just rolled. Oh, here it is, underneath. So, heat erasable pen, I'm just going to put that so it's got a little mark there, so as I know where that's coming to. And then I'm just going to put the pin through there, just so as I can mark the other side as well. The corded side, sometimes it's a little bit tricky to actually see because you've got the nap there, but hopefully you'll be able to see there's a little mark that appears there. So then I can actually remove the pins. And these little marks, that mark there is basically the top of the cut line that I'm going to be making when we actually stitch it to the garment. So I'll remove that, and then I've got my little mark there. Now I'm actually going to do it on the reverse side of this. So if you can't see it, just bring in a pin, so you can put them right sides together, so I can still see it, but just so as you can see it at home as well. I'm just going to put a little mark there, and a little mark on the other side, which is, it's already there a little bit. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in a straight edge, and I'm going to take that down straight to the bottom there. So it's basically marrying up with that. You could put a little snip in your fabrics if you want to mark that up, but literally it's going to come from that point down like so. So I've used a white heat erasable pen just so as I can see it on the dark fabric, and it kind of makes itself stand out. And then come down again here on the other one, like so, from that point as well. There we go.
Oh, Kathleen.
Oh, what's
She
happened?
says, I've just won some premium bond money.
Oh, wow.
I bought the pattern and fabric. Hurrah, Kathleen, what a lovely day.
Oh, I say, congratulations.
That's ace.
Congratulations. Oh, that's nice. I like
Really nice,
We like a
isn't
little
it?
win, don't we? Right, so I've got my two pieces now. So I've got my lines on there, and that is going to be the area that we're going to cut. So when we actually come to stitch it, we're going to go around the parameter on both of those. So in the instructions, it explains exactly what you need to do. So first thing that you need to do when it comes to doing your side pieces is you need to fold the edges in. Now, you can either fold it in and press it, or you can use something like your wash away tape, which I use this so much now.
Yeah, it's so useful, isn't it?
Once you kind of start using it, you can't stop using it. So use it on everything. Yeah. Now, I'm just going to make sure I've got the fabric the right way around. So that's the right way, and that's the wrong way. And I think, let's have a little look which way it is. The wrong side facing up, place the packet on top of the sleeve. The taller side will be closest to the centre. So that is going to be over there. Oh, and I forgot to put my marking on. Did I put my cut in? Now, something that I forgot to do, I was that busy talking and taking the pattern piece off. I didn't put a little, I did put a little snip in there, so that's where that's going to go. I did do it.
You did do it.
I did do it, doubting myself. So we're going to have, now let me just double check, it is wrong sides facing up on both, isn't it? It is. It's always best to check at this point. So that will sit on there. So what that means is, it just saves me prepping both pieces. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little bit of the quilt tape down the side there. It could be that you are just pressing it. You don't have to use this, but I just find it's easier and it just speeds up the process.
Like it.
So
Just popping the details up on screen, actually. Ours is a clover version, double-sided basting tape, 12mm wide. It washes away when you wash the shacket at $5.99.
There you go. And I found this yesterday. I made a shacket from. I cut the fabrics out on Monday evening. Yeah, Monday evening. Because I only got the fabrics on Monday afternoon.
Wow.
And then made it up yesterday.
Amazing.
So, yeah.
Oh, it's one of those things, once you've made one, you won't be able to stop. If you want to get the pattern, by the way, stocks have dwindled quite a lot.
That's spooky. I've got that one.
Oh, you've got that one.
I've got that. That's really spooky.
There we go.
Really spooky. So, yeah, I've got that one with me there. So there you go. So if you want to get hold of that, it's a nice wide one, that one. So, yeah, treat yourself. Once you've started using it, you won't stop, because straight away you can see it's neat in the edges there, so I haven't had to press them or anything like that. So the pattern will tell you, you're going to literally fold that in. I don't need to press it because it's all ready to go. And now I'm going to find that little kind of cut that I made in the fabric, and I'm going to line up the raw edges with that line like so. Okay, and I'm just going to take a couple of little pins just to position it. So, oh gosh, that's the wonkiest pin ever. That one needs to go in the sharps box. Right, I just need to bring the Jade 35 up to stitch around the edge. So
Oh, okay. Do you want me to bring it over for you?
No, I've got it down here because I've got
you
it one in
have?
sewing mode.
Awesome.
It's just so as because I'll suddenly disappear and you'll wonder where I've gone.
Oh.
I'm down here getting a sewing machine.
Where's Hayley?
I'm hiding.
A couple of you asking, how much fabric do I need to make a shacket? Easy peasy. If you're doing your shacket, whatever your size, in one fabric, the whole thing, 2.5 meters, 5 units. If you're doing a half and half, a mixture of 2 fabrics, then you need 1.5 meters or 3 units of each of 2 fabrics. Okay? And we've also got, Hayley, a couple of photographs from our lovely customers, one of which is Sandra from Santanco.
Hey!
Yeah,
Oh,
let's have a
bless
look
her.
at both, shall we? This
She's
is great.
designed her own fabric. I mean, this is so exciting. Oh, look at that.
Oh, Sandra
Sandra,
says, hi.
thank you
I love
so
all of Hayley's
much.
patterns. Made 2 of them, but here's my carnival fabric version. Very easy to follow and fun to make.
Oh, bless her.
Gorgeous.
That looks amazing.
Does look
I
amazing.
love it.
And then the second one, hi Hayley, is, oh, lovely.
That's
Hi Hayley.
nice.
I love making this pattern. It's very easy to follow and clear instructions. Here is one I've made. That's Gina. Well done, Gina. That's beautiful. If you do want the Shacket pattern, it's in stock and available. Sizes 6 to 24, printed on great quality, heavy paper, not tissue. No tracing required. You can just cut it out and make it. Last bit of demo from you then. Thank you. Oh, hello. Are you all right?
I've just pressed a pedal. I thought, what's that? And it's the overlocker. I've got the wrong pedal.
Oh.
Made me jump. Yeah, good tip. Make sure you're using the right pedal for the machine you're operating.
Pauline's watching on the app. She says, Hayley, you are making my train journey more enjoyable. Remember, you can watch Sewing Street on the go, wherever you are. Do make sure you're travelling safely at the same time, of course. And Pauline's watching it on the train.
Now,
I'm assuming you're not the train driver.
oh,
Pauline.
yes. Yeah, safety at all times. Now, I'm just working my way around. Oh, I've just gone a little bit too far, but never mind. Drop the needle down. I'm just literally going round that line. Oop, knocked it into reverse there. Let's go forward. So I'm just creating a little box around that cut line. I overshot a little bit, but not to worry.
Can I just do a quick stock check, please, Hannah? The Jade combi machine, the embroidery and sewing machine, do we have any left in stock? Okay, I was just going to say, I just wanted to remind you while Hayley was sewing, you can create your own custom fabric. So although we're talking about using 2 different fabrics, you could use something like denim for the whole thing. And then on the sleeves, you could add some custom embroidery as Hayley has. Look at this version where you've got those fabulous daisies embroidered on the fabric. Here's the actual placket that Hayley's currently sewing, and then look, a gorgeous cuff ready to go on to finish that sleeve off. I mean, what a fantastic combination. That with a mostly plain shacket would be gorgeous.
Nice
wouldn't
minty
it?
green shirt or something, t-shirt.
Yeah, fabulous. We are going to have a bit of a recap on both the overlocker and the Jade combi machine after the break. Hayley's very kindly said she'll stay for just a little while after the break.
No
Thank you,
problem
Hayley.
at all.
It's a bit of a you and me morning, isn't it?
I'm loving it.
I'm loving
enjoying
it. I'm loving it.
So I have stitched around my little line. You remember the little line that I drew with my heat erasable pen? So all I'm going to do is I'm going to cut up that area to the top point, like so. And then I'm going to cut into each of the corners, like so as well. Be careful that you don't go right through the stitching because you don't want to do that at all. And
It's
then
a bit like doing one half of a letterbox zip pocket, this, isn't
yes,
it, really?
absolutely, yeah.
Transferable skills. I'm very keen on those.
That's it. All you're going to do is push them through to the opposite side. So this is now the right side of our fabric. It's up to you to decide which you class as being the right and wrong side, to be fair. But that has come through now like so. And I'm just going to give that a little bit of a press. And then, oops, in fact, I'm just finger pressing it for speed. So there you go, it gives you an idea of how it looks. And then all that you will do is you will take that piece there and fold it underneath. Again, if you want to, use some of that basting tape, or you could pin it in place if you're wanting to. And then all I'm going to do, so I'm going to fold that there and then bring it over and then stitch that with a little bit of a top stitch. So I'm just going to go down the outside edge that you've got there. And then you do a similar sort of idea on this side. So if you imagine that's stuck down, this piece you're doing the same. So the folded edge is going to cover the stitches that you've made. And then all you're going to do is going to fold that top piece in as much as you can. And this is all detailed in the video as well as in the instructions.
Really nice.
And then all you would do is stitch down that side there and across there. And what that actually does is mimic the sleeve that I was showing you in the first place. So there you go. Oh, it's the other sleeve. Let's do it on the other side. So it's exactly the same. So there you go. So you can see that it would basically mimic what we've got there. So that would come over like that. That would come over like that. And then you just attach your cuff and then put your button or your popper in place at the bottom.
Yeah, that is lovely. We had a really nice suggestion actually from one of our viewers who said, wouldn't it be lovely to make like a memory shacket where you could use special fabrics from garments that you can wear?
Well, it could be special occasion. I know lots of people will kind of repurpose things like wedding dresses and things like that, won't they? So,
Oh, yeah.
Or fabrics that are special to you for whatever reason.
I know, it's a really lovely idea because it could just be a little piece of it or a little bit of like an embellishment or something.
Nice.
Super idea. Who was that from, Hannah? Just so I know who to thank. Diane, lovely
Diane,
idea.
thank you. Good suggestion.
Yeah, really nice suggestion. I love that we're live and interactive. It's great. It's great. We are going to have to go to a
Even
little
though
break.
it was a bit scary at whatever time this morning, thinking 3 hours back to back, I've loved it. I'm going to stop around a little bit longer.
I say you haven't had enough, have you? We're making you stay for longer. Till 1 o'clock.
Then we'll unlock the door.
Don't let Hayley leave. We'll see you after the break. We'll see Hayley after the break. Do remember to check out your baskets on your Tallulah Shacket, on any of the fabrics that are left as well. And also, get ahead, get your Jade combi machine or your overlocker in your basket and checked out. See you after this.
Do you love sewing and have a great imagination? Do you enjoy giving other crafters inspiration with your makes? We're looking for talented sewists to join the Sewing Street family and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers, live on air. To enter, create a video in landscape, maximum 3 minutes, introducing yourself and either demonstrate a make or show us how to master a challenging sewing technique. Send your video to star@sewingstreet.com with the subject line of searching for a sewing star. You may find your video is too large to send via email, so you can make it smaller by using wetransfer.com. You have until Friday the 6th of September 2024 to send your entries in. The Sewing Street team will then select the best entries to appear on Sewing Street. Keep your eyes peeled here for confirmation on dates. And good luck!
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Now, Hayley's very, very kindly offered to stay for just a little while. Yeah, because we're having so much fun.
We're having a lovely time.
And also, though, I mean, we've got the fabulous brand of Husqvarna, and we've got 2 amazing deals today, haven't we?
Yeah.
We're starting with the sewing and embroidery combi machine, the Jade. We've never gone to this price before. It should be £1,249. It's the last of stock. It's 900. In fact, I haven't said that today, but it is actually the last of stock, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
This is your last
We're not going
chance.
to have any more of these. That's why I kind of stopped on, because there probably won't be another show.
No. Yeah, we've got single figures. There's over 30 of you with it in your basket. Now, if this was a sewing-only sewing machine, I'd be saying great opportunity, great machine, £999. The fact that this is an embroidery machine, well, that takes it stratospheric. But that would almost, in my head, that would be if it was an embroidery machine that had a 4-inch hoop. This is a 4-inch hoop right here. This is what you would get. This is your embroidery area that you would get with a 4-inch hoop. So if it was a sewing machine and embroidery with that, I think amazing. That's a terrific price. But the actual reality is this is your embroidery size. This is your embroidery size, not just this. You've got inbuilt designs, many and varied. You've got fonts, again, inbuilt, but also USB port. You can download free and paid for, but you can also, you've got software.
You have, yeah. It comes with a comprehensive software. So this is software that will allow you to do things like digitising any font that you've got on your computer. Also allows you to use your computer screen to build up your design. So taking elements, whether they're from the USB or whether they are designs that you've already got because you're upgrading your embroidery machine, or as Stuart says, you've bought additional designs, you can incorporate everything on your computer and then save it as an embroidery design, put it back on that USB stick, pop it into your machine and stitch it out.
Yeah, it's really cool. And also if you've previously had an embroidery machine, different make, and you've still got those embroideries, they are no longer redundant because you can actually convert them using that same software to use on your Husqvarna.
That's it. You can't put them straight onto the USB and then put them into the machine because the machine will only understand what we call VP3 files. Different brands have different file formats, so you might be familiar with PES files or PEC files. So all you need to do is take them with the free software that you get onto your laptop or your Mac, export them as a VP3, and there you go. You've just very easily changed them over.
Simple as that, simple as that. Because you might have an old favourite, mightn't you?
Absolutely.
That you haven't been able to stitch out for years. You'll be able to stitch it out on your brand new Husqvarna Jade Combi machine. But it's not just an embroidery machine, it's also a fabulous sewing machine as well.
We've been using it all day, haven't we?
Certainly have, certainly have. You know, stretch stitches, utility stitches. It's got some buttonholes. Are they automatic?
Yes, yeah, one step.
One step,
Yeah.
music to my ears. Can we do things like free motion
You can,
sewing?
yes,
We
you can drop the feed dogs
dogs.
down. As time goes on, you can get additional accessories if you want, so there is an extension table available if you want it. It's a machine that is going to grow with you, but one of the biggest things that I often forget to mention is that 5-year warranty.
That's amazing.
Shows your
and you're not
confidence.
paying any extra for that. Normally 1 year, very occasionally 2. Normally, if you want a 5-year extended warranty, you're paying, I mean, I've paid 100, 120, 150 pounds for things like washing machines, tumble dryer, that kind of thing. This is all included, 5-year extended warranty. Amazing.
Brilliant. And it's a fabulous machine that you will grow with, but with a price that has got just a phenomenal deal with it. The sewing machine side of it, which I've been using in all of the kind of dressmaking shows that we've had this morning, that as a machine, I'd be happy if you came along and said to me, right, £600 for that as a sewing machine, did nothing else.
Agreed.
Yeah, brilliant price, brilliant. You've got all the things in there you would expect from Husqvarna Viking. Sewing Advisor, which is brilliant when you're sewing with fabrics that you're not familiar with. Program in the combination, it will tell you which stitch to use, which foot to use, which is brilliant if you're working with a fabric that you're not familiar with. But then you've got your needle up, needle down, you can drop your feed dogs, you've got your scissors, so your threads will
Oh, it has got a
automatically cut
cutting
with
function.
this.
Oh, because
Absolutely.
I get asked that all the time, Hayley.
Tie-offs as well, so when you're actually creating your seams, you can tie your threads off at the beginning and also at the end as well. And you've got a whole range of different decorative stitches inbuilt with this.
Yeah,
You've got your utility stitches, but then you've got decorative border stitches, things like little sweets and caravans and cars and all sorts of fun elements.
But
in
Hayley,
there.
to be clear, this is last of stock.
Absolutely, yeah.
There is no more in the warehouse.
No, none at
We
all.
can't get any more in.
Yeah.
Literally a couple left.
It's
You
your
want
last-
to
last
get
chance
this.
to lose.
This is it, last chance. That's why you've stayed on for a few extra minutes, because you love this machine.
I do.
don't you?
I was involved with the rollout of this machine in the UK. And as soon as it came along, I was just so excited. And I'll tell you why. Because I hadn't got a huge budget, I have to say, but I wanted everything. I wanted
Yeah,
it
of
all
course.
within my budget.
Yeah, of course, why
I didn't want
not?
to kind of scrimp on anything. So the things that were key to me were the size of the hoop.
Yeah.
Because I knew...
Not this.
Yeah.
This.
I knew a 4-inch hoop wasn't going to last me very long.
Right.
So I wanted to be able to have the scope to do larger designs. You can still go beyond those larger designs with things like the endless hoop, or if you move your fabric within the hoop.
Yeah.
But I wanted to be able to use it with my dressmaking. So you can see there a garment piece before I've actually put it together. Yeah. But I wanted to be able to embellish and decorate things that were already made, things that I'd bought from shops, personalisation, all of that I could do with this machine. But then I wanted the creativity. Do like to do stuff on my computer, so I was thrilled that there was a software that I'd got free of charge alongside it, which meant I could make my own designs, including digitising all those fabulous fonts that I've got, things that you can download, Halloween type fonts,
I was
Christmas type
amazed at
fonts.
just how easy to use that software is. You know, I'm not a computer person at all. I don't really respond well with technology. But that sort of click and drag and that sort of
So
stretching
easy.
to enlarge, it's so familiar at its most basic level. It's very familiar. It's very easy. But if you don't want to ever do any of that, you've still got incredible versatility in the embroideries that are on your machine.
Yeah, they're inbuilt, and sometimes it's the case that you might want that running along the hemline of a garment. Well, you could do that with the border stitches that you've got on here. But it is a brilliant machine for your foundation sewing as well, your seam construction, your overcasting, your stretch fabrics, your weightier fabrics, your lighter weight fabrics. It's just a brilliant all-rounder. So that's why I wanted to be able to get the most for my budget. So the fact that I had got, and now less than £1,000, I've got a comprehensive sewing machine, I've got a comprehensive embroidery machine with a big hoop, and I've got that software, and I've got that 5-year warranty.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, what's not to love?
And you can quilt your quilts in it. Did you spot that earlier on? You can quilt a quilt with your Jade Combi machine, because the hoop that you get is kind of spring-loaded, isn't it?
Yeah. It's got a clever little feature, which means that you can accommodate for all sorts of different fabrics. So whether it's a lightweight fabric or it is a backing, a wadding and a top layer, then you can put it all in there. And there are some brilliant quilt blocks that you can stitch out as well.
There are. I mean, there are some designs which are just meant to be like, look, just like an outline design. You can get ones that are like red work. You can get ones that look like cross stitch. So this combination of all of these things, but actually being able, not just quilt as you go, not just a block, but actually a full-size quilt that you can hoop up an individual block and quilt that in your Jade Combi machine, I just think's phenomenal, because a lot of people would like to be able to do long arm quilting, computerized long arm quilting, but the budget, the space just makes it impossible. Now, I always say, when people say, well, describe a long arm to me, it's like a big embroidery machine.
Yes, yeah.
Basically,
Yeah.
it's like a big embroidery machine. You can actually do that block by block on your Jade Combi machine.
Now, let me just
Brilliant.
grab a few little finished examples to illustrate exactly what Stuart's saying there. Because what you've got is, you've got your USB stick, which will go into the side of your machine, and that has got in excess of 70 different designs. And I've printed the kind of brochure, which you can print off if you're wanting to. And in here, it details all the different designs that you've got that you can incorporate.
This is clever, this one. Look,
I love this.
It's continuous cathedral window.
And that can be such a labour-intensive technique. Uses a lot of fabric as well.
Yeah, loads of your scraps. But you can just keep this going. You could do quilts, you could do blocks, you could do cushions.
There's all sorts of gorgeous floral designs, large designs, small designs. You're going to learn all sorts of different techniques with regards to the different styles that you've got in here. Some of which are freestanding lace, so you use a water-soluble stabiliser. In the hoop
Like
design,
this.
there you go. So that,
This is just, how beautiful is that? You can do jewellery. You could do, this could be for hats and headwear, fascinators. You can actually make freestanding lace that you can then use in your dressmaking. Imagine the possibilities for building a business on the back of this.
Well, when that's wet, before it's actually dried, you can actually shape it and form it so as it dries in that format. So you can imagine doing garments, I mean, wedding dresses with gorgeous butterflies running down the back and things like that. Absolutely
Beautiful.
beautiful. So there's loads and loads of designs all built into it. And then you've got the possibilities of kind of personalising garment wear, things that you're wanting to, making things like these fabulous belts here. This little character that we've got, the lace that you've got at the front there is actually stitched out on the machine with one of the endless designs.
You see? So this is like a lace trim, almost like a broderie anglais, isn't it?
Really, really pretty.
That you've actually made, but on like a tweed, almost like a tweed fabric.
Got the wrong pile. Let me move those out of the way.
Brilliant.
So those are the designs. So let me show you. I mean, there's loads more to show you with those, but these are the kind of things you can stitch out. Big pile. So you were talking about quilt blocks.
Yeah.
There you go. So you've got your top fabric. Let me just move that over a little bit.
I'll hold them up, don't
Yeah,
worry.
go for it. So on this particular design, this is a quilt block. There's probably about 9 different quilt blocks. You can do them a variety of different sizes if you're wanting to. And this one has been embroidered with the top fabric, your backing fabric, and your wadding all in place.
And actually really thick wadding too. So this could be quilt as you go blocks that you then build together, or it could be your whole quilt. So long as the rest of the quilt is supported on the table, it can't be hanging off the edge and dragging down. But I mean, the possibilities are almost endless, aren't
Absolutely.
they?
You were asking about metallic threads earlier on, so here are some designs actually done with metallic threads.
Yeah, common question is what kind of thread can I use? And really, the sky's the limit. Metallics, rayons, traditional embroidery threads, but also your regular sewing cottons, your quilting threads, even
Absolutely.
holographic.
All sorts, and that's where you really get your creativity going. But if you don't make things as in garments, if you're a quilter, but you like the look of stitches, well, why not take a garment and actually add decoration to it?
That's brilliant. So that's done down the front of a shirt.
Just hoop it up.
Superb. Superb. Well, I mean, there are businesses, aren't there, that do things like baby grows, personalised baby grows, or bibs, or little hats, stockings, things like that. And of course, personalisations always carry a premium.
Absolutely.
Always.
Yeah, and we were saying earlier on, you can get certain fonts for certain styles. So, as I said, Halloween, Christmas ideas. Sometimes people will ask about digitising, as in logos and pictures and things like that. The software that comes with this is you kind of your entry level, and it hasn't got the ability for you to actually digitise. You can get people to do that for you, and I do that myself, I must admit. I have got the software that will allow me to digitise images, but sometimes it's such an art form and it can take years and years and years worth of practice. It's easier for me to actually find a service out there where I'm paying £10, £20 to get a logo converted, and it could be a JPEG, converted into an embroidery file. That is then your embroidery file, and you could go on and stitch that out on whatever you like. So if you are looking at this at maybe a business point of view, maybe you've got T-shirts, sweatshirts, that your team of, I don't know, fitters or whatever wear, then you could actually be making those yourself. But it's the fact that you've got so much scope. I mean, add in a variegated thread, and that's the kind of result that you get.
Yeah, for sure. Well, this is it. I mean, a friend of mine had like, it was a military sort of insignia type thing. He had that digitised and had that done for, like, I think they were sweatshirts or polo shirts for, what do you call it, where it's like for young people, like for teenagers, as a precursor to like joining the army or whatever.
Oh, like
cadets.
the TA and cadets.
Yeah. Did it for that, you know, and so they all had their sort of personalised sweatshirts and stuff. But of course, you can have that digitised, embroider it, and then add a name using the font. Use one of the fonts off your computer. You get software to convert that into a form that you can use.
It's one of those machines that you will grow and grow with, because the last thing that I would want anybody to do is to invest in a machine that they're not going to be able to maximise time going forward, because potentially this is where you know the least about embroidery. But you don't want to kind of be 6 months down the road and find that this machine has, or a machine that you've invested in, has basically gone as far as you can go on that journey. And that's why I get very nervous when people are investing in machines where you've only got a 4-inch hoop. That's why I like this one, because as I say, many years down the road, I am still embroidering with this machine. It's still my preferred choice of embroidery machine. And this is one that I've got in my crafty cabinet at home.
Absolutely, it's just about endless, isn't it? Here are some gorgeous samples of quilting. And I particularly love this one, where it's a combination of quilting and applique.
Now, that's been done in the software. So that particular design that you've got there, I think, is it this one down here? It's one of the other, it's, yeah. So that's the original size. So that's just literally from the USB stick, put into the side of the machine and stitched out. I took that same USB stick and popped it into my laptop, reduced the size of it, and then kind of did that duplication, which we showed you on the software earlier on, and then made my own design to complement the others.
It's ever so clever. And then actually stitching a contrast colour on top. I mean, it's just beautiful. Look at it in a quilt. Think about it in a bag. Think about it on clothing. Just, I mean, talk about getting the juices flowing.
The scope you've got is phenomenal, and you'll have so much fun with it. And obviously, that's just as it comes to you. There's loads and loads you can do.
Brilliant. Just be quick, please. We don't want you to miss out, but this is your last opportunity. This is the last of stock. We've literally got a couple left, and we won't have them again. And actually, that message would have been enough at £1,249, but you're actually saving £249 today and getting it for under £1,000. Don't forget the split pays. There are 5 of them if you wish, and you only have to make the first payment to get this combi machine home. Now, we've also got the amazing Husqvarna Overlocker, and we saw you using this earlier on to construct your brand new pattern, the jumpsuit. So we can do jersey, we can do activewear, things like lycra, spandex.
Oh yes, love a bit of spandex.
Things like chiffon, organza, really light fabrics too.
I'm just having a little look. I've kind of spread myself out throughout the studio today, and I'm just having a little look to see if I can find the manual for it, which I can't.
£399 for this.
The manual will show you how you can utilise all 4 threads with these. But I think one of the biggest features is opening up the front with this.
Yeah, I think so too. The number one question we get asked all the time about overlockers is it easy to thread? Well, there are different systems for threading overlockers, but one of the things that often makes it difficult is when your standard overlocker, this is the bit that you can open. You can get to your upper loopers, but to get to your lower loopers, you kind of reaching inside over here somewhere to try and get to them. Now, on your Husqvarna overlocker, you have this switch.
Stuart, I just left
That's all right. I'm doing it back to front. There we go. This actually opens up completely, so your upper loopers are completely accessible without reaching, stretching, peering, grabbing a torch or anything else. It's all there. It's no faff, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's no faff.
Brilliant machine. Absolutely love it. For that exact reason that Stuart's just been explaining it to you there, is having access all areas with this. So the upper and lower loopers, it makes it a joy to actually change your threads and use it with different colours and different ideas and techniques. I used to have a love-hate relationship with my overlocker. It was a case of that. Since I needed to change the threads, quite often I'd have grey because it's a nice easy one, but then I'd look at it and think, I'm going to have to put a lighter thread on it. And I'd kind of like, okay, here we go.
Or should I just make something else?
Yeah, here we go. Or should I change the fabrics?
Yeah.
But now it's a joy. It's so easy to access the areas when you're threading this up, and the stitch out is beautiful. 4 different threads. It comes with your threads as well. I don't know where they've kind of lost their pass along
But they're all Madeira. They're overlocker threads, aero-lock threads, and you get 4 black, 4 grey and 4 white. We can do 4 thread, 3 thread.
You can take it down just to 2 threads as well if you're wanting to. If you wanted to do things like rolled hems, then you can do rolled hems with those. In the actual, the brochure, which the manual, should I say, which I have no idea what I've done with it, it actually gives you almost like a recipe. So if you're wanting to get this particular technique, which thread you need to use, whether you need to take the left needle out, the right needle, how to alter the kind of cut, because you've got a dial on the side that will alter how much of the fabric is cutting off. You've got a little seam guide there as well, so that's in centimetres and inches, and that slides in and out.
Do I get the fabric collecting box? You don't have to buy this as an extra. Well, this collects your fabric.
I don't know what it's called.
The
Thread
fabric catcher, as you're cutting the fabric off the front.
That's it.
Goes
Drops into there. Nice and solid. Quite often it's just like a net bag, so it's nice to have that.
I was going to say, £399 is a very, very affordable
And you've got
machine.
everything you would expect. The differential feed is there, so that the feed dog's moving to give you those kind of like gathered and puckered and all the different
so we can
techniques.
do like a lettuce edge on fat. I love that.
Beautiful.
Love that.
Very delicate.
Yeah. What a brilliant buy. What a brilliant morning and what a brilliant guest. Hayley, thank you so much.
Bless you. I've really
It's
enjoyed
amazing.
myself
It's been
today.
Terrific. It's been terrific. You're heading off now. Thanks for staying on a little longer.
No problem at all.
We're going to take just the shortest of breaks. When we come back, we're going to be having half an hour of bulk buy deals. So this is your chance to stock up before winter's come in. I'll see you after this.
Do you love sewing and have a great imagination? Do you enjoy giving other crafters inspiration with your makes? We're looking for talented sewists to join the Sewing Street family and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers, live on air. To enter, create a video in landscape, maximum 3 minutes, introducing yourself and either demonstrate a make or show us how to master a challenging sewing technique. Send your video to star@sewingstreet.com with the subject line of searching for a sewing star. You may find your video is too large to send via email, so you can make it smaller by using wetransfer.com. You have until Friday the 6th of September 2024 to send your entries in. The Sewing Street team will then select the best entries to appear on Sewing Street. Keep your eyes peeled here for confirmation on dates. And good luck!
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Right, let's have a fast and furious final half hour with some amazing bulk buy deals. Now, I like to stock up in the autumn, ready for winter. So I've got all my supplies in, chutneys, jams, things in the freezer, casseroles, and of course, this is the start of proper sewing, quilting season. This is when we all hunker down and start making lovely things. So we've got some great bulk buy deals in the hour. We're going to start with a very special bundle of Creative Grids rulers. Now, I think we all start off with a 6x24 ruler, pretty much, for patchwork. But if you've got room in your home and in your budget, these are some fantastic additions. For scrap quilting, for working with fat quarters, smaller cuts of fabric, great for foundation piecing too. You've got your 6.5 by 12.5 inch ruler. For squaring up your blocks, background squares, also bag making, squaring up your quilts, and trimming half square and quarter square triangles up to 8.5 inch square. You've got your square ruler. And then you've also got the same version in a 6.5 inch square. Again, these are brilliant for scrap quilting. You should be paying over £55. You're making that saving. You're saving £6, $49.97. Now, all Creative Grids rulers have these spots on them, which are non-slip grippers. You've also got it all the way around the outside edge, and that's the same on all of these rulers here. So you're not going to slip and slide while you're cutting. It's much safer, it's more accurate. You're not going to waste fabric by miscutting it. The measurements are in black and white. You're saving just about 10%, just over 10%. It's a great, yeah, these are not weird and wonderful rulers, are they? These are absolute staples. If I was to give you a shopping list for the best rulers to buy, perhaps over a period of time for your quilting, it would be a 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler for your general cutting, a 6.5 by 12.5 for fat quarters, scraps, smaller cuts, your 8.5 inch square ruler, your 6.5 inch square. The only one I would add in as well on top of this would be like a 12.5 or a 15.5 or 21.5 inch, a big square. But those are my perfect rulers. So the fact that you can get 3 of those and make a £6 saving, great deal. Well worth taking advantage of. Remember, this is a brand we know and love. You get a QR code on every single one. This is to take you through to videos. If you don't have a smartphone, just go on YouTube. You can find them, yeah. Now, next up, I've got another of this is one of my absolute hero products. These are the big 500ml cans of Odif 505 quilt basting spray. My students who I was teaching yesterday and the day before at the Lewis and Irene event, we were talking about 505 basting spray and really about how much we all love it. It's a temporary basting spray glue predominantly used for holding together the layers of a quilt for quilting. When I say temporary, that doesn't mean you've got an hour, quilt it, or it'll all come apart. We're talking about staying together for months, basically until you wash the quilt, and then the glue will just rinse straight out. It's made to use on fabric. It's not just fine to use for fabric, that's the point of it. It holds together your, and it doesn't matter if you're using polyester wadding, or wool, or bamboo, or cotton, or a combination of those. It doesn't matter if you're trying to adhere PU, faux leather, perhaps, to an interfacing or a wadding, okay? You can use this on all sorts of different fabrics. Now, the bundle should be over £27. You're paying £24.98 today for 2 cans, 2 500ml cans. For a lot of quilters, this is going to last them a year. For me, it'll last me a month or 2. But, I mean, why not make a saving? Just to give you a comparison, this is comparing the price with us. So this is a 250ml can from us, half the size, £7.99. So I'd need to buy 4 of these. We're talking £31.96. £31.96. Back to us, £24.98. That's the same amount of 505 spray. And this is, for me, the only adhesive I'll use. Brilliant. We're in our teens now for this, low teens, in fact. on this bundle. If you want to get the Odif 505 spray, that's 1,000 ml, that's a litre of 505 basting spray. We've been asked for this. The only time I've ever seen a bundle like this was 2 small cans together. But this is 2 of the largest size. This is a full litre of 505 temporary adhesive. Fabulous. I also use this sometimes on on a sheet or on a board. Spray the board, and then you can use it as a design wall as well. Lots of ways you can use it. Absolutely fab. Grab that while you can. Grab it while you can. Now, I've got another of those. Why haven't I got this all the time? Love it. We've called it a backing, but it's actually 3 meters of 44-inch wide cotton, 100% cotton. This is Rose and Hubble, pure white. So useful. Yes, as a backing fabric, as background, as piecing fabric, bag linings, you name it. This is that beautiful quality that we use on the front of our quilts, on the back of our quilts, bindings, you name it, bedding. 44 inches wide, 3 meters, and we are going lower. Should be £23.94. Let's match an early bird. We never do this. Let's match an early bird. You kidding me, Hannah? £18.74 for that. That's a big saving. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's more than £5 saving. £3.16 a half metre. Wild. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. £18.74. That is matching a previous early bird price. Fab. We're not early bird. No, we're definitely at owl time. It's nearly time for bed. Almost time for my bedtime. Now, yeah, I'm going to open this up just to show, because 3 meters is a lot of fabric. Of course, you could cut this in half and join 2 1.5 metre pieces together. So if we call 1.5 metres 60 inches, that would then be 60 inches wide by about 60 inches deep. That would be a fantastic backing for a big lap quilt. This is, whoa, wow. Now I've got to open this out as well because this is only half the width. Look, this is, I'm going to keep going. This is 3 meters. If you're going to a toga party, wait a minute. Hang on, wait a minute. Here we go. I just need a crown of laurel. Infamy, infamy. They've all got it in for me. Did you like that? What do you mean, very amdrab? How rude. How rude. I've worked with Kirsty Allsop. Excuse me? Excuse me? No, look, I'm loving myself in this. In fact, I'm going to keep it on. Funnily enough, I am actually wearing Centurion sandals as we speak. 3 meters of this for £18.74. Absolutely fab. You can, of course, use this as a dyeing base, to dye on, tie dye, space dye, ice dye. You can embroider on it, paint on it. Fab. Over half the stock's gone. Over half the stock. Make sure you check out your baskets. This is our last really few 15 minutes. Now, friction pens. Friction pens. Heat erasable. You're getting ballpoint. You're getting clicker, and you're getting the highlighter, like the neon highlighters. Sorry, say that again for me, Hannah. The one with the clickers. You get them in this packing, that sort of plastic packaging, rather than in cardboard. So you actually get your sort of your case with them as well, which is fab, like that. So you get the ballpoint, the clicker, and the highlighter, which is kind of your neon colours. I really like using those to highlight things like darts and pocket placements. placements for buttonholes as well. You can also use these on things like your cross-stitch patterns, knitting, crochet. If you're a fan of Toft, don't I have Toft in tomorrow? Absolutely. Halloween crochet, need I say more? Very excited about that. As long as there's a pumpkin, I should be happy. Great deal on this. £30.97, you're saving £3. Is there a toadstool? Is there a pumpkin? Is there a little witch? A vampire squid? Really? I love it. I love it. Wow. Something to tune in for tomorrow. Good. Good. There's a gargoyle. I love it. I love it. There's a gargoyle as well. Now, interfacing, iron-on interfacing. Here we go. This is one of my favourites. Great for bag making, dressmaking. We had a question earlier on, actually, what sort of weight of interfacing should I be using for things like a shacket, for the cuffs, the collars, the plackets? An iron-on medium weight interfacing, 90% of the time, is going to fit the bill. It's going to fit the bill. You're getting 2 packs for £5.98. You're saving £2. It's one of those things, you know, just saving £2 here, £3 there. It all adds up. Before you know it, some of the products, it's like you're getting them for free. Love this, really good. Great for bag making as well as dressmaking. And perhaps if you're doing quilting where you're using maybe very lightweight or stretchy fabrics and you want to control the stretch, you use your medium weight fusible interfacing. Thank you, Dan. Now, dressmaking tracing paper. Now, if you've bought or you're going to buy Quilts from the Country, my new quilting book, you get your paper patterns in the back. Now, in order to accommodate 30 patterns and still make it £22.50, the designs, although full size, do overlap each other. So you will need to trace them off. This is I would trace them off anyway. I never cut up a pattern. I know Hayley said earlier on she just wants to get a pattern out, cut it up, but I want to be able to make different sizes. I want to make that shacket for me and for Charlie. So I'm going to trace it off onto dressmaker's paper. This is from Prim. It's 1 metre wide and you get 10 metres on a roll. You're actually getting 3 rolls. That's the equivalent of paying for 2 and getting one of them completely free. Now, another way that I use this paper is for practicing my free motion quilting. So one of the best things you can do to practice your quilting is to actually draw with a pencil and practice those patterns at scale. With paper that's 1 metre wide, you can map out, you can plan a whole border, an 18-inch square block. You can draw out the whole block, including all the piecing lines, and then get in there with a pencil or a pen and actually practice. Plan out your quilting, and then when you've got the pattern that you want, go over it with maybe a pen, a highlighter pen or a Sharpie, something like that. And then starting with your finger, trace around the pattern and trace around in the direction you're going to quilt, and keep going and keep doing that pattern, and you're learning the pattern as you go. You're learning the muscle memory that's going to make it easier when you sit behind your sewing machine to actually quilt competently, confidently. It's absolutely brilliant stuff. You're getting one of the rolls for free. Thank you, Dan. Now, I mentioned briefly my brand new book, Quilts from the Country. This doesn't actually get published until the 12th of September. This is an early advanced copy. It should be £25. The cover price is £25. You're not paying £25. You're paying £22.50. You get 30 brand new quilt patterns. There's a pattern in there for a quilted Haori jacket, patchwork slippers. There are cushions, table runners, wool quilts, lap quilts, bed quilts. Beautiful projects. even Christmas tree decorations and stockings. You've got spring, summer, autumn projects and winter Christmas, full-size patterns, and also a really chunky section at the beginning detailing all the different individual skills that you can learn. If you haven't done any of these before, there's something for everyone, beginners, intermediate and advanced. And the quilt that's hanging behind me, A Sky Full of Stars, is from the book. That's just one of 30 patterns. Now, I'm talking about bulk buy, 30 patterns for £22.50. That's 75 pence a pattern. 75 pence a pattern. Rather than, I mean, that pattern, £9.99. Yeah? The pattern next to it, £9.99. That pattern, £9.99. The Haori jacket pattern would probably be £19.99, wouldn't it? If that was a standalone dressmaking pattern, it would be probably £14.99 to £19.99. You're only paying £22.50 for the whole book. 30 patterns. That's what I'm talking about, bulk buy. Yeah. And they're all signed too. I've signed them all. Ooh. That is not why there is a saving. It's not to compensate you for the fact that I've scrawled on it. I remember us having some K Facet books, and some were signed and some were not signed, and I think the signed ones were £5 more. This is £22.50 signed. Yes, no choice. Thank you, Dan. Yeah. Can we do a bit of William Morris? Well, this is all sellotaped together. So, you've got a teapot and cup and saucer. And then down here in this box, you've got a set of 4 mugs. It all matches, £33.98. What? 2 gorgeous Christmas presents. 2 gorgeous Christmas presents, done and dusted, for under £34. You're saving £3. That's fab. Very, very nice. We've got so many fab deals in this last 10 minutes of the day. Now, don't forget if the Husqvarna Jade sewing and embroidery combi machine is in your basket. This is your very last chance. This is a bulk buy, isn't it? Because you're not just getting a sewing machine, you're also getting an embroidery machine combined into one. You're saving £249 on the price, but this is literally our last of stock. This is your last opportunity to buy this machine. Way more if you have joined the how many in baskets now? 30? More. Well, listen, over 30 of you, and we've also got customers on the phone lines who are checking out their baskets as we speak. If you want to get one of the last handful of, and this is the last handful that we'll ever have, of the Jade 35 sewing and embroidery combi machine, now's your chance. You're saving £249. There are 5 years warranty on this machine included. No extra money for that. Now that would normally, it's got to be at least £150 to extend a warranty. I mean, 1 year is mandatory, so 4 years extra warranty. That is amazing. Remember, you've also got software that isn't available generally that will convert your other language embroideries, your brother embroideries, your other language embroideries, into a language that the Husqvarna can use. So you can stitch out what you thought were redundant embroidery designs, but also as well, almost any font on your computer, or the ones, I mean, there are hundreds of them that you can download for free off the internet, aren't there? You can convert them into a font that you can stitch out on your embroidery machine. I mean, the possibilities with that capability are endless. absolutely endless. And as soon as you've got those letters, those numbers, that punctuation, you can say whatever you like in your bags, in your quilts, in your home deck, in your fashion projects. I think it's amazing. Absolutely amazing. And if you didn't see how cute, how cleverly the machine goes together to become its own hard carrying case, rewind the show and watch. It's so clever. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant machine. Last couple of chances now. After today, we won't have the machine again. If we did have one left at midnight tonight, it would go back up to £1,249. Why not take advantage of a split pay of under £100 today to get your first, maybe, or an upgrade on your embroidery and sewing machine in one fell swoop? Right, let's have a look at something else. Foundation paper piecing paper. So I learned to foundation piece from Carol Doak, the absolute master. I mean, most of us who learned when foundation paper piecing really came into vogue in the 90s and the early 2000s, it was Carol Doak we learned from. This is foundation paper. You get 100 sheets, you get 2 packs. This will run through your normal inkjet printer. You can print your foundations on here. The paper won't shrink, curl or turn brittle even when you iron it. It's lightweight, it's absorbent, so when you're printing on it the ink won't smudge or run, and it's non-coated so fabric won't slip on it. It's absolutely brilliant. It's so easy to remove as well at the end. If you've ever struggled removing your paper at the end of a project, try this. You get 2 packs, 200 sheets, saving £6. You're saving £6. Fab. Now, I've got mugs and coasters. Mugs and coasters. So you're getting a stack of 4 fine china mugs. You're also getting a set of matching coasters, 4 gorgeous coasters to go with. You're saving £5, £25.98 for the 2. Should be over £30. It's a bulk deal. Matching designs, you get 4 different colours and you get 4 different colours. It's really lovely. It's lovely. It's lovely. Maybe a new home gift. My friends are about to move house. That would make a nice gift for them. It's lovely. It's lovely. Nice Christmas presents too. Especially if you're buying for a couple and you can kind of hit two gifts in one. That's lovely. Who doesn't like a cup of tea or a cup of coffee? Right, let's do the menu for tomorrow. I've already hinted, it's Halloween, it's going to be spooktacular. I'm getting a little bit, all right. Right, talk about Am-Dram. 8 a.m, we've got Halloween fabrics and essentials. At 9 o'clock, Kerry Lord is here with Toft Halloween. There's a gourd, it's going to be gorgeous. At 10 o'clock, we've got the Crafty Witches with Happy Halloween and Hell's Sheridan. At 11 o'clock, we've got more Toft Halloween with Kerry Lord. More autumnal, I think. More autumnal in that hour. And then at 12 o'clock, the Crafty Witches are back with Hells and some more fabulous, not frightening projects. That's how tomorrow looks. Looks like a good one. Looks like a good one. I'm going to get a good night's sleep, or maybe I'll just stay awake all night and wander the streets spookily. I won't do that. I shall be fast asleep. I'll see you bright and early in the morning. Don't go anywhere because we've got a very special new guest joining, Hobby Maker, after the break. So stick around. Don't touch that dial.